Calling all Foundation staff, This is Dr. Theron Sherman. We are anomalously broadcasting from Site-42. Do you read our signal? We are reticulating splines. We are digitizing the mimetic sensors. We are reversing the neutron flow. If you are hearing our signal loud and clear, let us know in the chat. And make sure to like, share, all that good YouTube stuff using your Foundation-issued encrypted YouTube account. Please do not use your civilian account to do such things. I'm talking to you, Steve. If you're getting our signal, let us know, and we will go live. Fantastic. 3, 2, 1. Hey there, SCP Foundation staff. This is Dr. Theron Sherman and Billith. Welcome to another anomalous broadcast from Site-42, reading every SCP-7000 entry.
Glad to be here. Let's do it again. Keep going. Keep going.
Another day, another round. We will persevere.
Yeah, we will. We're chipping at it. We got 3 done yesterday. Yeah, let's do it.
I think we got 4. I think we got 4 right.
4. Huh? 4?
Give us a little credit. We need every hit we can get.
Absolutely.
Good to see everybody in the chat. Amelia, Dr. Star, Bethany, Random, Chaotically Random, Ellie Wanderer, Nikki, thank you for moderating the chat as always. Dr. Star, we're glad you got here in time. Remember that why we are here, everyone. Our first reason that we are doing all of these streams at once is that our dear friend Dr. Cimmerian almost got killed by a tree, barely escaped with his life.
Yeah, he's got a giant hole in his house. We need to fill it. He was traumatized at a young age by the 2003 film with Shia LaBeouf, Holes. You have to get it filled right away. Fill it. Fill it. Please, help us.
We need to fill that hole in Dr. Cimmerian's roof with love.
We can do it.
Wood and roofing.
And money, too.
Money would help.
Using it as insulation.
Exactly. There we go. With that out of the way, we got to cover these fast, so let's hit the ground running. We are going down the Lux stream.
Perfect. ARDs.
A random day.
Ah.
Something wicked this way comes. I like the name.
There's no collapsibles.
Oh,
interesting. All right.
Starting an easy one today.
Yeah, you want to take it all away? Yeah.
Heck yeah, let's do this. Let me get the size right
all
for
right.
our
absolutely
streaming friends.
Mm-hmm.
Something
perfect.
Perfect.
It's. I noticed there's not a lot of formatting. It is pretty dense in the text department, but it's definitely no mangaka in the high castle. All right.
Oh yes. All right.
SCP-7000. Something wicked this way comes by a random day.
From the top, let's hit it.
Item number SCP-7000. Object class neutralized. Special containment procedures. SCP-7000's remains are kept in the ECRG autopsy laboratory. For details of SCP-7000's former operational schematics, authorized personnel may consult document ECU 7000S volumes 3 through 7. Note that the validity of these schematics is currently questionable. Description. SCP-7000 was the beta version of a probabilistic manipulation drive designed to mitigate unaccountable risk factors for containment and retrieval operations in the local area. The ECRG schematic defines SCP-7000 as a Gorgon effect field generator. Gorgon effect field generator that manipulates the outcomes of dynamic environmental systems. By forcibly truncating input parameters generated by the observer effect, SCP-7000 causes these dynamic systems to limit what a human observer, footnote, see ECU-7000S abstract for applied definition of human, would consider bad luck. SCP-7000 was implemented with a beacon anchor system, where a single drive generator could communicate with any number of field receivers and beneficially manipulate probability across a practically infinite area. Addendum. Area 25 probability resonance cascade. The biological components in SCP-7000's receivers necessitated implantation in human operators, a design flaw expected to be resolved in future iterations. Mobile Task Force Tau-5 Samsara troopers were chosen for the receptiveness to foreign tissue and pain resistance. These are they're like a cyborg type dudes that they're implanted into new bodies every time they die or something like that.
The Power Rangers.
Yeah, Power Rangers, yeah. Prior to the test, they were uploaded into unmodified shells to minimize potential external influence. During SCP-7000's initial test run, faulty calibration parameters resulted in a positive feedback loop that generated an escalating series of increasingly catastrophic nonlinear system failures and improbability, coincidental and probably coincidental occurrences compounding each other. The ensuing probability resonance cascade nearly destroyed Area 25 before the drive was destroyed by Samsara troopers. In light of the drive's catastrophic failure and the numerous risk factors it manifested, further development was canceled, and it remains classified as SCP-7000. The ECU-7000 research team has since shifted its priorities to understanding the causes of the resonance cascade and SCP-7000's true mechanisms of operation. A full post-mortem of the incident is underway. Full reconstruction has been hampered by severe damage incurred to the site's computer systems. So we got some supplementary data. Let's see. Do you want to be, let's see, you could be, take the vowels, I'll take consonants in this upcoming log.
Sounds good.
All right. Operation ECU 7000 Beta Test Suite 3. Dates: redacted 22 through redacted 22. Status: failure. Department liaison: Captain Sarah Hughes, Dr. Gennaro Andrews. Operation leader: Sergeant Irantu. Operatives: Corporate Munru, Specialist Nanku, Specialist Onru. Support: Samsara Squad, Experimental Containment Research Group. Brief.
Do not blame Nasher. Technically, it was the dog. However, leave the dog... Oh, sorry.
Leave the dog out of this. It was faulty engineering. I think it went pretty well. Please do not blame our dog.
We're getting ahead of ourselves. Onru, begin the debrief from the moment of the test. Sergeant Irantu has allowed me to take point on the debrief, as I was the one to complete the operation. The rest of my squad will of course provide additional context and details as necessary. We had been briefed on the details of the ECU-7000, its operation as an
Gorgon effect field generator, a machine to manufacture good luck. We had completed test suite 2A the previous week.
As stated in our report, all validation tests were successful. We did not observe any side effects with receiver implantation aside from a mildly uncomfortable sensation in our eye sockets, similar to being stung by hornets.
I still do not believe that compound vision like a fly's falls under expected results.
On the day of Test 3A, we were escorted by Captain Hughes to the ECRG laboratory. There was not even time to see Nasher that morning. We had lodged him at the site kennel for the duration of our visit per protocol. However, he escaped. It is on their heads. Onru, it is important for our superiors to be clear about the chain of causality.
SCP-212-475, quote, Nasher, is an Indian pariah dog repurposed for MTF Tau-5's containment procedures. Was being kept in a processing house for the duration of ECRG testing to maintain Tau-5's morale. Nasher possessed 3 primary prostheses: legs capable of telescoping and supporting weight up to 5 meters in the air, a tri-pronged snout with rotating stainless steel teeth, and an industrial-strength digestive tract protected by polycarbonate. Nasher's containment procedures consisted of 2 remote-controlled electric collars, hourly checkups by kennel staff, and the scheduled feeding playtime with Tau-5. Processing House 4 had been provided with a small doghouse, false hydrant, and chew toys to keep it occupied. During this incident, its behavior was unremarkable, and these containment procedures functioned adequately.
With that established, beginning debrief. At 0900 hours, we were present in the ECRG laboratory for the start of ECU-7000 Beta Test 3A. Healthy activation of the ECU-7000 field generator within a 1-meter radius of its receivers. As instructed, we each stood in our undergarments 1 meter from the generator, which was supported on a small ring-shaped stool with a cutout in the middle to let it hang. There were a number of cables and wires jammed into the generator's underside through the cutout.
It reminded me of an obese toad on a stick.
All field technicians were also present and on standby at their stations. Technicians Vasquez, Vuchnich, and Wood were present and accounted for. Captain Hughes and Dr. Andrews were overseeing the test from the viewing room. At 0925 hours, the technicians had completed their final checks and were ready to commence the test. They asked us if we felt ready to proceed.
Which we were. I was looking forward to having good luck.
Hughes and Andrews okayed the start of the test. The technicians flipped down their safety shields and switched the generator on remotely. I was surprised how many switches they had to flip.
We immediately felt it turn on, which was not one of the expected results, since the dynamic field parameters were supposed to be truncated silently without us noticing. But the sensation of being stung by hornets spread out across my face and head. I disliked it, and the generator opened its eyes and stared at everything around it. I was surprised that they looked like rat eyes. I was expecting fly eyes like ours. 7 of them were staring at me.
We relayed this to the technicians. Captain Hughes wanted to end the test, but after we affirmed that the sensation of hornets was not actually harmful, Dr. Andrews directed them to record this information and start test 3B. At 0935, the technician started feeding calibration parameters to the generator. Its eyes started changing colors.
Each time it blinked, the eye was a different color. They were all beady and rat-colored, though. I didn't see any human eyes. The sensation around my head kept changing. At 0936 minutes, it started feeling like cockroaches around my head. Then at 0937 minutes, it felt like rats paddling around across my face. We all felt it. Not like the rats in the barracks either. The footpads were mangier.
Mm-hmm. We heard the animals in the site kennel howling. We told the technicians, and they couldn't hear it. Captain Hughes confirmed with the kennel that the animals had become agitated. Dr. Andrews ordered the technicians to shut down the field generator. I was surprised they didn't have an emergency shutoff. They had to flip each switch in the precise reverse order it had been activated. Halfway through the shutoff process, at 0939, Nasher fell headfirst through a ceiling duct, right into the generator.
The kennel said he had escaped through one of the ducts, used his stilt legs to reach it, and then ate his way through the grate. We warned them that a muzzle would be insufficient. His head was stuck in the generator. He was trying to pry himself out.
I immediately moved forward to extract him, but Irantu held me back. If I had pulled Nasher out then and there, none of this would have happened. Instead, we stood around like idiots, while Dr. Andrews and Captain Hughes sat in the viewing room like bigger idiots. I was waiting to get the all clear from the supervisors. They were trying to determine the optimal course of action. I must be abundantly clear. How many different points of failure were at fault for this disaster? We stood there for 60 seconds watching my dog suffocate. But he did not. At 0941, he pulled himself loose from the stand. The generator was still stuck on his head. Captain Hughes ordered us to hold Nasher down so the technicians could finish shutting off the generator. As we approached,
it barked at us. It had a mouth full of concentric rows of teeth, and it sounded like a dozen electric drills at once. But it wasn't Nasher's mouth. It was a rat's. The technicians fell back. Vasquez and Wucinich tripped over each other's feet. He tripped and smashed into the generator controls. She tripped and smashed into the backup controls. The emergency alarm went off, bathing the room in a crimson light and blaring sirens. Rat Nasher panicked and bolted.
Captain Hughes ordered us to catch him. We lunged at him simultaneously, but missed and collided with each other. Technician Woods tried to play the hero and stand in front of the main door, even though it was already sealed. Rat Nasher bowled him over instantly. His entry lanyard flew right off his neck and onto the scanner, opened the door just in time for the dog to run through, and then close right as Nanku ran into it.
I was fine, just a broken nose, but blood sprayed all over the scanner and shorted it out. We were stuck there until 0950 when the technicians were able to find replacement fuses and restore main power.
Captain Hughes and Dr. Andrews tasked us with tracking down Rat Nasher. In the 9 minutes he had been loose, the site had already logged 49 casualties and 4 escaped anomalies.
Dr. Andrews also tasked us with putting on clothes.
He tasked Nanku with putting on clothes since her undergarments were spattered in blood. I pointed out that she would need several minutes, by which time Rat Nasher would have caused even more damage. Captain Hughes concurred and overrode Andrews. We considered splitting into groups to track Rat Nasher down, but Dr. Andrews worried that the causality effects were still contained in the space between the receivers and the generator. We considered destroying the receivers, but Captain Hughes would not sanction the tactical disadvantage of blinding ourselves. So we set off with the objective of capturing Nasher, localizing the field generator effect, and minimizing further damage to the area. I took point as Nasher's primary caretaker. We headed north from the testing laboratory, towards our bunk. I had told him the previous night that he could find me there if he needed me. Security footage had traced him in that direction. In case of a site breach, it would benefit him to locate us efficiently. We caught him in the Cryonics research laboratory without incident. We incurred some injuries along the way. Without incident.
Security feed, Hardware Depot 1. The Hardware Depot was used to store tools and equipment for landscaping/construction. It was separated into multiple aisles of metal racks. A loose steel rod had wedged itself in the doorframe during the initial evacuation of the room, preventing it from closing fully. At 09:55 hours, the ECU-7000 unit enters the room through the unsealed door. At 1000 hours, Samsara pried the door open fully to force their way in. Enru takes point and steps at the rake that slams into her face. Nanku laughs at her, crosses the doorway, and steps on a rake that slams into her face. Munru checks the floor to ensure there are no rakes, then steps forward onto a rake that slams into his face. This is like the banana thing.
This is the Simpsons joke.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Irantu shrugs, puts a hand in front of his face, and steps forward. He does not step on a rake, but slips on a loose banana peel next to the room waste bin and fractures his tailbone. Come on. Irantu diagnoses minor spinal injuries characterized by growing numbness, but deems the injury non-critical. He is able to stand under his own power, then pulls the bar out from the doorway so it will automatically slide shut. Enru observes the ECU-7000 unit crouched at the far end of the aisles. She puts her hands up and beckons to the ECU unit, encouraging it to approach her. When it growls at her, she lowers her head in a submissive fashion and begins to slowly approach it. The other members of Samsara break off and move closer through the adjacent aisles. When Enru is halfway down the aisle, ECU-7000 breaks left towards Nanku, who sprints forward and dives towards the unit, but misses and slams against the far wall. A bucket falls off the shelf onto her head. Munro approaches from the adjacent aisle as Arantu approaches from the back row, attempting to catch it in a pincer maneuver. They both dive, but miss and collide with each other. A bucket falls off the shelving onto each of their heads. Nanku extricates herself from the bucket, dives for the 7000 unit again, misses again. She rolls to avoid another falling bucket and is struck by a loose cinder block, suffering a skull fracture in the process. Enru chases the ECU-7000 unit towards the exit. Instead of stopping her or changing direction, the unit simply runs headfirst at the door. Instead of colliding with the locked door, it somehow manages to slip underneath the door gap. Enru tries to stop, but slips on a loose rod and collides with the door. The impact is enough to both dent and dislodge the door from its frame, causing it to fall on top of her and break several of her ribs. Munru and Nanku push the door off her. Because they are in naked shells, Samsara are delayed in their pursuits by triaging their injuries, applying duct tape to themselves and makeshift bandages. Interesting. Security feed, ECRG Laboratory 2. ECRG Laboratory 2 is being used to test ECU-133, which is SCP-133, a series of man-sized wormholes that could be connected to each other or applied and removed from either side of the surface to a tunnel through it. A laboratory's occupants evacuated into the closest hazard shelter shortly after the alarm went off. 6 of the lab's hazard shields were still raised, each with a wormhole applied to them. At 10 hours and 10 minutes, 10 hours, I don't know how, whatever. ECU-7000 is seen squeezing under the doorframe, inflating its form in a manner akin to a balloon before the door is wrenched open by Enru. ECU-7000 immediately flees into the back left wormhole, only to pop out of the middle right wormhole again. After a moment's deliberation, Samsara pursues the unit into the left front wormhole, but emerges from the back left wormhole, whereas the unit exits through the back right wormhole. They follow 7000 into the middle left wormhole, but exit from the front right wormhole while it exits the back left wormhole. This is the Scooby-Doo thing. Upon chasing 7000 into the back left wormhole, Each member of Samsara emerges from a separate wormhole and convenes on it through the middle right wormhole. Okay. For several seconds, Samsara chases 7,000 through the ECU-133 units. Abnormal behavior from the wormholes continues to escalate. At one point, ECU-7000 is seen chasing the Samsara team. At another, it is not seen for several moments, while only the members of the Samsara are seen emerging from each wormhole in turn. At one point, nobody is seen for several seconds until 6 copies of Samsara Squad emerge, one from each wormhole. These copies freeze and stare at each other until ECU-7000 emerges from the far right wormhole and egresses through the laboratory entrance. Upon seeing this, each copy retreats back into the wormhole from which they emerged. By 1015 hours, only one copy of Samsara emerges from the front right wormhole to continue their pursuit. When examined later, none of the ECU-133 prototypes were found to be functional. Security feed, Area 25, Cryonics Laboratory. The Area 25 Cryonics Laboratory researches supercooling preservatives and preservative supercooling of living tissue. It is laid out along a single corridor in the northeast wing of Area 25, east of the barracks, with 3 cryonics chambers along the north wall. 3 days prior to the Residence Cascade, an adult instance of SCP-3199 was captured near the site and placed in Cryonics Unit 2 for safekeeping while transfer to Area 144 was arranged. That's the chicken people?
Yep.
At 900 hours and 45 minutes during the resonance cascade, a coolant piping in units 1 through 3 rupture and icing over the floor. Technicians Bernard Monk and Leandra Stressing remained behind to ensure that Unit 2 is not breached. At 10:20 hours, Stressing is huddled on top of the desk while Mank is sitting on the ice in front of the containment unit. She observes a temperature anomaly and asks them to check the cooling turbines behind the unit lock. Let's zoom in a little bit. All right, let's see. Okay, yep. Okay, the unit lock. As Mank works, the unit's temperature continues to rise, and the 3199 instance contained within it revives. The instant begins beating its head against the unit, causing it to bulge and buckle slightly. At one point, the metal is red hot and whistling. As the unit door is about to give way, Monk fixes the ventilation blockage and gives Stracing the okay to restart the fans from her laptop. With their reactivation, the unit's temperatures lower again, and the instance's attacks become more sluggish. While Stricing and Monk are waiting for the 3199 instance to freeze, the ECU unit slips into the room through the door cap. At first, the technicians do not notice it sliding about. Then it comes to a stop below Stricing's desk. She notices it and freezes. They stare at each other. Then the unit opens its mouth. Stricing screams and drops her laptop on the ground. The Cryonics unit door pops open and the 3199 instance steps out. As it adjusts to the laboratory environment, Samsara enters through the main entrance. You want to immediately identify the specimen as an instance of 3199, and it authorizes the squad to terminate it. 3199 instance looks between the technicians and Samsara, then tries to lunge at the technicians. However, it slips on the ice and falls flat on its face. Nangku dives across the floor, puts it in a headlock, and snaps its neck. As it dies, it regurgitates an egg that skids across the floor into Anru's hands. She stares down at it for a moment before trying to smash it on the ground. Likely due to her body heat, the egg hatches in her hands mid-throw. The juvenile instance of 3199 pins Anru's arms under its weight and attempts to redact her face. Anru headbutts it in response. As it reels back, the ECU-7000 attacks and bites off his head. Anru praises the unit while pulling her hands free from the 3199 corpse. As she does so, 4 more instances burst from the stomach of the previous instance's corpse. Nanku looks at the security camera and pulls a handheld sign from behind her back. Okay, on slowed footage, the sign reads "Good grief" in shaky capital letters. Come on. While she is distracted, a 3199 instance attacks her and splatters the camera feed with blood. Security feed, Area 25 Northeast Wing. At 10:35 hours, an explosion is heard inside the Cryonics laboratory that blows the main door off its hinges. At 10:45 hours, all members of Mobile Task Force Tau 5 exit the room covered in burns. Anru is cradling SCP-212 in her hands. At 1100 hours, technicians Streising and Monk rush from the room in the direction of the nearest emergency shelter. At 1130 hours, the Resonance Cascade is declared over. Now we got some sort of after-action thing. Operation ECU-7000 Beta Test Suite 3. Dates Redacted 2022 through Redacted 2022. Status failure. Department Liaison, Captain Sarah Hughes, Dr. Gennaro Andrews. Operation Leader, Sergeant Urantu. Operatives, Corporal Munru, Specialist Nanku, Specialist Anru. Support, Samsara Squad. Experimental Containment Research Group. Brief.
There is very little to say. The 3199 instances mauled us badly, but without proper training, they were able to inflict meaningful damage. They were unable to inflict meaningful damage. The primary challenge was not killing them. They are as fragile as humans and taste like chicken, but their eggs are practically impossible to destroy. At first, we simply tried throwing the eggs back into the cryonics unit, but the machine was broken and the technicians refused to work on it while we were fighting. They locked themselves in a supply closet. Cowards. The fight would have ceased if they would have gotten to work.
There were over a dozen chicken men attacking us at one point. We were being stripped to the bone. We were lucky to have Nasher. He saved our lives. He started eating them, sliding across the ice from corpse to corpse and shoveling the eggs into his mouth. Enru tried to get him to stop, but he was too busy feasting to listen. I tried tasting one, but I couldn't see the appeal.
I was more concerned about them hatching in his stomach. We could see each one of them bulging against his insides, stretching them in the shape of horrible birds. But that thing in his head kept him alive. As soon as the last egg was shoveled into his mouth, he burped and exploded. Popped like a balloon. We were briefly blinded and incurred minor 3rd and 4th degree burns, but were otherwise unharmed. When the blindness ended, we found Nasher lying on his side with the cracked remains of the ECU lying next to him. It appeared to have been hollowed out, but its eyes remained blinking on the outside. Nasher's form had returned to normal, but he was unconscious. I was unsure if he was alive because his heart was hidden by his stomach, and the polycarbonate doesn't transmit sound well. I waited until his eyes opened and he licked my face. Then I was sure he was combat ready again.
She held him in her arms and everything.
Shush. We took Nasher back to the kennel and had him examined by the veterinarians. He is extremely well behaved and they will all attest to that.
Footnote. None of the kennel veterinarians were willing to say otherwise.
As far as we were concerned, he prevented the 2 containment breaches simultaneously at great personal risk to himself.
In the aftermath of the Residence Cascade, the ECU-7000 breach was calculated to have caused 65 casualties, 7 containment breaches, and destroyed several $1 billion worth of equipment. The remains of SCP-7000 were recovered from the Cryonics laboratory without incident. No SCP-3199 remains could be found. The SCP-212 was monitored in Area 25 Kennel for 1 month before being released into Tau 5's custody. On Redacted 2022, SCP-212-475, Nasher, was nominated by Captain Sarah Hughes, Sergeant Urantu, and Sergeant Unru for the Foundation Star.
So first of all, I'm a sucker for this Looney Tunes bullshit. This is exactly my jam.
I feel like it once again kind of straddles that thing where it's like it's kind of too goofy to be a main lister, but also a little bit too serious to be a J. Like if the slipping on banana peels was too much in the last one, I have to feel like this is kind of like too much in a way.
See, to me, the difference is that
why would? Go ahead.
I feel like this one worked its way to it a little bit more. It kind of like builds in order. It starts a little goofy and it gets worse and it gets worse until it finally gets there.
Yeah.
I think you need to like ease people into slapstick that way with this, or come out the gate swinging.
Yeah, it's true. I guess I feel like they wouldn't like why they breaking character at the end with like this putting the sign this is good grief, like that's just purely for it's kind of self-serving, like that's the whole point of the like it gets more and more goofy
joke,
but how does that
hallway,
how does that relate into the fact that it is increasingly bad luck? You know what I mean? Like it's one thing is bad luck, the other thing is completely impossible situations,
turning it into a toon world.
Yeah. So like, I feel like there's a bit of a dissonance for me. I mean, it's a good article. It's well written. I'll still upvote it. It's just, I feel like it maybe wanted to do 2 different things and kind of got a little bit stuck in the middle. That's all.
I can see what you mean by that.
But it's good. I think it's good. It was funny. I was scoffed multiple times out loud and in my head too.
Also, you get bonus points for being a 30-minute read, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Instant upvote. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that was good. Good job, a random day.
Real quick between articles. I'm currently being chased by SCP-1471 for almost 3 weeks now. What should I do? I've already stopped by several furry conventions. So I believe the furry conventions would get Mallow off your tail. Tail. But if that doesn't work, I suggest ritual destruction of your cell phone. Also, unless you're watching the stream on it, then don't do that.
How do you know it's the same 1471? You've been to the conventions. You might be being pursued by someone from the convention.
You might have picked up another chaser.
Yeah. Picked up a few, maybe.
Yes, confirm it's the same one, then get back to us.
Yes.
And, of course, our pre-roll advertisements, or our mid-roll advertisements. Letter A, we've got the Cimmerian bonus. Funds from our channel monetization, funds from you guys' donations are going to help this out. That's what all of this is about.
Absolutely. We need it. Cimmerian needs it. He's in my DMs right now. He's saying that he can't go, he can't sleep in his bed because there's rain on his face whenever he goes to the bed. I told him to move it. Doesn't want to do that. But besides the point.
It's like a sad music video in his bedroom every night.
Yeah, absolutely.
And on our ends, if you want to support Billith and I, for me, I'm going to advertise that SCP Infohazard, the SCP VR game that I'm collaborating with Gib Games, got our Steam page approved today. So you can watch our demo video, look at the synopsis, follow and all that, add to your wish list, and get updates on when we are going to have this game.
Sounds great. I'm going to have to get myself a VR headset just for that.
Exactly. I have to do the same. And then on Billith's end, slowgramming.
Yes, come take a look at slowgramming.bandcamp.com. I just released an SCP OST, 33 songs. They're all really, really good. Go listen to them. I'm very proud of them. I've been working on it for a long time. Better part of a year and a half. But we also just go onto my YouTube, youtube.com/Billith. You'll see music videos that I put together for some of those songs. I do themes. I do, a lot of VFX, cool stuff. Go check it out.
Links to that stuff is in the description. Thank you for supporting Site42, Billith, and the greater SCP community.
Thank you.
So, with an easy one out of the way, we are moving on to SCP-7000, Corporate Apotheosis.
Sounds good.
By Lord XVNV.
Wait a second. This one also doesn't have any collapsibles. No way.
I'm not saying anything. The hot streak. I'm not.
Oh, right. Sorry. I take it back.
We're at Tenton, Wyoming, USA. Area 150. Sameness. Cultivates paroxysms. Do I need to scroll this? I just need to fix it over on the stream. Make it smaller. And centered. Close enough. A little taller. Whoop. Perfect. SCP-7000. Level 3 confidential. Containment class Keter. Disruption class Kennick. Risk class Warning. Assigned Site 150, Area 150. Research Head Dr. Ezekiel Yang. Site Director Adelaide Worth. Assigned Task Force X2. Codename Unto Caesar. I guess that's Kai-2? Probably Kai-2. This is an SCP-7000 canning machine circa 1980 pictured. Let's take it down. Special containment procedures. The Department of Procurement and Liquidation will attempt to acquire all outstanding debt and the entirety of shares of SCP-7000 in a gradual process. The Departments of Financial Esoterica and Tactical Theology will perform continual risk assessment during this process. If no adverse anomalous effects are detected, liquidation of SCP-7000 shall proceed post-acquisition. The anomalous effects of SCP-7000 corporate votes and agents shall be subject to ongoing misinformation campaigns. Description: SCP-7000, or The Company, is Brackestone Shoe Polish Company, a publicly traded specialty shoe polish manufacturer which achieved apotheosis on July 23, 2021. SCP-7000 was founded in 1977 in the United States of America as a specialty provider of high-quality shoe polish for fetish footwear. The value of the company is uncertain. SCP-7000 does not have a quoted stock price on major equity exchanges, but was listed as over-the-counter pink sheet stock starting in 2009. SCP-7000 is illiquid. Shares trade on average 4 times a year at prices ranging between $1 and $10. Over 60% of SCP-7000 is owned by corporate officers, C-suite, of the company. The remaining 40% is estimated to be held by several hundred individuals, such as retail investors and former members of the company. SCP-7000 has avoided regulatory scrutiny for the majority of its existence due to its small size, specialized industry, and minimal use of thaumaturgy. Footnote. Per SEC Rule 0-33I as an imaginary, corporations that emit less than 500 Caspers a year are not subject to regulatory reporting requirements on any thaumatological rituals used. 1,000 Caspers a second is usually necessary for successful ritual activations. And minimal use of thaumaturgy goes to the GOC supplemental ARAD. Therefore, the exact processes that led to SCP-7000's apotheosis are unknown. Joint Task Force Chi-2, codename Unto Caesar, a joint task force of the Departments of Financial Esoterica and Tactical Theology, theorized that internal SCP-7000 corporate processes, employee actions taken on behalf of the company, or a combination of such fulfilled the criteria to serve as an apotheosis ritual. The nature of these actions is currently unknown. It is believed that the apotheosis of SCP-7000 was not an intentional decision by members of Brackenstone, but rather the result of a series of random fortuitous events. SCP-7000 possesses a metaphorical font of divine power, referred to in various cultural traditions as Numen, Kami, Mana, etc. This power can be exerted locally for a wide variety of reality warping applications, but over extended ranges the power can only be exerted in relation to SCP-7000's domains. SCP-7000's spheres of divine influence appear to be shoe polish manufacturing, fetish gear maintenance, and naphtha distillation, naphtha being a petroleum derivative used in shoe polish. For example, employees of SCP-7000 are capable of reconfiguring their workspace at will. Examples include matter synthesis and manipulation. However, outside of the SCP-7000 primary office and specialty shops, the matter manipulation capabilities of SCP-7000 have only been detected in cost-free dominatrix boot repair and anomalously efficient petroleum distillation. The Foundation is aware of several corporations with anomalous capabilities. The internal functions of SCP-7000 are opaque, and SCP-7000's classification as a deific entity stems from qualitative comparative analysis. The internal structure of SCP-7000 remains corporate. It has not adopted the characteristics of a church, temple, or other religious or otherwise non-corporate hierarchy. See SCP-4985 for examples of an anomalous corporation with significant cultural alteration. The previous corporate culture of Brackenstone Shoe Polish Company has been preserved, including self-professed long-standing values of speaking up. No new indicators of corporate malfeasance have been detected post-apotheosis. SCP-7000 does not appear to have agency of its own. SCP-7000 possesses a divine godhead, but does not appear to have a greater agenda beyond the goals of its corporate officers and shareholders. Unlike SCP-1442, there is no evidence SCP-7000 is sentient. SCP-7000 has achieved noospheric dominion over the process of shoe polish manufacture, with minor dominion over related domains. The most immediate effects are that all 70 employees of SCP-7000 pertaining to become abnormally knowledgeable and competent with regards to aspects of shoe polish manufacture pertaining to their job titles. For example, production line engineers develop an innate sense of how many batches can be produced daily, and accountants are aware of the exact market value of shoe polish at any time. However, this knowledge is not retained upon departure from the company, suggesting that even if employee actions were involved in SCP-7000's apotheosis, the divine power is vested in the company itself and not in the individuals comprising it. After witching hour 0900 to 0000 hours to 0000 hours 59 minutes local time of July 23, 2021, thaumaturgically potent corporate actions performed as part of the corporate functions of SCP-7000 stopped producing any residual Eve radiation. Footnote. Spectral radiation emitted by thaumaturgical acts, instead manifesting irregular Akiva bursts, particle associated with deific and religious entities. This is analogous to a Mage King/God King phase transition, in which a humanoid reality bender or thaumaturge, footnote, type green or type blue under GOC Unified Thaumaturgy terminology, achieves apotheosis and becomes a divine entity. Footnote, type black under GOC UTT. Cited from Liner et al. 2009. The following table defines common terms in corporate finance and explains observations of these functions in the context of SCP-7000. Term: employee. Conventional definition: an individual hired by a business to perform specific duties as part of a job in exchange for compensation. SCP-7000 Function. Individual employees perform functions associated with SCP-7000's domain. Each possesses a minuscule fraction of SCP-7000's power that can only be applied for purposes associated with their job duties. For example, SCP-7000's logistics representatives increase the efficiency of petroleum distilleries they order raw naphtha from, and public relationship managers produce repair instructions for specialty adult equipment that violate conservation of mass using divine power. It remains unclear whether employees are consciously creating anomalies. Term: C-suite officer. Conventional definition: high-level executives responsible for corporate strategy and management. SCP-7000 Function. Corporate officers of SCP-7000 are endowed with a greater proportion of SCP-7000's power and are capable of exercising this power in less predictable ways. They can be viewed as analogous to intercessionary saints or deific epithets and are capable of performing, quote, miracles. For example, Brackenstone CFO Sally Terrafino recently anomalously increased the demand for Brackenstone shoe polish without also decreasing price, in violation of the law of supply and demand. Footnote: Financial esoterica specialists would like to note that this is not evidence of anomalous activity in and of itself, but included for contextual purposes. Term: bonds or debt. Conventional definition: a company borrows money by selling a bond and promises to repay the amount borrowed along with a contractually defined interest rate, given by a fixed schedule with a defined endpoint. A bond owner is a lender to the company. In the case of bankruptcy, bondholders are paid first. SCP-7000 Function. Holders of SCP-7000 bonds display increased brand loyalty, an intensely personal relationship with the company, and an extreme reticence to sell the bonds. These bonds continue to pay a financial coupon as normal. By analogy with corporate finance, SCP-7000 bonds may convey ownership of SCP-7000's divinity, thus explaining holders' deeply personal relationship with the company. To date, it is unclear if this analogy extends further. Term: stock or equity. Conventional definition: shares of ownership in a company. A stockholder is entitled to a company's earnings, liquidation proceeds, or voting power proportionate to the number of shares owned. SCP-7000 Function. Owners of voting shares of SCP-7000 may direct larger applications of SCP-7000's divine ability. To date, this power has been used to grant executive compensation in the form of longevity and good health, make wearers of shoes polished with Brackenstone products walk 10% faster, and erase a competing shoe polish brand from collective memory. Addendum: most current research. For internal distribution only, SCP-7000 working documentation. Joint Task Force Chi-2, codename Unto Caesar. Provisional lead: Dr. Ezekiel Yang, Financial Esoterica. SCP-7000 further avenues of research. SCP-7000 is currently a unique phenomenon. However, the stochastic condensation of its apotheosis suggests that another such event could occur without prior indication, though the failure of such an event to occur for the hundreds of years since the birth of the modern corporation suggests it is incredibly unlikely. The brand recognition of Brackenstone is extremely limited. Despite this, traditional academics and business leaders have already begun to notice its anomalous performance. Embedded Foundation assets in academic and trade publications have rejected multiple papers analyzing SCP-7000. It is believed that nobody understands how SCP-7000 achieved apotheosis, and business process security policies have prevented detailed investigations. By a stroke of good fortune, Brackenstone Shoe Polish Company does not have a dedicated division for esoteric market research. However, we believe that several major corporations, several of which are experienced in augmenting their competitive advantage via esoteric means, are currently attempting to recreate corporate apotheosis. Previous corporate meddling in esoteric affairs has had significant adverse effects. The 1999 deconceptualization of all ingestible liquids except for a proprietary soft drink, known as, that's the Occult Soda War, or SCP-570, was achieved without the benefits endowed by divinity. Should a corporation with the experience and will to exploit divine power successfully attain apotheosis, a CK-class restructuring scenario would likely follow. It was fortunate that the SCP-7000 phenomenon happened to a relatively innocuous company. Further research will focus on adopting reliable existing deity management procedures developed by the Department of Technical Theology for corporate deities. The following are under ongoing research. Joint Task Force Chi-2, codename Unto Caesar, comprised of subject matter specialists from the Department of Financial Esoterica and the Department of Tactical Theology, have provided a set of hypotheses to these corporate phenomena likely to arise during the course of containment. As this is a developing containment matter, several corporate events have multiple speculated theological analogies. Term: subsidiary. Conventional definition: A company owned or controlled by a parent company, SCP-7000 does not have subsidiaries as it is a relatively small company. SCP-7000 Theorized Function. 1. Avatar or incarnation. A deity taking material form. However, SCP-7000 may already qualify as an incarnation of a deity. Research is ongoing whether any existing gods of shoe polish manufacture, fetish footwear, and or naphtha synthesis have recently taken incarnate form. 2. Demigod. The part divine offspring of a deific entity. A subsidiary of SCP-7000 would presumably have dominion over increasingly specific subset of shoe polish manufacture and or fetish footwear and or naphtha synthesis, or have dominion over these domains within a certain geographic area. Term: embezzlement. Conventional definition: a type of financial fraud. Someone entrusted with the company's funds misuses them for non-authorized purposes. SCP-7000 Theorized Function. It is unclear whether misuse of SCP-7000's resources is possible, as no embezzlement or similar crimes have been reported to regulatory authorities since July 23, 2021. Theoretically, such acts may result in divine retribution. Injuries suffered by individuals related to SCP-7000 are currently being monitored. Term: corporate raid. Conventional definition: an entity buys a large stake in a corporation, then uses shareholder voting rights to influence the company to take measures to increase share value, often at the expense of long-term company prospects. SCP-7000 Theorized Function. It is unclear whether a conventional takeover of SCP-7000 is even possible by non-deific entities. Should a deific entity attempt to take control of SCP-7000, the resulting conflict is theorized to be akin to theomachy, or war amongst gods, after which the loser is often sundered and cast into the darkness in traditional narratives. Footnote: Tactical theology specialists note that the extant alternative archetype of the dying and rising deity may lead to unforeseen complications. Term: financial default. Conventional definition: the failure to pay back a loan or a bond in accordance with its contractual terms. SCP-7000 Theorized Function. Should this come to pass, holders of SCP-7000 bonds will likely feel a sense of abandonment. It is extremely unclear what circumstances might cause this. The company might cease to exist in a traditional bankruptcy, or the deific entity of SCP-7000 might abandon its domain. Until more is learned about the nature of SCP-7000, nothing conclusive can be said. Term: liquidation. Conventional definition: the process by which a company is terminated. The assets and property of the company are redistributed to other entities, and the company ceases to exist as a legal entity. SCP-7000 Theorized Function. The divine essence of SCP-7000 arises from the possession of a material asset, and the new owner of it inherits the apotheotic state. As the Foundation currently possesses several such assets, the acquisition of an additional one is not expected to have adverse effects on the Foundation's metaphysical status or impose undue burdens to containment. 2. Successful deicide. Ta-da!
I liked it. I liked the mixture of the the applied the religious stuff and the corporate things. It's like it's funny. I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not funny like Guffaw, but
no, yeah. It's clever.
It's very clever, and it's very well done in the I like the comparison. I like the corporate lingo. Making it a shoe polish brand for fetish footwear was definitely just a little tweak out of left field to make you go, what?
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, okay, all right, okay, interesting. I'm surprised they didn't go into they didn't actually invoke that one department that works with that sort of stuff. It was what is it? Applied. I'm forgetting the word. Is it theurgics?
Theology.
Theology, applied theology. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Mm-hmm.
It's a vote for me for sure.
Yeah, that's a winner. Upvote. Huzzah. All
Very
right.
good.
What's next?
So I think I jinxed us, but it does look pretty cool. So I'm gonna count my blessings.
SCP-7000, The Cycle of Phobos by The Son of Man.
SCP-7000. Level 4. Secret. Containment class. Pending. Special containment procedures. Not enough is known about SCP-7000 to devise proper containment procedures. Primary containment efforts are to encompass gathering information about the anomaly to determine its nature, whether containment efforts are possible, whether containment efforts are practical, whether containment efforts are desired. Description. SCP-7000 is a hypothesized stoichiokinetic footnote relating to an object's capacity or actively or passively alter the probability of events. I think stochastic kinetic might have been a little bit nicer to roll off the tongue, but stoichiokinetic, okay. Impacting the development of human civilizations. Its most prominent feature is the oscillation of the primary stellar object inhabited by those affected, alternating between Earth and Mars over periods of roughly 100,000 years. This planetary migration is accompanied by the collapse of human society and the deterioration of its technological capabilities to those of the pre-Neolithic period. Said deterioration typically takes place immediately after the migration concludes, although it must be noted that advanced inter-system vessels are used in the endeavor. This is followed by the loss of historical evidence pointing toward the existence of a society which perpetrated it, creating an illusion that humans have naturally evolved on the target planet. The secondary effect of SCP-7000 is its impact on spacefaring efforts tasked with moving human subjects beyond the Sol system. Such efforts inevitably fail due to the aforementioned stoichiokinetic effect through equipment malfunctions and health complications. All precautionary methods developed when accounting for the properties of SCP-7000 do not nullify its effect. And we got some tabs here, starting with Phobos Program, 1949 to 2008. Timendi causa est nascere. Phobos was the first Foundation-sponsored spacefaring program since the Lunar Containment Initiative of 1902. The aim of Phobos was the establishment of outer system research posts to serve as listening stations as well as potential impetus for containment efforts outside the Sol system. Unofficially, the Phobos program was used to expand the Foundation's evacuation capabilities in the event of an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario that would have rendered the Sol system uninhabitable. In such event, selected 500 to 800 human subjects were to be transferred to the established colonies in order to repopulate. Drafts for future terraformation of selected planets as well as post-XK scenario Earth were considered but ultimately deemed infeasible. The program was put on hold after the effect of SCP-7000 was verified in 2008. Phobos Program Mission Log. Mission ID, Vessel, Date, Purpose, Results. Mission Phobos 1, Vessel Utu. Footnote. Utu was a modular outer system station capable of independently operating beyond the Sol system. Date was Redacted 01-1954. The delivery of Phobos 1 to its predetermined location through the use of unmanned long-range space drones was its purpose, and the results. Phobos 1 was successfully delivered. The vessel is ready for housing human subjects. Phobos 2, Vessel Iana. Footnotes. Iana was an inter-system vessel used for the transport of human subjects. Redacted 12-1967. The transportation of 12 subjects to permanently inhabit Phobos 1 was its purpose. The result was CO2 removal systems began failing as the vessel approached the Oort cloud. Despite repair attempts, the crew perished from asphyxiation. Phobos 3, Vessel Enlil. Footnote. Enlil was an experimental Foundation intersystem vessel capable of traveling at 300% the speed of light through the use of the Malkuth drive. In Redacted 09-1972. The conduction of manual checkup on Phobos 1 and Phobos 2's recovery for analysis was its purpose. And the results. Captain Sar suffered a cerebral hemorrhage a few seconds after Phobos 3 entered the Oort cloud. It should be noted that mandatory health checks were performed before the mission, and Captain Sar was not found to be susceptible to the condition. Phobos 4, Vessel Nabu. Nabu was an outer system research vessel tasked with reporting on the presence and nature of anomalies in the Alpha Centauri system. Redacted 04-1990. The delivery of cryopreserved research crew to Alpha Centauri system was its purpose. And the result was communication with the crew of Phobos 4 was cut as the vessel entered Oort cloud. The communication was eventually reestablished, but the vessel sustained damage from an unknown source and its systems, including the autopilot, were beyond repair. Although unconfirmed, it is highly probable that the crew perished from several viable causes ranging from sudden pod depressurization to muscle dystrophy. and the Phobos V vessel Vera. Vera was a standard inter-system vessel created in the Phobos V mission. The design accommodated a single pilot, possessed no manual control, and included advanced vital scanners. That was in Redacted 09-2003. Purpose was determining the existence of an anomalous phenomenon disturbing the progress of the Phobos program. Results was all biological functions of D-3012 ceased after the subject entered the Oort cloud. The vessel's vital scanner confirmed that a spontaneous reaction between the side chain of hemoglobin, carbon dioxide, urea, and sanguinium. Footnote: a chemical element with the symbol Sa and atomic number of redacted found in the Foundation's expanded periodic table. In the presence of a magnesium catalyst took place in the order of D-3012. The product was an anomalous compound capable of terminating the subject in an absence of viable biochemical pathway. Next tab. Human Survivability Hypothesis, a seminar by Dr. Sylvian, performed, redacted 03 of 1999. For a long time, we've known that our species has a long history. Even in our early days, we dismissed the idea that humans had only been around for 100,000 years. Similarly, we have abandoned the notion that the concept of a society is even younger. But whatever such possibility is considered, we encounter the same problem. How did we survive? Every day, it appears that something is threatening our existence, poking holes into that which we understand to be the baseline. We're doing a good job at filling those holes, but the Foundation as we know it today has only been around since the early 1800s. And of course, there are stories of ancient masters of sorcery protecting their tribes, but that couldn't have been enough. As much as we like to idolize the old style of thaumaturgy, it cannot even begin to compare to our modern standards. Our invocations have been perfected through voice synthesis, and our runes are carved with lasers guided by precise computers. But with all that strength, we still struggle. I'll ask again, how did we make it? Was it chance? Some blessed roll of the dice that always favored us? The simple answer is that we didn't. I would like to draw your attention to the image on the screen. These are the ruins discovered beneath the surface of Mars. They date back about 100,000 years, but I see that some of you are already familiar with them. Arches, pillars, temples, channels, and tools, all intended for human use. This is just the beginning. We discovered computers, fuel silos, and even a simple nuclear reactor. But it's not just one fabled lost civilization. We've uncovered layers upon layers of evidence pointing to the extinction of several dead societies on the surface of Mars. Older samples dating back more than 300,000 years had different writing and counting systems than more recent ones. Nonetheless, they all remain human-centric. When we compare this to the relics found on Earth, we can consider our world to exist on a 100,000-year cycle. We rise, we fall. We move to Mars, we rise, we fall. We move to Earth, we rise, we fall. We move back to Mars. At this point, it is difficult to confirm whether Earth is even our homeworld. Then there's the fact that the planet always seems to be tailor-made for us. If it had been a simple case of terraforming, if that is still an appropriate term, we would have seen some evidence of it. We would have come across some ancient machine or its remnants. We never did. This does not even begin to address the loss of history that occurs between cycles. It took a 152-year effort to piece together the shards left by those who came before us. Perhaps the shards they forgot to destroy. Should the cycle be broken? I don't know. I don't know if something bad will happen. I don't know if whatever force is behind all of this is protecting us from an unknown threat. I just don't know. Timendi causa est nascere. Ignorance is the cause of fear, and I am afraid. Next tab. Archaeological site MAR-A12-H90. Synopsis. The following is a translation of a memoir written by an unidentified member of the I-1 civilization, footnote, classification system devised to distinguish between different human civilizations. In this case, I-1 notations refer to a civilization that existed one cycle prior to the current one. Discovered an archaeological site MAR-A-12-H90. It should be noted that the translation is incomplete, and that the majority of the actual wording and sentence structure are based on interpretations. I'm afraid that our world will be quiet forevermore. The Regents, footnote, This could refer to any entity tasked with administering a state of absence in a ruler. It does not necessarily relate to monarchism. Of the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere, footnote, the cardinal directions north and south are also used to indicate up and down in other text. Gathered. The land no longer provides us with food. The skies have turned dark. Footnote. The color dark can be used to describe the religious concept of hell. The seas become red. The searing flesh in our Cryonics, footnote, refers to both the silicate mineral as well as the extinct Martian animal phylum most comparable to the modern arthropods. The literally ice mountains extend further and further, encroaching on our land. But there is hope/possibility. The reagents, in their infinite wisdom, have literally conditioned our progress. 55 mighty vessels, footnote, a general term used to describe any kind of vehicle, are to be prepared. They will bring us to the green one, footnote, relating to Earth, referring to Earth. If I am lucky enough to be given the honor of being chosen for the exit/exodus, people are fearful. We've tried crossing beyond the golden star, footnote, referring to the Sol system, but always failed. People try to blame the regents. What a horrible thing. But I'm also filled with yellow, footnote, a figure of speech used to express anxiety. We will be forced to abandon our iron cities/countries, footnote. In all texts originating from the I-1 civilization, there is no distinction between the concept of a settlement and a country. We'll be forced to say goodbye to the white skies of our world, but we will survive. Complete ending, footnote, a phrase used as a common sign-off. Okay, it's a little truncated. The spacefaring division of the R&D department believed that the effects of SCP-7000 could be negated by shifting through a I don't know but how would I pronounce that? That's a logic term. It's a subset class, pocket reality, I guess. A pocket reality which exists entirely within the baseline reality. I guess that makes sense. The following is a series of logs produced by Agent Koenig during his time beyond the Oort Belt. All text, audio, and video files currently under review before being forwarded to the Overseer Council. Phobos Program Mission Log. Mission ID Phobos 6. Vessel Hammurabi. Footnote, Hammurabi was the Foundation's first outer system vessel designed to utilize induction through multipotent level rather than pluripotent level entities. This highly increased the reliability of the MacLeod drive at the cost of its speed. Date, Redacted 01-2012. Purpose, traveling beyond the effects of SCP-7000. Results, see below. Video log. Begin log. At 0000, the automatic monitoring system of Phobos 6 is turned on. The vessel maneuvers its way around planetesimals comprised primarily of solid water and methane. A little typo there. Scattered throughout are hulks of various space shuttles, the majority of which are yet to be identified. Phobos 2 is found amongst the debris. At 14 minutes, a sound is heard or 14 seconds. Doesn't say what metric we're using. At 0014, a sound is heard as the debris impacts the starboard section of the vessel. The damage is superficial. At 0032, the ship's MacLeod drive is engaged. The pluripotent level entity, footnote, relating to the entity's ability to alter the superficial structure of the universe on a local and non-absolute scale, is successfully conjured, taking the form of a white flame with 13 avian wings. I see. It wraps itself around the vessel as per the Covenant, footnote, an agreement between the SCP Foundation and all multipotent level entities which permits their existence. The monitoring system is turned off. End log. Video log. Begin log. At 0000, the navigation system confirms that the vessel has currently passed through the Oort cloud. And Agent Koenig examines both himself and the Phobos 6. No complications are detected. At 0004, the monitoring system of the Phobos 6 is manually turned on. A ring-shaped structure can be seen in front of the vessel, measuring roughly 1,500 kilometers in diameter. Wow. The structure is mostly made of white, ceramic-like material. Unidentified purple writing is found on its circumference. The ring begins to rotate as it approaches Phobos 6. At 0006, there is an attempt at communication. The structure responds by sending a radio signal in the 26.8 to 27.2 megahertz range. Cross-referencing the signal with the ship aboard achieves archives fails. At 0015, needle-like structures protrude from the ring, piercing the hull of the Phobos 6 in several places. Monitoring system is disabled. End log. Audio log. Begin log. I have been trying to record this message 3 times now. I'm not entirely sure where I am. It's dark in here, pitch black. Something happened. I'm in well, it's a room of sorts. No doors, no windows. There was a humming sound, the kind you would get from an overloaded wire. Speaking of wires, circuit patterns are imprinted on the walls here. They're glowing, but very faintly. At least, I think they're glowing. Could just be my eyes. I took my Euler's footnote, a chemical compound used to counter the anomalous behavior of neurotransmitters. So I'm certain that I'm still alive and not just imagining being alive. Still got a few left. I'm lucid. Sorry. The Eulers are still doing their thing. I will stop recording for now. End log. Journal log. The walls of the chamber moved, flooding it with a filthy white light. Getting up, I walked towards the exit, and when my eyes finally adjusted to the brightness, I saw it. At the frame of the newly constructed entrance, there stood a silhouette. It wore a deep blue ankle-length overcoat adorned with copper accents. On its face was a featureless mask comprised of the same metal. It motioned with its walking staff for me to leave the room. I immediately noticed how tense the creature was around me, although its face was covered. The figure's body language plainly indicated defensiveness. It appeared to be ready for me to leap at its neck. Wherever this apprehension came from, I could not tell. Nonetheless, I continued following it. As we walked, it finally decided to speak, introducing itself as a ambassador. It would have asked it something. I would have asked it something, anything, if it weren't still in a daze. All I could muster was a meager, "Is that your true name?" After which it politely explained to me that it did not wish to strain my throat with its birth name. The ambassador stopped in front of a wall after tapping it with his walking stick thrice. It opened. It told me to sit and wait, that it would talk to me at a later date. I'm currently in a more luxurious room. It is mostly empty, save for a bed constructed in the style of most comparable to Art Nouveau. The bed is extremely comfortable, floating about a half-meter above the ground. But my lodging is not important. What is important is the fact that the thing seems eager to entertain my curiosity. So getting an interview with it should be easy. Interview log. Do you want to be the ambassador?
Certainly.
All right. Begin log.
You are a human.
I am, and you are.
This is unfortunate.
And you are.
Just a messenger.
Messenger? Are you an angel?
No, I am a messenger for the true state, for Empire of Man.
Thank God. Wait, so are you human?
I am.
You are, huh? Is that right? There are others out there.
Billions.
Billions. Why haven't you contacted us?
There was no need to do so, but you have forced our hand, and so we will speak.
Why?
Because I know that whoever you answer to favors the greater good, and so you will stop, and I will make sure that you do. Please, send this message to whoever oversees your overseers.
I don't think I understand.
Would you like to see it for yourself?
Yes. Yes, I would. End log. Journal log. The ambassador permitted me to visit one of the cities in his empire. Perhaps visit isn't the proper term, since I was shipbound throughout. It was a shame, to say the least. Our vessel looked over a planet, the name of which I had estimated from his strange phonetics to be Dokoth. The people waved at us from the large crystalline city, a red blister in the planet's white desert. By its side, several channels of blue water pierced the monotony of the sand. They stretched in every direction, yet ultimately led nowhere. People wandering the streets wore multicolored overcoats decorated with geometric patterns, with a few choosing to sport a mask similar to that of the ambassador. When I saw those who were unmasked, I knew it was among humans. Many things in this world attempt to imitate us. Some use our faces to camouflage, to hunt. Others simply want to be a part of our communities. I've trained my brain to be pretty good at telling the difference between humans and the pretenders, going beyond the instinctive feeling of the uncanny valley. Those were humans. I'd wager my career on it. I just stood there for a moment, watching. I watched children play by the side of a small fountain. They threw jade rocks into its water. Whatever the reason behind it was, well, whether it had been anything to do with some ancient tradition or simply a common delight of watching the water splash, I could not tell. I watched the merry men slowly floating down the planet's many channels, drinking purple liquid from thin vials. Even the seemingly stoic oarsmen joined in their banter. I watched a group of young men racing through the desert while riding atop slender horse-like creatures, grabbing tightly onto their red skin as they threw sand and dust in the air. When one of the jockeys fell, it did very little to deter him. He simply laughed and climbed back atop the eyeless crimson steed. I wasn't sure how to feel. On one hand, I witnessed an incredible human achievement. But then again, those were not my people. Interview log. Begin log. I will ask you again, why haven't you contacted us?
Interacting with you is not something we wanted. There is a reason we have constrained you to the Sol system.
But we are both humans. Why am I the only one in here looking out? Why am I the only one in here looking out for our species?
What do you want us to do? Gift your people our creations just because they exist?
No, of course not. We could also help you. The Foundation has achieved a lot. I'm not sure when the last time when was the last time you surveyed our planet, but we are no longer a group of witch hunters. We don't capture or kill the anomalous for gold. We've evolved beyond that, finding a new purpose.
We are aware. My people do not doubt your strength. They also don't doubt your morals. The issue comes with your existence.
So why reject us? You have this empire of man, but you exclude our homeworld?
Our homeworld? Earth. Earth is not our homeworld. It is simply a planet we have selected for you. It was mostly for convenience.
This doesn't justify just leaving us there.
It is necessary, I am afraid.
Why? Why is this necessary? Why is any of this necessary?
Our first achievement as a species, the first achievement that was worth recording, was the construction of a great machine in the heart of the universe. We gifted it with the ability to alter probability. It was the only way that we can ensure a society based on merit. But there were those who affected the odds, those who could not be managed, those who ripped the rationality out of its existence. People like you. And so we detained them in accordance with the machine's instructions. Do you know why people die?
What?
Do you know why people die?
Well, I suppose their bodies stop working. That is, if we're talking about organic death.
Bad fortune. Death is an equilibrium, not just a binary transition from being alive to not alive. The machine keeps the equilibrium in our favor. You would cause it to fail, killing billions.
Is killing really a proper term? Are you that detached from our roots that the idea of dying from natural causes disturbs you?
I am not ashamed. Death is a horrible thing. Oh, it has been a while. I never considered it before, but I am quite sure I'm the only person in the Empire who still knows that word.
But there must be other ways of dying in your society. Looks down at his holster. What if I were to point a gun at your head?
It wouldn't fire.
What if I made sure that it would?
It wouldn't.
End log. Someone's got to keep this from 0511 or whoever it was in What Comes After. Whoever's obsessed with not dying.
Oh.
Journal log. Yeah. For all our achievements, stoichiokinetics are a foreign science to us. We tried to measure, quantify, or even define luck as something which can be placed on a number line like humans. But maybe we were never meant to master it. Maybe our existence makes it inherently impossible to do so. The ambassador seems to agree. After all, we are those who affected the odds. Although, in my opinion, a more proper term would be those who create the odds. There is no luck without us. There is only peace. Interview log. Begin log. You seem to be at least aware of our existence, but how much do you actually know about the SCP Foundation?
Your group, yes. You are one of the strongest organizations when it comes to the occult. If you apply yourself, you could break the filter permanently.
You don't sound concerned.
A dog could also break its fence, but why would it? All that it needs is surrounded by the fence, and it protects it from the outside. I hope that metaphor wasn't offensive.
What exactly makes us stronger than any other? I'm being too optimistic about the future, but my world is early into its development. At least, that's what I'd like to believe.
It is not what you have achieved per se. It is your attitude. In every single other cycle, the men either worshipped or feared the occult. Pointing at you, You were the first to cage it, the first to study it, the first to use it, the first to master it. It is for this reason that, even at such an early age, you threatened us with your existence.
And log. Interview log. Begin log. What is your opinion on the cycles?
I fully endorse the system.
Some would call it cruel.
Some would call you cruel. What you need to understand is that any human civilization will always grow up with the desire to explore. Explore their continents, explore their oceans, explore their skies, and then explore their stars. And so, we make sure that they implode in on themselves before they can discover the filter and attempt to cross it.
Where does this desire come from?
It doesn't come from anywhere. It is simply an integral aspect of our species.
Like the desire to create.
Yes, like the desire to create. Create tools, create shelters, create weapons. We explore and then share tales about what we saw. But there is always a need for more. Better tools, bigger shelters, stronger weapons. And once mapped, even an entire planet appears small. You must understand this as a spaceman.
I do. I really do. But does that justify it?
There is nothing to justify. I do not understand why you have an issue with it. It is a cycle. So what? Our body's production of energy is also a cycle. What makes the concept of a cycle so bad in your eyes? Unique civilizations will rise, and unique civilizations shall fall. No system, belief, or idea will overstay its welcome. Truth be told, I almost envy you.
Why is that?
Where I come from, everything is the same. It has always been the same. The men who oversee all that is worth doing never change, and neither does their will.
What is your government like? I'm assuming that it's a form of an oligarchy, correct?
That word has a negative connotation in your land, does it not? Well, I believe you should be thankful to our leaders. Your existence caused the first and only schism within our society since the machine was created. But you persist. They allowed you to persist.
There was a struggle over it?
Yes, many opposed your existence. Many still do.
And log. Cimmerian is also ready to come in for 1 to 2 hours, he says.
All right.
I have him in ASAP. Journal log. The ambassador made it clear that their world is not without conflict. They still haven't cured every disease, fed every man, or solved every moral quandary. Suffering and immortality, after all, are not mutually exclusive. But this world, this empire, is wonderful. It was then that I understood why. Uncertainty does not exist for those people. They fail because they fail, and they succeed because they succeed. And so they don't waste time pondering what it will be next, because that depends on nothing more than their merit. Interview log. Let me know when you're about to have him in. Make sure.
He is currently in and on mute.
Oh, great. Hello.
Yeah, I'm just being quiet.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm well.
Cimmerian,
Sort of.
everybody. The Dr. Cimmerian, not a doctor. All right.
Not a real doctor.
Oh, yeah, you can be a doctor if you want to be.
Yeah, I'm a doctor. I'm just not a real doctor.
Sure. Fake
Respect the
doctor,
real fake
Cimmerian.
doctors.
Yep. Faux Dr. Mark to Cimmerian. That's great. All right. Interview log. Begin log. Go ahead, Ambassador.
It is time for you to leave.
May I ask you one more question?
You have earned that much.
Okay, because it's a long one. If your entire society depends on the lack of death and the absence of uncertainty, if we pose so much threat to your kind, why not wipe us out? Why not kill us? You have the technology to build an empire amongst the stars, your empire of billions. Murdering a few primitives can't be too taxing on your resources. There's always a chance that one of us slips through again. There's always some chance that your filter will be compromised. If not by the Foundation, then by somebody else, some other time, in some other cycles. So why don't you just kill us?
That would be cruel.
And log. Vote of the Oversea Council. Motion 7001. Motion. The reclassification of SCP-7000 as an Archon-class object, subsequently halting all containment efforts. 051. Nay. Comment. If the cycle of SCP-7000 is allowed to continue, then all that we have worked on would be completely worthless. Every milestone our kind achieves will be a sandcastle waiting to be washed away by the waves of time. The goal of the SCP Foundation has always been to physically protect humankind, but that is hardly enough. To fulfill our true goal, we must allow the human spirit of discovery, progress, and wonder to prevail. 052.
Shall we take these like one each and just keep running them down? Alternate them?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
052. Yay. Comment. Envy is a sin. The only reason we are having this conversation right now is that we envy the other humans. We envy their empire. We envy their immortality. We envy their machine. We envy the fact that they will persist while we perish. But is this any reason to turn against them?
You want to take the next one, Cimmerian?
Absolutely. Well, I consider trying to dismantle SCP-7000 in any way to be a waste of the Foundation's resources. And even if it could be done, it really should not be our primary concern. Far from it. Besides, stoichokinetics aren't really a proper branch of science when compared to something more grounded like thaumaturgy. I have 39 other proposals prepared which could easily replace the Phobos program if we only could redistribute the funding, so I vote yay.
057. There isn't a need for us to do anything. The anomaly is essentially self-containing, and as far as I'm concerned, that means our goal is fulfilled. I vote yay.
I am not
0510.
0510. I am not extremely fond of having an organization capable of wiping us out at will looking over our shoulder as we develop. They may say that they just want to leave us alone, but even the will of a most absolute despot can change. And then what? We need to be harsh. We need to be firm. We need to be the ones setting the boundaries. I vote nay.
0511.
I don't want anyone to mistake my vote as me wishing to risk a genocide just because I found myself capable of poking at their lifeline. I just want to prod them a little so they can't ignore us. That will make their machine work for us one way or another. We will make sure that their life depends on it. Ad astra per aspera, my friends.
I knew it. I knew he'd be into it. 0513. This unit was created with the purpose of recommending a course of action based on the Foundation's modus operandi principles and guidelines. One such guideline is the preservation of humankind. The creatures behind the effect of SCP-7000 are humans. As such, it has decided to preserve them, even if it means nurturing its creators in the process. Yay. Council vote summary. 052, yay. 055, yay. 057, yay. And 0513, yay. Nays are 051, nay. 0510, nay. And 0511, nay. Abstains 053, 054, 056, 058, 059, and 0512. So it was approved. Great. Updated containment procedures. SCP-7000. Level 4, secret. Containment class, esoteric. Secondary class, archon. Disruption class, dark. Risk class, critical. Special containment procedures. No specific containment action is necessary. Cool. So I liked it. I just think there's some clunky bits. A few typos, not a big deal. It's pretty long.
Not that long.
Yeah, I mean,
comparatively.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare anything to Manguka and the High Castle, 20,000 words, everything's going to look like a little blurb. But the Oversea and the Oversea Council, I think that was a mistake.
I believe that to be the case. That would be my guess.
Yeah. And then there was another thing. It was comprised and composed, and then you kind of like put half the word in somewhere around here.
Oh, don't worry, chat.
Yeah,
I
planetismals.
smoked the porn bot that came in again.
Ah, porn bots, great. We love it. Love to see it. Get out of here. Yeah, that's an upvote for me, easily.
This one's definitely. I felt some like Gurren Lagann vibes as it went on, and that was very pleasing to me. Humanity trying to like break out of its bonds and being contained by a higher entity situation.
Yeah, and then just turning out to be more humans. It's cool.
I like the tone of the ambassador and the agent, so very upvote from me.
Yeah. Good dialogue.
Cool.
Stoichokinetic. I think that's the first time that's been used in the Foundation's nomenclature, right? I've never read that before.
I've never seen that word before.
I would not be 100% on that, but maybe.
I'm sure it's a mixture of stochastic and kinetic, which makes a lot of sense. It's cool. I like it. Moving on.
Quick ad break. Number 1, the Dr. Cimmerian special, since he is here.
Hello. Absolutely. I would like it very much if you would donate to my GoFundMe. I believe there is a link in the description. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not wrong at all.
There's a link in the description. I would very much appreciate any, as long as you can donate. Don't, put yourself in a bad spot to do so. But yeah, it's been, I think, 10 days since the last donation, so I'm starting to think it's just wrapped up completely at this point. But if you can donate, I would very much like you to go over and do so.
Every donation buys gasoline for the wood chipper that we're going to use to cut every tree in Alabama down and put it into fine splinters.
Fine splinters, and we'll also use some of it to rebuild the hole in his roof.
Insulated
and
with
replace
money, of course.
replace the entire life of stuff I just lost.
Yes, so I have someone making all wooden stuff: wooden bed, wooden mattress, wooden desk, wooden monitors for your computer, all sorts of wood stuff.
I need to get a new bed because the one I have right now just isn't working, and right now I'm kind of just sleeping on the floor on like a cushion. Oh boy.
Oof.
That's rough. It beats having the waterbed.
That's fair. I got a cot, and I'm too heavy, and it doesn't support me properly. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
And personal ads for the ad break. On my end, you can go support Lot 1 Productions on YouTube. They are doing the SCP Redacted miniseries that's dropping in the next couple of months. They've got 5 episodes. They just released the official trailer, which reveals 2, if not more, of the anomalies that are going to be in the series. So go subscribe to them, watch their videos, get their watch hours up so they are monetized, so that they can actually get paid for this deal. Because if they have to drop 5 episodes, it would be nice if they got paid for all 5 and not had to use number 1 just to get monetized. So go help those guys out. And for Billith, I put your Twitch up.
Perfect. Yeah, go check out twitch.tv/Billith. We stream multiple times a week usually. I've been pretty busy with the album, but now I'm going to be streaming again just regularly. Come over. We're going to play Phasmophobia. We'll play some horror games. We have a full cast of SCP folks, off-site and on-site people. We're all make plenty of SCP jokes. So just come on over there and have a good time.
Make sure you're subbed to Billith on Twitch, because we're looking at how many articles there are, and in the next 2 weeks of August, before the content ends, we're trying to get all these 7K in, because it wouldn't be fair if we missed anyone before the voting's done. And so we're doing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays for the next 2 weeks, 3 streams a week. And if that's not going to get the job done, then Billith is going to have to pick up the slack while I'm working my day job. And
I will stream every day. I will do readings every day. I'll read while I'm playing Phasmophobia. You'll see.
You'll get the Phasmophobia team in on it as well.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, actually, maybe you should start recruiting other people to do other times and other days if you're, because otherwise I don't think you're going to get done in time.
That's what we're looking at for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna do what we can, and we're gonna do it. We're gonna get it done.
Gonna get it done. All right,
Yeah.
so with
Speaking of,
that, speaking of,
we should get
Speaking of,
started.
yes,
yeah, here we go. We are
absolutely.
moving on to SCP-7000 Fortunate Souls by the Dark Artist.
Dark Artist. I don't know that name. All right,
Vessel Area
cool.
7. Let me get this formatted
Ooh,
for
look at this
YouTube.
theme.
It's pretty.
Maritime.
With a theme that pretty,
We have a sidebar. I'm not seeing any collapsibles.
The
Just a long
sidebars.
sidebar.
That's fun. I wonder how's it display on mobile? Anyway.
All right, Sim, you want to start us up?
Sure. Notice from the Records and Information Security Administration. The following file describes an anomaly that is currently in the process of being studied. As such, the contents which may be subject to change, the contents within may be subject to change as further intel is gathered. Item number, SCP-7000. Object class pending. Site responsible, Abyss, Area 7, Antarctica. Area 13. Director, Dar Ian. Research head, Researcher Avery Cato. Assigned task force, STF some symbol -1. Level 3, 7000 confidential. An image of Sector B of SCP-7000-A is captured by UAVS symbol. Does anyone know what that symbol is?
Not a clue.
I'm looking it up.
All right. You tell me when I get done with the next section.
It's the runic alphabet. It's an Anglo-Saxon Fiboric called Ing, I-N-G, representing.
Okay.
Yeah. Ing.
UAVS Ing-2. Special containment procedures. A 33-kilometer radius perimeter has been established around SCP-7000-A, restricting access to it and all contents within. The perimeter extends from base sea level to -13 kilometers. At this point, a specialized foundation site has been established, and Stationary Task Force Ing-1, Abyssal Pilgrims, has been stationed within. Ships and other seafaring vessels are allowed within the uppermost 3 kilometers of the said perimeter following Foundation-mandated inspection. Provisional outposts have been established around the perimeter for approving or rerouting of vessels. Expeditions into the area, expeditions into the region SCP-7000-B presumably occupies are to be strictly discouraged and diverted. A specialized Foundation site has been established in southern Antarctica. Figure 1-2, an image of the location of SCP-7000-A in the Bering Sea. There's a little side thing here for Stationary Task Force Ing-1. Let's read that real quick. STF Ing-1 Abyssal Pilgrims, currently stationed at Abyssal Area 7 as well as Antarctic Area 13, was created with the sole purpose of monitoring, exploring, and if necessary, neutralizing SCP-7000 related anomalies. STF Ing-1 currently performs bi-weekly drone reconnaissance of SCP-7000-A as well as monthly expeditions in order to locate SCP-7000-B. UPD. Due to current circumstances that have taken up a grand majority of the Foundation's time and funding, further reconnaissance of SCP-7000 will not be taking place. Should SCP-7000-B be discovered or exit its presumed location, STF Ing-1 is to enact Protocol, again, another runic symbol on, we're not going to bother looking up, Protocol 7000-symbol, in which attempted neutralization of SCP-7000-B is carried out. STF Ing-1 will be given resources necessary for neutralization should the protocol be enacted. Description. SCP-7000 is the collective designation given to the submerged remains of a massive reptilian creature, SCP-7000-A, and multiple objects and creatures of interest related to SCP-7000-A. SCP-7000-A measures approximately 11 kilometers in length, though exact measurements are difficult to determine due to 37% of SCP-7000-A being currently covered by the seafloor. The decay of SCP-7000's carcass causes the expulsion of extremely large amounts of CH4, which, if left unchecked, could threaten the Veil. SCP-7000-A-1 designates the edifices which were constructed by the humanoid race that inhabited SCP-7000-A. These structures have been determined to have served as residences, and evidence of rudimentary agriculture has been identified in their vicinity. The oldest artifacts found within SCP-7000-A bear significant resemblance to items typical to Viking cultures of Northern Europe from 793 to 1066 AD, the similarity of which lessens with the most recent artifacts, suggesting a cultural divide over time. SCP-7000-A is believed to have existed for thousands of years prior to human activity existing within it. It is currently unknown how civilization existed within the body of SCP-7000-A. Oh, this is Jormungandr. That's the joke. Okay. 7000-A as well as its cause of death. SCP-7000-B is, according to witness testimony, a massive quadrupedal avian creature currently residing in an unknown location within southern Antarctica, presumably in a dormant state. Though SCP-7000-B is currently uncontained and its whereabouts are unknown, its presence is strongly supported by the existence of 7000-A, various mythologies, and witness sightings. Addendum 7001 Expeditions. Discovery. SCP-7000 was discovered during an investigation into a suspected geothermic anomaly. Said activity now confirmed to be directly connected to the decay of SCP-7000-A and had resulted in several large-scale CH4 explosions which revealed a large portion of SCP-7000-A's frame. An exploratory mission by a drone was conducted, which revealed the presence of 7000-A-1 instances primarily in the area of the upper gastrointestinal tract, with the exception of the mouth and esophagus, assuming the creature's anatomy included them. SCP-7000-A-1 instances housed several artifacts common to Viking settlements of the 10th and 11th centuries, such as weapons, jewelry, and statuettes. Metal and wood were present in only the oldest of recovered items, while more recent items were constructed exclusively of bone, cartilage, and plant-based adhesives. The discovered artifacts, as well as the runic inscriptions found in most of SCP-7000-A-1 instances, has given rise to a theory linked to the deceased SCP-7000-A that to the Viking mythos. Similarly, the likeness of SCP-7000-B depicted by the discovered statuettes is theorized to be of mythic origin. Drone Reconnaissance Log 1. UAV Ing-2 exits Abyssal Area 7, rapidly approaching SCP-7000-A's Sector B, and enters SCP-7000-A's carcass through what is presumed to be its abdominal cavity. UAVS Ing-2 searches the area for 39 minutes before spotting the remains of structures. A total of 17 structures of differing appearance and states are identified in the general area. The most well-preserved of structures bears symbols theorized to be of runic scripture. A further 46 structures are identified as UAVS Ing-2, reaches the lower stomach area. The ruins located at the center of the cluster are significantly larger than any other structure in the area, and have been marked with a larger number of runes as opposed to the surrounding ruins. UAVS Ing-2 briefly spots the runes glowing slightly, although this does not occur more than once. UAVS Ing-2 moves in to investigate the larger ruins. Several statuettes depicting an avian creature are located in each corner of the space that composes the largest room of the structure. For a brief moment, the sound recording equipment picks up faint sounds of human speech from an undetermined source. UAVS Ing-2 leaves the structure to investigate. UAVS Ing-2 draws nearer to what appears to be SCP-7000-A's intestinal tract. The unit recognizes several mounds of heavily decomposed human skeletons evenly spread in the general area. A large number of the previously seen runes have been carved into SCP-7000-A's nearby bones. UAVS Ing-2 exits SCP-7000-A shortly before arriving at Abyssal Area 7. And there's an image with a description. Figure 1.5, still image from UAVS Ing-2's camera feed. Quality improved for visibility. That's improved, okay. How bad must it have been in the first place? We have a discussion here with multiple people, but I get 3 different people. Perfect. There's 3 of us.
Perfect.
I'll take the obviously the narration, and we'll just go with Void Worm.
All right. I'll be Stingray.
I shall be luminous.
All right. Manned Reconnaissance Log STF-ING-1. Members present. Voidworm, Captain, Stingray-2, and Luminous-3. STF-ING-1 proceeds to SCP-7000-A following the route UAVS-ING-2 took. Voidworm. All right, you know the drill. Get in there, recover items that you think will be useful. No one leaves the group or the route the drone took.
Copy.
The team reaches the area housing multiple structures. Several objects are found and extracted for later study.
Guys, come take a look at this. How'd the drone miss this?
Looks like a big slab of bone. Must have looked like a wall if UAVS was too close to it.
Let's see what we have here then. At least it's something other than just runes. Kind of worn out, but I mean, you should be able to get a little look once we haul this up.
This thing must weigh at least 4 tons. Will we have to bring this thing up?
Nah, they'll send a team to get this thing up here without turning it into rubble. Get a good shot of it, and then we'll just move on. 41 minutes pass. STF-ING-1 investigates the area closer to the lung cavity of SCP-7000-A.
Your equipment are picking this up? Concentrations of methane, something toxic. Number keeps climbing slowly.
Keep moving. We'll turn back if it gets too nasty further up. The team proceeds further, but is instructed to take a sample of the water and turn back as the concentration of toxic substances in the surrounding environment is estimated to become highly unsafe. STF-ING-1 heads towards the location of the discovered human remains. The team's equipment picks up high concentrations of Eve in the area, the source of which is identified as the human remains scattered in the general area. Sorry. The runic symbols carved into the nearby bones of SCP-7000-A glow faintly in irregular patterns.
Do the runes react to us?
Probably just the surrounding concentration of Eve. Runes back of the structure didn't react at all. Grab one and stand by for further instructions.
Take unidentified voice. Sounds fine.
The team's... I keep forgetting that I'm doing the narration right after voice. The team's equipment picks up faint sounds of human speech, translated to English for the sake of clarity.
Our forefathers, last of...
Chatter, 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 chatter.
You hear that?
Sounds like it's coming from all around us. Just listen.
Ragnarok, new world for us. Chanting and rhythmic shouting.
Chanting.
Men of North, return home. Dragon and Hawk, move on.
The runes flicker.
World of man, not beast.
A distant explosion is heard. STF-ING-1 is instructed to return to Abyssal Area 7. The team exits SCP-7000-A through the same route as UAVS-ING-2. Addendum 7002 Folkloristic Department Involvement. What a name for a department. Recovered items analysis. Item number 1, Runestone. Item was recovered from the abdominal region of SCP-7000-A and is seen in the still from UAVS ING-2 camera feed from above. These runes have several connections to Norse mythology and the concept of Hamingja, an abstract part of one's being, or in modern times, a soul that signifies luck, naturally inherited from... that's how it ties into the theme. Naturally inherited from deceased family members. The runes were used in the 9th to 11th centuries by Viking civilizations in order to channel Hamingja from themselves into another being. It is unknown what use they had to the civilization within SCP-7000-A and why they were carved into its bone and cartilage. Item number 2, Skeleton. Item was recovered from the intestinal region of SCP-7000-A with traces of Eve. Skeleton is fully decomposed and had algae covering most of its entire surface area when it was discovered. It is believed to have been a young female, though this is not currently confirmed due to the age of the remains. The skeleton's clothing is heavily decomposed, but is believed to have been formal, suggesting the individual was attending a potentially religious event or gathering at the time of their death. Item number 3, Statue. Item was recovered in the ruins of a structure within SCP-7000-A. The statue is 2 meters tall and is a quadrupedal creature with a bird-like head and wings resembling those of members of the Buto genus. The statue was discovered with several others, including one resembling a dragon-like entity and another resembling a serpentine entity. Item number 4, Bone carving. Item was recovered from the abdominal region of SCP-7000-A within an SCP-7000-A-1 structure. The item is 3 meters wide and 0.5 meters high, approximately. A sample of SCP-7000-A's skeleton with various depictions and images carved into it. The images depicted are as follows, left to right. A creature resembling a dragon with various gashes and scars climbs up a surface. Lightning can be seen surging towards it from above. 2. Individuals look up at a storm that is above them while standing near a body of water. Multiple individuals are dead, with the ground below them charred, suggesting lightning strikes. It is believed that the Vikings assumed that these phenomena were caused by Ragnarok, a series of events that results in all land on Earth being submerged in water prior to emerging anew. 3. The dragon-like creature emerges from the body of water and converses with the individuals. 4. The carving ends in runes depicting the Norse concepts of alliance and soul. I'm going to keep reading, but I'm going to take a drink real quick. Addendum 7000-3. Relevant mythology review. Included below is a relevant excerpt from an On Norse Mythology, a paper by the Department of Folkloristics senior researcher Anthony Leonard. And then there's an image with a caption of Norse myths of gigafauna, Nidhogg. One of the central figures in the legend of Ragnarok, the Nidhogger, is a well-known being in Norse mythology. Described to be a dragon-like creature, its recurring role in the mythic tales is that of a villainous monster. Nidhogger is told to be biting the roots of Yggdrasil, the tree of life, and creation central to the premise of Norse cosmology, as well as devouring the bodies of criminals as a form of punishment. Due to SCP-7000-A's reptilian physique, immense size, and connection to Norse mythology, the Department of Folkloristics research team proposes the theory of SCP-7000-A's identity being the same as Nidhogger. Despite Nidhogger's role in the legend of Ragnarok, any significant risk to the Veil or human life seems neutralized. Now, this one I do not know how to pronounce. Vedrfolnir, I'll have to do, is consistently described as a hawk sitting between the eyes of a great unnamed eagle, which in turn is perched on top of the Yggdrasil tree. The assumed symbolism of this is a controversial topic among mythologies. Residing atop the Tree of Creation, it naturally has a rivalry with the dragon Nidhogger, which aims to damage the tree. Battles between the two are brutal, though not decisive. Due to the SCP-7000-B's supposed avian physique and immense size, as well as its apparent connection to SCP-7000-A, the Department of Folkloristics research team proposes that SCP-7000-B is Verdolfolnir. The item analysis, as well as known mythology, suggests that in the event of SCP-7000-B becoming active, the ramifications to the Veil and human life could be immense. Neutralization of SCP-7000-B is recommended should it be located. Addendum 7004, Expeditions. Does somebody else want to take this?
Yeah, I can jump in on you. Irrelevant entries collapsed. Drone Reconnaissance Log L3. UAVS ING-54 exits Abyssal Area 7 through the bottommost exit and approaches SCP-7000-A. Prior to having reached any sector of SCP-7000-A, UAVS ING-54 catches an ultra-low frequency sound, originating from a location over 15,000 kilometers away from it. Media and other organizations catch this frequency as well. Research into this phenomena is currently underway. Contact with UAVS ING-54 is lost without it having entered SCP-7000-A. It is considered lost. All blank. Notice from the Overseer Council. Following the recent MH class scenario, SCP-5391, the contents of this file have been declassified. The veil has been lifted. This is now a war on all fronts. Item number, SCP-7000. Object class, Tiamat. Site responsible, Abyss Area 7, Antarctica Area 13. Director, Dar Ian. Researcher head, Researcher Mikasa Kaori. Assigned task force, STF-ING-1, Mobile Task Force H5. Level 1, 7000. Unrestricted classification. IT Department Memorandum. If you receive any display errors within this file, ask your site's IT department. Head for any potential ongoing connectivity issues. We apologize for the inconvenience. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the shattering of the veil, prior containment procedures focused on concealing SCP-7000 A and B have been rescinded. Further expeditions into SCP-7000-A are discouraged. A large number of the Foundation's resources have been redirected from their previous projects to permit the neutralization of SCP-7000-B, as it has become a top priority. Description. Previous paragraphs collapse for brevity. SCP-7000-B refers to a massive quadrupedal avian creature currently orbiting Earth at 84 kilometers an hour, approximately. SCP-7000-B's flight patterns indicate that it is looking for SCP-7000-A. The entity's ability to detect Eve patterns reinforces this hypothesis. It is believed that it is utilizing this ability to detect the high-density, low-energy Eve pattern emitted by SCP-7000-A's corpse. Nevertheless, SCP-7000-B's inability to accurately locate SCP-7000-A is likely a result of the disruption of Eve patterns caused by the foreign Eve of the corpses within. SCP-7000-B is capable of conjuring massive supercell thunderstorms, teletsunamis, and hurricanes of varying stages through poorly understood means, currently believed to be based on the transformation of Eve into thaumaturgy. SCP-7000-B recently emerged from a dormant state at a location north of Palmer Land, Antarctica, causing multiple Antarctic ice quakes, the partial destruction of SCP-7000-A's interior, and an ultra-low frequency sound that was heard throughout the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. SCP-7000-C is the provisional designation given to the runic language encountered in SCP-7000-A-1 instances, as well as some on SCP-7000-A's exposed skeleton. Whilst poorly, if at all, understood at the moment, SCP-7000-C has proven to be anomalous. Research into these runes has been delegated to Group of Interest 211. Addendum 7005. Recovered file. The following file was recovered by Mikasa Kaori, head of the Key Project, in her SkipNet email. Key Project refers to SCP-5514. High B Technologies. Fixing tomorrow. Grant request for the reconstruction of a Foundation-built robot. Submitted unanimously, 1998. Problem. Recent events stem from the cybernetic modification of the corpse of the Crocetus gigantus have caused complications for the exchange and distribution of files with external clients and employees respectively. This is due to the intense, abundant storms that have been taking place due to Extripidae gigantus. Footnote, a large-scale aggressor. Solution. HYBT has come to the conclusion that SCP-5514 is required for the neutralization of the Extripidae gigantus due to the failure of other attempts carried out by HYBT to neutralize the entity, and has decided to formally request the Foundation to allow HYBT to reconstruct SCP-5514. SCP-5514 being an anomalously augmented mech created by the SCP Foundation and the United Nations Global Occult Coalition to neutralize large-scale aggressors. Business case. The current SCP-5514 is not only in an unusable state, but counts with somewhat subpar weaponry, which High BT believes is not appropriate for the neutralization of the LSA in question. Nevertheless, HYBT possesses knowledge and technology that will allow for the augmentation of SCP-5514 to such a level that the Extripidae gigantus will be neutralized. Use of funding. If the Foundation agrees with the deal proposed by the High BT, funding is not expected to be an issue. If the Foundation does not agree with the deal, the project is not expected to be able to take off. If current time estimates are correct, the process will take under a week. The Overseer Council, as well as the Key Project Board, have approved the project and message High B Technologies to resolve the funding issue, as well as to aid with development.
Real quick, before we move on to the next addendum, I'd like to thank somebody who donated to the GoFundMe just now.
Oh. Do it.
Oh. Ben Oberhart. Thank you very much for your donation. I appreciate it.
Hooray!
Thank you, Ben. It's much
10 Days
appreciated.
Straight Broken.
Yeah. It's great.
Sorry, I
keep
didn't
it
mean to
going.
interrupt you too much. I just wanted to get that in there real quick.
It's great.
Very good, before we forget.
For sure.
Addendum 7006, SCP-5514 Update. The reconstruction of SCP-5514 was finished within the predicted time period. The current state of low LSA activity across the world has allowed the redirection of resources into the project with relatively minimal risk. As this is the first time SCP-5514 has been deployed against a specific LSA, High-B Technologies took the liberty of installing several anti-avian modifications designed to counter SCP-7000-B. The added modifications have been listed below. For the full list of SCP-5514's features, refer to its designated file. Upgrade. Cryogenic Missile Battery. Description. A missile launcher system embedded into the left forearm of SCP-5514. The missiles explode on contact, with the additional effect of causing instant freezing to the point of contact. The system houses a maximum capacity of 10 missiles. Upgrade Gravity Darts. Description. Large darts which vastly increase their weight on contact with the target. Additional weight is gained as a result of the weight sink mechanism, temporarily displacing a portion of SCP-5514's weight into the barrel of the dart. Upgrade Thaumatologically Powered Hamingja-based Runic Script. Description. Enables the channeling of Hamingja from the external sources into the pilot of SCP-5514, theoretically bending probability into the pilot's favor via reality bending through high concentrations of Eve, currently in testing phase. Addendum 7007, or 7000-7. Conversation Transcript. Following its completion, SCP-5514 was transported to a temporary base located on the east coast of Russia due to SCP-7000-B's theorized connection to SCP-7000-A. High-B Technologies Director Ramon Wallace, having arrived alongside High-B Technologies logistics personnel, requested to converse with Mikasa Kaori in person. Below is the transcript of their conversation. I'll take Wallace if someone wants to take Kaori.
That's good. I'll take care.
I have to drop out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
I'll see you guys.
All right.
Close
nice
to a
see
1 hour, but at least I got an hour in.
Thanks for
Alright.
joining us.
you. Take care. It's nice seeing you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. All right. Welcome. Curious to see you face to face like this.
The feeling is mutual. I wouldn't have seen myself standing here a month prior, trust me. I wanted to see it before it does what it does best.
Right. Well, as you can see, we're running through all the systems a second time to make sure everything is functional when we need it to be.
It really is an outstanding work of art. I can personally say that I was quite pleased with this opportunity presented to us. The use of anomalies is comprehensive, yet balanced.
Judging from the modifications you added, I take it you weren't completely convinced by its arsenal.
Quite the opposite, actually. I meant what I said. 5514 is designed to counter a large variety of LSAs, but this time we know a bit more about what we're up against. Some specific countermeasures wouldn't hurt. Besides, the project was more invigorating than any others from the last decade. Wallace inspects SCP-5514's frame with a somber look. But I didn't come here to reminisce. As you know, our thaumaturges have assisted in the process of integrating the runic patterns you discovered into the hull of SCP-5514.
Yes, the necessary preparations have been made. The human remains in SCP-7000-A have not fluctuated in Eve levels, so this should be a reliable source of Hamingja to pull from. The option of pulling it from attending personnel also exists, and...
About that. Considering our lack of proper understanding of the channeling process, it could pose a significant risk. We currently believe that the excessive transfer of Hamingja can prove too much for a person, whether it's given or received. The lack of inherent power in a simple human restricts how much Eve we can hold, which is likely part of why the LSAs have so much of it compared to us. The nature of their being simply demands they hold more of it. If there is believing your research personnel, and by extension the Vikings, luck is just another part of something that could be a soul. While a soul, at least in the way that we understand it, isn't required for the emission of Eve, the three concepts are most likely interconnected. I don't think it's a coincidence that Hamingja is said to be transferred forward naturally upon death. Unfortunately, our understanding of it is just as limited as our understanding of Eve itself.
So, if being a large-scale aggressor were to lose its Hamingja, that would prove fatal to it in some way? Accumulating too much Hamingja would prove fatal to a human?
Not would, could. And before you bring it up, no, we cannot weaponize the channeling of Hamingja through any known means. The tests we have had time to run indicate the process has to be voluntary, or at least aided by an already existing connection between the souls through which the Haminja is channeled. According to Norse mythology, that would be a family bond.
That's a shame, but this raises an issue.
Wallace gives Dr. Cowrie a questioning look.
If what you're saying is true, the pilot of SCP-5514 isn't going to be able to handle that much Eve. The levels of Eve we can potentially pull from SCP-7000-A is about 5 times the amount of average LSA. It's not going to work.
Wallace turns toward SCP-5514 again and prompts Dr. Cowrie to look up at it. Dr. Cowrie does so. SCP-5514 itself lacks a soul, so transferring Haminja straight to it isn't a choice we have. But as we know, the runes themselves can hold Haminja, at least for some time. The soul still has to be part of the equation, which is why the soul of your pilot will serve as a sort of conductor through which the Haminja is pulled to SCP-5514's use. It's less effective, but the risks are minimized.
This still doesn't sound safe. Are you sure of this?
No, but it is an option when push comes to shove. Both stare at each other without saying a word. A loud humming noise from SCP-5514's power source breaks their gazes. It has been a pleasure, but I better get going. Good luck. Wallace turns to leave, but is interrupted by Dr. Cowrie.
Is this why you bothered to come all the way out here? To tell me something one of your operatives could have told me by email?
Wallace is still standing silently, his back turned to Dr. Cowrie. After a brief moment, he sighs. I think my answer would be more appropriate to give after the moment of peril has passed. End log. Addendum 7008. SCP-7000-B Encounter. Abyssal Area 7 was ordered on full alert due to SCP-7000-B changing its course directly towards SCP-7000-A's location. SCP-5514 has been instructed to remain immobile until SCP-7000-B comes within distance. The encounter has been recorded below. Begin log. So you want to keep Dr. Cowrie? I'll go with the captain?
Perfect.
Alright, SCP-7000-B circles the area, ignoring all Foundation personnel and gear.
Alright, whenever you're ready.
SCP-5514 lifts his arm up. The cryogenic missile battery springs out of its forearm, launching 2 missiles toward SCP-7000-B. Both connect, hitting in the side. Cold enough for ya? SCP-7000-B recovers with little injuries, now directing its attention toward SCP-5514. Guess not.
It's coming in fast.
SCP-5514 unsheaths the cold iron sword, but gets knocked on its back. SCP-7000-B ramming into it with all 4 of its limbs. It then begins to bludgeon SCP-5514 with its beak repeatedly. SCP-5514 slashes towards SCP-7000-B with the holdout plasma wrist blade. SCP-7000-B manages to partially avoid the blow, but suffers a wound to the side of its neck. It screeches before jumping off and taking flight again. Damn! Cowrie, you see it?
I'll be 1,000-word arrows. That looks fun.
Do it.
It's circling around us mid-flight, currently at 7 o'clock. Glory to the Dragon Slayer! This fair land liberated from the beast's maw.
Footnote, this is a 1,000-word arrows is a feature of SCP-5514. The document will give more details.
Great.
SCP-5514 takes aim and fires with the Beowulf Sigurd rail. SCP-7000-B launches a bolt of electricity that connects with the projectile, detonating it mid-air. SCP-5514 takes flight, moving towards SCP-7000-B at rapid speed. Alright, big guy, let's see you fly after this. SCP-5514 swings the cold iron sword at SCP-7000-B, but the latter avoids the blow. SCP-5514 is then pushed back a significant distance by a whirlwind from SCP-7000-B's flapping wings.
This isn't working. We're at a disadvantage in the air. We need to ground it now.
Roger. Let's see what the new spices can do in action. SCP-5514 lands in the shallow water and launches a gravity dart at SCP-7000-B. It connects, hitting it right in its right forelimb. SCP-7000-B is forced to land approximately 200 meters away. The two combatants throw themselves at each other. SCP-5514 blocks a slash from SCP-7000-B's talons with the cold iron sword before pushing it away with the side of the blade. SCP-7000-B staggers, becoming unable to avoid the second shot by the Beowulf Sigurd rail. The shot connects, causing it to roar in pain and jump back. Here we go. SCP-7... 5514 throws the rounded recoiling plasma at SCP-7000-B, severing its left forelimb. SCP-5514 then closes the distance between the two and brings the cold iron sword above its head to finish off the crippled LSA. However, 5514 is forced to step back and drop the massive weapon as SCP-7000-B unleashes an extremely loud supersonic screech which damages the nearby constructs and incapacitates many of the personnel nearby.
Rosales, are you okay?
What? Repeat! SCP-7000-B tears the gravity dart off and takes flight. The severed limb is already beginning to regenerate. The intensity of the storm enveloping the area seems to increase. I'll take Anderson.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello? Am I getting through?
Who is this?
This is Anderson of High B Technologies informing you that the runic system is ready to go should you need to use it. We should be able to pull it off despite the injuries to most of the thaumaturgists present. Visibility in the area around SCP-5514 becomes low due to the raging storm. The wind picks up even more, making it hard for SCP-5514 to move effectively. SCP-7000-B emerges from the storm, taking the war machine by surprise. SCP-5514 is struck with a direct blow from the LSA's talons, launching it into the air. SCP-5514 crashes heavily onto the beach.
Systems report damage to hull integrity.
The left arm isn't responding to my commands. Damn it! Fine. Let's see what these runes can do.
You sure about this?
Wouldn't be the only chance I've taken today.
Anderson.
Beginning the channeling process. The on-site thaumaturgists of both the SCP Foundation and High B Technologies begin chanting in Ancient Norse. A message from Abyssal Area 7 is received, confirming that the Eve levels in SCP-7000-A have begun to drop rapidly. The runic patterns on SCP-5514's hull begin to glow with a faint blue light.
Percy, how are we feeling?
Captain Rosales answers with a reassuring nod, although it's clear he is having trouble staying conscious. SCP-7000-B releases another screech from within the storm.
Percy, hang on just a little more. I think they're almost done. Just listen to my voice.
I'm not going down this easy. The Eve levels in SCP-7000-A reach 0. The runic patterns on SCP-5514 flash brightly, glowing a blue light that illuminates the nearby area. The silhouette of SCP-7000-B becomes visible, but it retreats further into the storm and disappears from sight. Captain Rosales regains his focus.
Fortune favors the hero, glowing righteousness beyond time.
Figure 1.6, SCP-7000-B seen retreating into the storm, taken from one of the Abyssal Area 7's above-ground outposts. Captain Rosales. Shit, that was an experience.
I'd like to be more considerate, but that thing can bludgeon us at any moment. We need to counterattack.
I can barely see anything around us, much less the LSA. Trust your gut. Let's see if you're feeling lucky. Captain Rosales closes his eyes, releasing SCP-5514 from his control. A brief moment passes before he takes control again, making the cryogenic missile battery rise from the machine's forearm. SCP-5514 haphazardly turns away to meet the gaze of SCP-7000-B, who is gliding towards it a mere 50 meters away. The remaining missiles are launched at it, dealing tremendous damage to the area around its head and neck. The beast's frame grazes SCP-5514, the momentum carrying it into the storm. A loud crash and the sound of swelling water are heard, followed by silence.
Is it dead?
I'm not sure. The storm seems to be calming down at least. Anderson, are you picking up anything out there? No, we'll keep monitoring the storm. Stay on guard. Sounds of crumbling ice emanates from the dark fog, followed by a low, guttural growl. SCP-7000-B spreads its wings, dispersing some of the dark clouds around it. It has sustained severe injuries in the area of its neck and upper torso. Regeneration is taking place, though at a slightly slower rate due to the ice covering most of the wounded areas. We can't afford to drag this on any longer. It'll be back in the air soon and outlast us in the storm. I didn't think it would come to this again, but we're gonna have to blast it with all we got.
No, the hull has sustained too much damage. If we use the sun vent now, we risk incinerating ourselves. We're not taking any more chances, runes or not.
We have to. Now's our best chance of taking it down before we're at a disadvantage again. Please, understand. Wait, are you seeing this?
There's a gravity dart stuck in its wing. We didn't launch a second dart.
It must have stuck to it when it bumped into us just now. All right, I have an idea. But if this doesn't work, I'm blasting that thing into outer space.
Right. Do what you have to do.
SCP-7000-B becomes airborne, making an effort to gain altitude. It begins to crackle with lightning, bolts of electricity engulfing the air around it. It then swoops down at tremendous speed toward SCP-5514, sounding a rage-filled cry. On my mark! SCP-5514 tightens its grip on the cold iron sword. SCP-7000-B reaches low altitude and charges directly towards SCP-5514, the oncoming impact mere seconds away. Now! Dr. Cowrie activates the gravity dart, causing SCP-7000-B to lose its balance in flight. SCP-5514 evades the LSA by swiftly stepping aside while simultaneously turning around its entire frame, unleashing the slash of the cold iron blade. The blade sinks deep into the LSA's neck, making its way to its back, almost slicing it in half. SCP-7000-B hits the ground, the ongoing speed causing it to tumble several hundred meters in the shallow water before coming to a stop. The storm clouds begin to disperse. SCP-5514 spends a few minutes monitoring the LSA from a distance before finally letting the weapon stained with the creature's blood fall onto the coastline. The runic patterns on SCP-5514's flame flicker before the light dies, and on-site personnel confirm SCP-5514's Eve levels have returned to normal. End log. Addendum 7009. Communications with Group of Interest 211. The following message to High B Technologies Director Ramon Wallace was received by Dr. Mikasa Cowrie. No further communication has been received since. 2. Dr. Mikasa Cowrie. I'm glad our cooperation led to a desirable outcome. I wish I was there to see it myself. The report delivered to my office was expectedly underwhelming. I'm sure you're aware of the problems High B Technologies is struggling with at the moment, but the reality is far harsher for us than you may believe. Reconstructing the Crocotheus Gigantus was indeed our last investment into science under the name of Prometheus Labs, Inc. During its years, Prometheus Labs has not always been the most morally bright company. I lead the organization with the mindset of being able to achieve the most if we were to think of limits as artificial constructs. The wake of destruction LSA Brazil 01 left behind changed my view as quickly as I once adopted it. We had nothing left except for an opportunity to do something different this time. We obviously didn't want to take it down for the sake of our business if there was no future for the organization. But we had a past, one I couldn't be entirely proud of. But there was a chance for our present to be something more than that. We used the last we had for this one last endeavor. Regrettable miscalculations, unfortunate fluctuations in demand for anomalous weaponry, or the arrogance of resurrecting an enormous LSA, it doesn't matter now. Our time has come. Regarding your offer to Anderson, Vincent was quite flattered, but was steadfast in carrying down his own path. I have faith in him making a name for himself, Anderson Robotics. I just hope it's something we both can be pleased about. You have your answers now. I know you will use your expertise in a more lasting manner than I. Signed, Ramon Wallace. Addendum 7010. Data Analysis. A recent analysis of Eve levels worldwide has shown a noticeable increase in Sweden and Norway especially, as well as Denmark, Canada, Iceland, Greenland, and Finland to a lesser extent. This is believed to have been caused by the freeing of Haminja, stored as Eve within the skeletons found around SCP-7000-A, following its utilization to enhance SCP-5514 via the thaumatologically powered Haminja-based runic script. As it has been passed down generationally, as it does in normal conditions, no attempts to undo or revert this have been taken. We have figure 1.7 average increase in Eve levels in Sweden, where 1 represents baseline levels. Hold click to enlarge.
Okay.
Alright, so I am not highly knowledgeable about Prometheus Labs or Anderson Robotics. I know the littlest bit about SCP-5514 because I recorded a voice for another YouTuber. And I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was SCP Unredacted. And and I know that Viking lore exists. So going in with almost no knowledge of what this was, my verdict is I enjoyed it. I found the entrance a little dry, and I was like, oh, this is just we found something dead. I'm going to be disappointed. But then we got to, oh, Veil's broken. We're going to war. Bring the giant robot in. I was immediately hooked. I liked it.
Yeah, I thought some of the dialogue in the fight was a little hammy, but I think that was kind of the point.
I think the dialogue was a little hammy, and I think the fight choreography was a little simple.
Yeah, it felt like a. It did feel like I was watching, a spin-off Gundam, something like that. Some kaiju stuff. It's cool.
I mean, I'll be fair. I have a background in stage combat and fight choreography, so
Great.
I'm pretty picky when I look at my fight choreography, even in text form. But
And even when it's between a giant monster and a robot mech suit.
oh yeah, if they're on equal terms, it's a fight.
Yeah, that's true.
But that was still competent. I'm not saying it was bad. And overall, I like what I saw here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know much about. Well, I know Prometheus Labs was. I knew that they had shut down. I knew that was a thing. But I don't know anything about hybrid technologies. This might be the first time they brought them in as an attempt to kind of revitalize Prometheus Labs. In which case, good for you. Yeah, good. Do it. I love it. Good stuff.
Sweetness.
This next one looks hilariously weird, and I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna enjoy it.
All right, we are doing SCP-7000. The Dice Always Land by Agent Henson.
Correct. All right, SCP-7000. The Dice Always Land. Item number SCP-7000, level 4/7000. Object class. The following portion is stricken. Euclid. Ends the portion of the stricken part of the document. Serendipity or Syzygy. Classified. Partially mapped or surveyed portion of SCP-7000. Special containment procedures. SCP-7000 is intrinsic axiomatic to a majority of patterns constructs that make up baseline reality. As a result, the disruption of SCP-7000 or any of its constituent elements is to be avoided. The containment of SCP-7000 has been deemed implausible/unrealistic. Due to the behavior of SCP-7000, it must be described or orated through injection of semiotic pataphors. Footnote. Descriptions which utilize concepts of adjacent/similar connotation in order to construct novel concepts with broader implications or definitions, to approximate concepts that reside or exist outside the noosphere. I'm not sure how I want to do that. I think I'll just do or. Yeah. Wherever possible or applicable, as well as symbols or motifs which serve to make communication or briefing more vague or obscure, but are otherwise irrelevant or negligible to SCP-7000 as a whole. In general, SCP-7000 may not be conveyed or woven using concepts that carry or suppose any belittling or suppressive connotation, nor can it be referred to or alluded to using any designation other than SCP-7000, which inherently expresses no meaningful or coherent implication as to the scope/significance of SCP-7000. Information about SCP-7000 is restricted or limited to personnel with level 4 clearance or higher. Further research or interrogation has been suspended indefinitely. Personnel are advised to avoid divining or conceiving SCP-7000 any unique specific direction or definition. Any personnel directly involved in the observation or supervision of SCP-7000 are to be screened biweekly for evidence or indication that they have attempted, consciously or unconsciously, to grasp or fathom SCP-7000 or any of its components or fragments. Personnel who understand SCP-7000 are to be terminated immediately. Well, good thing I'm safe. Description. SCP-7000 is the complex or tapestry of concepts that preside or loom over luck. SCP-7000 has only been partially mapped or surveyed due to its aforementioned behavior or nature. The portions which are understood or actualized respond to the concepts or notions of probability, randomness, circumstance, and serendipity or syzygy. Abigail or Amelia Weaver, director of the project or exploration up to its indefinite suspension, is currently held in a standard humanoid containment cell until further notice. From the limited or constrained portions of SCP-7000's topology or category, it was hypothesized or speculated that SCP-7000 permeates or dominates up to redacted 8.14 of the noosphere in such a way that it at least partially interacts or intersects with human concepts of creativity or freedom, faith, hope, and intention. As a result, SCP-7000 and its constituents or threads are directly it's a little hard. Okay, directly affected or influenced by a subject's perception or interpretation of their meaning. This is somewhat alleviated or remedied by describing SCP-7000 using ambiguous or nebulous language, which effectively prevents subjects from constructing a clear or legible mental picture of the complex or tapestry onto which they may consciously or unconsciously supplant or suppose their own conception or interpretation. Changes in SCP-7000 or its constituents or descendants are directly reflected or manifested in baseline reality. One such reality restructuring event has occurred. Footnote. Nope. It's Greek. Nope. See incident 7000 dash. Is that pi? Looks like it. Director Abigail or Amelia Weaver is not to be identified or addressed using any singular or unique designation other than the duonym which has been retroactively appended or sewn to her identity or volition following the events of incident 7000 dash pi. Let's see. And Amelia or Abigail Weaver was the head of a temporary research team designed to analyze or observe the sections or organs of the noosphere that correspond to human creativity or freedom. Her discovery or revelation that and the subsequent partial topological or categorical mapping of SCP-7000 has allowed the Foundation to develop an iterative framework or loom for predicting or quilting the outcomes of random or otherwise anomalous events to an arbitrary degree of accuracy. And the footnote is monkeys and typewriters. Designated Protocol 7000-by Rhapsody. Incident 7000-pi. Notice, the following audio transcription was recovered or untangled from security footage captured or ensnared in the office or study of Director Abigail or Amelia Weaver. Let's see. Do you want to be Andrew? Because he got
I'll
normal.
take Andrew.
Yeah, it's normal, relatively. Knocking or tapping is heard from the door. Abigail Amelia Weaver. Come in. A civilian identified or recognized as Andrew Taylor enters the room. I hope what you're about to tell me is important.
I am sick and tired of this entire project.
You came to me just to complain? Andrew approaches Abigail or Amelia Weaver's desk or loom.
Do you think you can blame me when all our research has been nothing but prancing around a single data structure, pretending that if we think about it as little as humanly possible, we might be able to draw it out of its shell long enough to catch it in a jar, also the Foundation can shake it up every time reality isn't tickling its fancy?
Andrew, you know very well our protocols and our rules regarding SCP-7000. I suggest you, Andrew, slams or bangs both of his hands onto or against the desk or loom.
I know very well our pedantic platitude horseshit.
Andrew.
Are we playing hard to get with a memeplex? Why can't we just nail this thing on the head and get our framework over with?
We can't.
Why? Why can't we? What's the matter?
Were you present during any of our briefings?
Oh, please, pretend I wasn't.
A pause. Abigail or Amelia Weaver is seen covering or burying her face, groaning or sighing. We were all assigned by Foundation executives to look inside the noosphere at the idea or the concept or whatever of human creativity or freedom. Whatever we found clung or attached or sucking up to it was a piece of a much bigger idea. When we mapped out more and more of it, we found that it was just dissolved, just woven into reality as a whole. And because it was intersecting with creativity or freedom of all things, we couldn't make any assumption about what it whatsoever, or else those assumptions would have become the de facto truth. Andrew is seen stepping back from the desk or loom.
So we understand it more, so we can understand it less?
It would be best if we don't understand it at all, but it appears to be necessary if we want to get any use out of it.
What use does it have if we can't meaningfully interact with it in a way that doesn't jeopardize our existence?
That's still to be determined. I strongly urge you to get back to your research and help everyone figure that out.
You have to be fucking...
Andrew approaches or nears the door or portal. Where are you going?
This is not worth the amount of time you put into it. It's consuming you. I'm not going to be a part of a stupid fucking passion project.
Andrew exits the room. In the hour following the time or circumstance of recording a capture, all research or exploration of SCP-7000 was terminated. During the reassignment of personnel, it was found that no researcher named Andrew Taylor had ever contributed or submitted to the research or analysis of SCP-7000. Director Abigail or Amelia Weaver was discovered peaceful or comatose in her office or bedroom and immediately admitted to the Foundation's on-site infirmary or hospital. Abigail or Amelia Weaver is an integral element or constituent of SCP-7000's overall structure. Her continued well-being is inherent or crucial to the integrity of SCP-7000, and Foundation efforts are currently aimed or focused towards methods of extending or prolonging her dream or life in containment while kept under a medically induced coma. All right, and we got Access Protocol 7000 Row Rhapsody, Level 5 clearance required. Hide Protocol 7000 Row Rhapsody. Using findings detailed or embroidered in Abigail or Amelia Weaver's initial reports or letters regarding SCP-7000, the Foundation has developed or ordained an iterative ludometric framework or algorithm which can determine the outcomes of otherwise unpredictable circumstances. This is achieved or imagined by generalizing a situation or happenstance into a collection. Some logic there in that footnote, or analogous or analogous or synonymous designations, which are subsequently fed or stitched into SCP-7000. In response, SCP-7000 will produce or spin an array or anthology of resultant outcomes. Along the relevant framework or algorithm, the Foundation has defined or developed a model which can evaluate the ludokinetic potential of an outcome and compare it against others to determine which will occur. All outcomes emitted or produced by SCP-7000 are measured or surveyed to have a range of values on a spectrum centered at 0.0 Jerry's. Jerry is stricken. A Jari is defined to be a dimensionless unit of ludokinetic potential. One Jari is equivalent to exactly how obvious it is the sky is blue and not red. Abigail or Amelia Weaver. Where negative values are deemed impossible or illogical to occur. Personnel are reminded that measuring or observing events directly will inherently alter them, risking the induction or instigation of a, is that echo? That is a existential quantification symbol. Okay. Existential quantification class railroad scenario. Experiment 7000, row 001. Intention: to accurately predict the side or face that a 20-sided die lands on prior to rolling. Summary: the act of rolling a d20 die was generalized into a collection of designations, all of which were fed or stitched into SCP-7000. The outcomes produced or entangled by SCP-7000 converged upon 7. The die was rolled, and it landed on 7. The experiment was repeated 14 more times, each time converging upon the correct outcome. Measured potential, 0.9 to 1.3 Jerry's. Comments: non-integer values and values outside the range of a d20 die is capable of landing on both produced or woven, all of which measured or observed to have negative ludokinetic potential. The experiment was judged to have been successful. Experiment 7000-row 002. Intention: to accurately predict the order of a deck of 52 playing cards prior to shuffling. Summary: the concept of a shuffled deck of cards and the act of shuffling were both generalized and woven or drawn into SCP-7000. The resulting or subsequent outcomes converged upon one arrangement or hierarchy which matched the arrangement or hierarchy that was later produced. The experiment was repeated using various other shuffling methods, such as overhand shuffling, cutting and rifling the deck, and the casino wash. Measured potential: 1.7 to 2.2 Jerry's. I'm going to keep saying Jerry just because they put that in my head with a stricken portion. Comments: arrangements or hierarchies which contained too few or too many cards, as well as arrangements or hierarchies that contained duplicate cards, were produced or woven, all of which measured or discovered to have ludokinetic potential. The experiment has judged to be successful. Experiment 7000-row 003. Intention: to accurately predict whether a lottery ticket is a jackpot winner prior to playing. Summary: the concept of a jackpot was generalized and fed or interlaced into SCP-7000. The relevant or resonant outcomes converged upon receiving no jackpot. The experiment was repeated using various lottery tickets. One ticket was found to win 10 USD, which does not qualify as a jackpot. Measured potential: 0.0 to 0.2 Jerry's. Comments: the experiment was deemed inconclusive. Experiment 7000-row 004. Intention: to accurately predict the date and time of a future seismic activity in Anchorage, Alaska. Summary: the concept of an earthquake was generalized and fed or chewed into SCP-7000. The outcomes produced or elicited by SCP-7000 converged upon so it's August 23, 20, redacted at 3:34 p.m. The city of Anchorage was evacuated 1 day prior to the projected event. A magnitude 6.8 earthquake occurred at the exact taken time and determined by SCP-7000. Measured potential: 2.5 to 2.6 Jerry's. Comments: the Foundation is currently investigating the application of Protocol 7000 Rho in proactive responses to on-site containment breaches. Experiment 7000-Rho-005. Intention: to accurately predict whether a pattern created in John Conway's Game of Life will halt. Footnote: it is impossible to mathematically determine whether a pattern will halt. The problem is understood to be undecidable. Summary: randomly generated patterns were fed directly into SCP-7000, which correctly determined their respective stabilities. Patterns which were already understood to halt were not excluded. Measured potential: 4.0 to 4.3 Jerry's. Comments: the Foundation is considering the application of Protocol 7000 Rho for other likewise unpredictable, undecidable problems in mathematics. Experiment 7000-Rho-006. Intention: to determine the outcome of a lottery ticket prior to playing. Summary: the concept of purchasing and playing a lottery ticket was generalized and provided or fed into SCP-7000. The first lottery ticket tested or played was determined to win a jackpot of 25 million USD. Measured potential: 11.8 to 38.6 Jerry's. Comments: access to Protocol 7000 Rho has been restricted or limited to personnel with level 5 clearance or higher. Experiment 7000-Rho-007. Gotta have 7. Intention: to determine exactly when SCP-106 will next breach containment. Summary: the concepts of SCP-106, its containment measures, and the act of breaching containment were all generalized and gifted to SCP-7000. SCP-106 breached containment, causing redacted casualties and widespread damage to on-site infrastructure. Measured potential: 52,087 Jerry's. Comments: all serendipity or syzygy using Protocol 7000 Rho has been terminated. Wow. Is that 3? That's 3 digits. Okay. Upon reviewing all available documentation or material pertaining to SCP-7000 and Protocol 7000 Rho, it has been determined that SCP-7000 is an intra-narrative meme complex. Footnote: a narrative that is primarily influenced by its own characters, whose central motif or theme is that of perception is a reality and reality is perception, reflected in its conflation and subsequent reinforcement as a noospheric entity by Foundation personnel. Any and all interaction with SCP-7000 has been determined to cause retroactive alterations to baseline narrative corresponding to assumptions related to SCP-7000 itself, its elements or constituents individuals directly involved in observing or interrogating SCP-7000, and serendipity or syzygy. The Foundation has concluded that luck is inherently pataphysical. All personnel directly involved in the observation or supervision of SCP-7000 are to be anesthetized as soon as possible in order to mitigate or counteract the risk of it's another fucking set symbol, K-class immersion break scenario. Let me look up that word, that symbol. It's universal quantification class immersion break scenario. Okay, interesting. And there's notes here. In storytelling, it's entirely impossible to suggest a different outcome that was never available. Your audience inevitably will ask you, why didn't you write that one instead? The hero always narrowly escapes mortal danger, plucking their hat out of the trap at the last moment, or saved mid-fall by conveniently placed foliage. The villain always chances into failure. There is always one key variable they could never plan for. There is always one wrong step in their own trap. Prophecies are self-fulfilling. Serendipity is predestined. The dice always land. The formatting changes aside, because I do think this is suffering from like readability issues, and I'm sure that they would be worse for other people, but there's no accessibility version for people that might have trouble reading the tiny font. It feels like a very typical type of luck-based article. Foundation tries to, I mean, this is hypocritical of me because I wrote the exact same type of thing, but it's back in series 2, so forgive me. Is it 1822? That's it. By the way, the original luck article. Anyway, Foundation messes with luck, things get messed up. They have to tidy it away. But that's a typical archetype in Foundation articles. So I'm willing to forgive that. Uh, it just feels like there could have been more. Could have developed it more. Bringing in the testing logs and testing it on like coin flips and dice rolls and decks of cards. I've seen that quite a bit now. At least like 3 or 4 of them have had like, oh yeah, we're gonna test it on a deck of cards. Why not get a random number generator and detect what the outcome's gonna be, huh? I don't know. What
Yeah,
are your thoughts?
I'm kind of neutral on this.
Mhm.
I'm working on what the exact significance of the color changing words is.
Those ones I've gathered are things that are compromised by the effect. They're too close in terms, or they're not defined as two separate things. So like how it's like they start being the same, and like you could tell Amelia Weaver's text is impacted, but Andrew's is not. And like yeah, like towards the end, it's like
Well, Andrew doesn't
I don't know.
also doesn't exist, right?
That's true, but like the effect does not transfer over to his dialogue, at least, even if he doesn't exist. It's transcribed into the document, and they still haven't had the effect applied onto it. So I don't know. I'm looking in the description to see if there's something.
A lot of people in the discussion are talking about what's the phrase I'm looking for? The accessibility angle with the words. I'm just gonna put this out there. If it's an interesting way to make it more linear, maybe you make all of the double words a code GIF that flips back and forth between the two words.
Yeah. Gummy Dragon's comment's nice because it's just literally a collapsible. It's empty, and then you just put something in the show and hide. You know what I mean? When you click on it, it flips back and forth between the two. It's nice. Doesn't even require code. It's just a collapsible block. Let's see, what did they do? Huh. There's a lot of the interesting choice on the source code for this. They did a lot of spans. Interesting.
Yeah, the formatting as it is doesn't bother me particularly. So
No. I just I can definitely see it being harder for some people, especially when they had the lines so close together that like the top ones and the line below were a little bit lower than the bottom ones and the line above. Yeah, it's fine. It's like I said, it's not. And from like reading it out loud, like how are you supposed to really read that? Yeah, how are you supposed to read that? I don't know. I got by exactly.
Yeah, I guess I'm a neutral on this one. I'm not. It doesn't floor me. It doesn't really give me enough to chew on to make me excited about it, but it doesn't offend me.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It can stay up. I'm not really super. Like I'm lukewarm as well, I think.
All right, big chunk of water, and let's
Great point.
Jack Dragon X's New World Order.
Oh boy, this one looks good. I can't even see the scroll bar on this. Where is it? Oh, it's tiny.
That's because it's so small.
No. Okay. All right. Well, okay. There's conversations, they're text messages, and they're really thin. So maybe that accounts for it. Hopefully.
Maybe that'll help us. All right, let me get this adapted for streaming size. It looks like it needs to be about too big right there. Yeah, basically I need to put the whole thing on because this is taking up all of the screen. In fact, I'm probably, to make it not cut off, I'm gonna have to move this up a layer for this reading so it covers us a bit. Boom. There, now you all can see. I'll fix that later. All right.
Hopefully this breaks the see, every week we've had, or every stream rather, we've had one that's exceptionally longer amongst the group. Right now the current record is 20,000 words, so hopefully this one doesn't break that paradigm. because I don't want to see it. I don't want to read an entire novel. But
All
no,
right,
they exist.
from the top, Project Simulacrum. I know how to say this word.
Simulacrum. Yeah,
Simulacrum. It was the mule sound I was missing.
it's only 17,000. We're good.
Oh, okay. New connection established. New user detected. Initiating necessary protocols for simulacrum connection. Attention. The following requires Level 5 restricted access. Failure to authenticate will result in your immediate detainment by nearby mobile task forces who have already flagged this device's location. Enter a valid username and password to continue. F0N61700. Password. Elevated account detected. Generating administrator profile. Login successful. Welcome to the interface. You have notifications. New messages have been received at 1900 hours, 36 minutes. Auto-populating viewing window to display content. From the administrator. To you. Subject, assignment task. Greetings, 7, and welcome to the interface. The Order has been expecting your arrival. You are here because there is a traitor within our ranks. 13 thinks that he is safe, hiding away and terrorizing our simulacrum behind his digital avatar. It is your responsibility, as the Black Rabbit of this Order, to locate and terminate him, using any and all means you deem necessary. 2 has also provided you access to the below documentation. Hopefully it serves as a valuable resource to use against your target. There's a valet waiting for you behind the South Office building. Whether or not you use him as a resource is entirely up to your discretion. Just be sure to use the disposal unit nearby should you decide against it. He has no friends, no family, and no further means to our organization. We will maintain cellular contact. Item number, SCP-7000. Classification level 5, top secret. Containment class, pending. A recent snapshot of SCP-7000 hosting nearly 2 million users, 103,000 simulated assets, and 170 unique explorable areas. And it is gorgeous, whoever made that art. I'm here for you. This whole theme, by the way, like, damn, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, is this new or is this proprietary? I don't know. It's nice though.
I don't know. Special containment procedures. SCP-7000 is currently contained within Site-119 as part of Project Simulacrum. And that links to SCP-2744. As of writing, SCP-7000 and all dedicated simulacrum hardware remains physically hosted underneath Site-119's deep well, approximately 23 kilometers below ground level. All Foundation operatives working within SCP-7000 have been connected to the anomaly via virtual reality stasis chambers located on site. Medical staff remains on standby at all times to monitor and treat subjects in the event of an emergency. Physical security... sorry, the dogs are outside. Physical security has also been increased within Site-119 to accommodate the added capacity. Internal security and management of SCP-7000 have been delegated to Level 3 and Level 4 Foundation enforcers, operating as governmental and corporate figures. Monitoring systems integrated within SCP-7000 are to be maintained both physically and virtually to ensure data remains accurate to Site-119 and Site-01, respectively. Other entities within SCP-7000, whether they are procedurally generated simulacra or physical humans, linked to SCP-6864, must continue being monitored and tracked by automated programs for signs of deviance and/or awareness of SCP-7000. Should these entities begin to display the aforementioned characteristics, they are to be immediately ejected from SCP-7000 and, if applicable, terminated. Copies of their digital profiles are to be archived and stored so that they can be recreated within SCP-7000 to prevent additional breaches to the Veil. In the event that automated systems fail in removing the aforementioned subjects from SCP-7000, they are to either be located and apprehended by integrated agents, or physically removed from their interfacing devices and disposed of accordingly. Description: SCP-7000 is the city known as Agate. Scroll too far. an advanced simulation hosted through Simulacrum hardware and Site-119's physical infrastructure. SCP-7000 utilizes a combination of cyber-anomalous technologies, Footnote, ontokinetic-inducing interface devices, advanced .aic-controlled software, anomalously reinforced hardware components, among others, that allows it to remain indistinguishable from baseline reality. SCP-7000 is maintained and monitored internally via the local A-Gate government and several large companies operating within the city, all of which are controlled by integrated Foundation officials. The city itself has been separated into 6 unique quadrants, or districts, that are divided between socioeconomic status, geographic conditions, and other identifying factors. Said districts are as follows. The Diamond District. Located in the central region of the city, the Diamond District is comprised mostly of large corporate buildings and other office towers surrounding a city circle, which acts as the economic and cultural center of SCP-7000. The district itself has a total area of nearly 3 square kilometers and uses diagonal roads to point citizens toward the city circle. Housing and other public resources are severely limited here, as space is reserved for tourist attractions and corporate buildings. Silver District. Immediately surrounding the Diamond District, the Silver District houses most of SCP-7000's upper-class citizens. Buildings located within the Silver District are either apartments, townhomes, condominiums, or, for the more wealthy citizens, entire properties within the city itself. The Silver District also contains most of the region's private schools, several popular tourist attractions, and other luxury venues. Cambry District. The Cambry District, otherwise known as the Market District, is a large region west of SCP-7000, acting primarily as a marketplace for the middle class. Said district also contains most of the city's external facilities, factories, warehouses, and other public centers that allow SCP-7000 to continually supply their citizens with goods and other services. Red Line District. Like the Silver District, the Red Line District houses the middle-class citizens of SCP-7000. It is also the largest SCP-7000 district, containing a majority of the general population. While public facilities and schools are still available along its borders, they are smaller, relatively sparse, and underfunded in comparison to both the Cambry and Silver districts. Blackout District. The Blackout District is home to the low-income citizens of SCP-7000. The district was named for its frequent rolling blackouts and brownouts that occur during the summer and the winter. While poverty and crime rates within the Blackout District are increasingly high, they are also nowhere near the extent of the No Man's District. The Blackout District sits along the far south side of SCP-7000. No Man's District. The No Man's District is located along the far edges of SCP-7000. As the name suggests, this region is notorious for increased rates of poverty and crime, which deter most citizens from entering the district. It is also the most underfunded of the 6 districts, with public services being restricted and in some cases outright unavailable. Authorities and other enforcers have been Authorities and other enforcers have all been barred from entry by violent street gangs and other organized crime syndicates, making it the most dangerous area inside SCP-7000. As of writing, SCP-7000 contains over 2.6 million users, most of which are either automated artificial intelligences or physical humans unknowingly interfacing with the anomaly through existing virtual reality devices. Okay, so I'm getting some super cyberpunk, obviously. I'm getting some Outer Worlds, any dystopia and economic dystopia, and I'm very excited. I both like and dislike this like front-loaded district explanation. It feels like very efficient exposition.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell if it's clumsy or not because I'm not that good, but it felt good to me, so I enjoyed it.
I think it's clinical writing. You can have a little bit of leeway with something like that. Yeah,
that's
for sure.
what I was thinking. Yes, thank you for verbalizing it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's move on. Monitoring systems have detected movement. You received new messages at 2200 hours 10 minutes.
I'll take dark gray.
Sounds good. Seems you're on the move. Good.
Valet was too slow for my tastes.
I'm not surprised. Do you know where you're going?
I have a few ideas. Why? Do you have any recommendations?
Your guess is as good as mine.
You know, typically when people ask me for favors like these, they at least try to give me some information to work with. Expecting another miracle?
It's what you do best. Besides, I know you. You would have complained if I gave you all the answers.
This would have been far easier if you weren't so anal about scrubbing all of our physical intel. Figures you'd be the one making my job even harder.
You'll be thanking me later. It was a necessary evil. Imagine if someone like 13 had all those old dossiers. Do you really want someone like him knowing about your personal life?
You say that like it doesn't already apply to you.
It doesn't. Not everything, at least. And regardless, there's a difference between me having that intel and someone like 13 having it.
Yeah, I guess. The other one's not a control freak.
Error. Further access to documentation requires the selection of a simulacrum profile. Please choose one of the following to continue. VN089834. Sync failed. 56313. Syncing. 71811. Syncing. 12834. Unavailable. VN under. We got one ready. That's the one we're going to pick because the other ones were not available or syncing, whatever. Selection confirmed. Uploading VN024913's user profile and simulated experiences from SCP-7000. Note that aspects of this document will now adapt or change to accommodate the selected profile. User profile VN024913. Name Jacob Xavier Reagan. Age 24. Occupation computer programmer at Cryonics Incorporated. Background background. Born in Newcastle, Virginia, USA. Reagan was raised in a middle-class home alongside his sister Anna. After attending his first year of high school at Grande Central, Reagan was immediately recognized for his heightened intellect and acute awareness, excelling in all academic categories. He would eventually graduate with an honors diploma and enroll in the University of Central Florida, where he would receive his bachelor in information technology after obtaining a GPA of 4.6. So you're a Florida man. Be afraid. Reagan would later be scouted by Foundation operatives after an incident in which he was affected by an anomalous entity. After its neutralization, Reagan was unknowingly introduced to Project Simulacrum and subsequently reintegrated into SCP-7000 via Amnestic Identity Reconstruction, AIR, to help study the long-term effects of the human consciousness within cyberspace. Reagan now lives in a one-bedroom apartment within the Red Line district. As of writing, he remains employed by Cryonics, a weapons distributor and currently the largest company within Agate, as a computer programmer working the second shift. Traits: medium endurance, just below average strength, just above average perception, farther above average intelligence, just below average agility, very low luck. Note: all traits listed above have been locked from further edits and cannot be changed at this time. Addendum 1. Note: on August 25th, 2032, Jacob Reagan was involved in the following significant SCP-7000 event after leaving his work. All recordings were captured from Reagan's optical lens camera, which has been left mostly unedited for viewability and transparency concerns. Alright, so it's all Reagan. We have an unknown.
Okay, perfect.
Good. Capture begins with Reagan walking along an empty hallway towards an exit door. The surrounding walls are painted an off shade of white, with fluorescent lights hanging overhead. In Reagan's left hand, he carries a phone, and he's in the midst of a conversation. Yes, sir. No, I understand. Reagan stumbles slightly as he pushes open the door leading outside into the Cambry district. It is nighttime, with orange-tinted streetlights slightly illuminating the stairs leading from the exit door into the large hall alleyway. There's a dumpster several meters away, with trash overflowing onto the ground. The reason the Galk terminal didn't work yesterday was, yes, someone misrouted the serial cable again. I promise you the actual program was working fine before I left. Reagan walks down the stairs and turns left, navigating to the end of the alley and into Clinton Street. I'm all right, Jeremy, yeah, but I'll let you go. Sorry again. Reagan coughs as he walks down Clinton Street. The road is notably desolate. Office buildings tower over him as he walks past an empty bus stop. Don't worry, I'll be fine. See you tomorrow. The phone call is disconnected as Reagan passes another, smaller alley, approaching a nearly vacant parking lot. Several digital billboards can be seen cycling through nightly advertisements in the distance. Reagan continues approaching the middle of the parking lot as he searches his pockets. Dark shadows can be seen darting along the pavement, but Reagan pays no attention. Offhandedly. God damn it, where did they go? Reagan fumbles his hands in his pockets more as he continues walking. After a moment, his hand slips out, and his wallet falls onto the ground. He stops and leans downward, cursing softly as he reaches for his wallet. The feed slightly distorts as Reigen is suddenly pushed away from his wallet into a nearby parked vehicle. He grunts as he slams into the passenger door. After a moment of laughter and heckling, Reigen looks up to see a gang of men wearing balaclavas and dark hoodies looking toward him.
Ah, shit, man. Sorry. Is this yours?
Some of the members laugh nearby as Reigen stumbles to his feet. He begins to approach the masked individual in front of him. Come on, man. Knock it off. I'm just trying to get... A fist darts to the right of Reigen, connecting just above the jawline. He drops to the ground as his knees buckle from the blow.
Get his ass.
The gang runs up to Reigen, surrounding him before each member begins to kick him in various regions. Reigen curls into a defensive position while the onslaught continues. One by one, each member takes turns in attacking him, which continues for nearly a minute. The group momentarily pauses. The sounds of sirens can be heard faintly.
I got the wallet.
The group cheers before beginning their retreat. Reigen remains still as the first member spits at him before finally retreating as well. Reigen remains motionless for several minutes, shaking slightly. Finally, Reigen moves his arms underneath his body, slowly standing up. There are cuts and slight bruises around his body, while his left eye is swollen shut, obstructing the video feed by half. Reigen breathes deeply as he makes a final effort to search his pockets, finding nothing of interest but beyond a single $20 bill. He sighs defeatedly before walking away from the parking lot and towards Abershire Road. He continues walking for 15 minutes until stopping at the front entrance of Rothwell subway station. He glances around his vicinity before walking down the stairs leading into the station. He enters into a dimly lit platform with chipped and grimy tiles lining the walls. A man can be seen leaning against a nearby column, coughing. A full subway train is stopped on the tracks with all of its doors open, which Reigen eventually walks through. Reigen walks to the rear of the train, finding a vacant seat along the wall facing the platform. Several minutes pass before the doors leading to the train automatically close. Murmuring and whispering can be heard faintly as the train begins accelerating along the tracks. Reigen retrieves his cell phone and begins navigating through news articles as the train continues traveling.
Hey.
Reigen stops scrolling and looks to his right. An older woman is looking at him. Hi?
Your face. Are you okay?
Reigen strokes the injured side of his face with his hand. His bruises from before have now darkened considerably. Yeah, I'll be alright. Thanks.
Here.
The woman hands Reigen some tissue paper and a bandage, which he accepts. After a pause, Reigen dabs his face with the tissues before applying the bandage, stuffing both into his pocket once he's finished. Thank you again. The woman smiles.
Where are you heading?
Just home. You?
Meeting someone.
Reigen nods before the train begins to slow and screech to a stop. Passengers inside begin to stand and look around as the lights on the train are shut off. Reigen turns off his phone and glances around. The woman speaking to him previously is no longer there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The train is now going to temporarily stop.
The intercom begins to distort before cutting out entirely. Some passengers begin to vocalize concern as the train rocks slightly.
What was that?
The train rocks again. The front passengers begin to retreat toward the back of the train, tripping and falling over legs inside the aisle. Other passengers are either recording with their personal devices or speaking to others.
Everyone all right?
Reigen stands up from his chair, only to be immediately slammed backward by the force of an explosion. Passengers scream as metal and plastic snap, with the glass nearby cracking and shattering. The front of the subway car is uplifted in flames while the rear rotates vertically. The impact from the explosion derails the subway car and tips it over inside. Reigen slams into a nearby pole and is knocked to the back of the train. The screams of nearby passengers subside briefly as the subway car finally lays at rest along the tracks. Half the car has been entirely disconnected from the rest of the train, while the other still continues burning inside. Reigen lays unconscious for 6 minutes before jolting awake. He glances toward his hands and forearms, where his previous bruises and cuts have worsened significantly. Reigen is lying along the floor of the subway tunnel, nearby a broken chair and an unconscious female passenger. He crawls toward the passenger and shakes her. She does not respond. Hello? There is no response. Reigen looks around his vicinity once more. The camera begins to pick up slight distortions along the tunnel walls and the upheaved subway car. Reigen takes several seconds to stare at the anomalies. Textures and graphics begin to load improperly, while passengers move and behave erratically, including the one laying still beside Reigen. What the? Reigen attempts to reach out toward the aforementioned disturbances, but is unable to touch them. The visual anomalies continue for nearly a minute as Reigen regains his composure and glances back towards the female passenger. She is the same individual who sat nearby him earlier in the recording. Reigen rustles the girl's erratic arm a final time, but she is already dead. End log. Closing statement. Local authorities would soon arrive at the scene to aid Reagan and the other survivors from the subway car. Later investigations of the incident revealed the presence of 3 different IEDs, improvised explosive devices, you got it, which had been strapped underneath the subway train by a presumed and unknown domestic terrorist. A local 15 passengers were able to recover, while another 23 had either suffered life-threatening injuries or had died during the incident. Local news outlets would later dub the event the Rothwell subway train incident. There we go. Automatically updating content at 2200 hours, 22 minutes. New messages received. Any progress?
Not yet. Still waiting for him to show himself. I've eliminated the most obvious places. His first home's been ransacked completely. Site 03 has also been crossed off the list.
Has he come back online yet?
Not since yesterday. Still doesn't make any sense to me why he's so addicted. Does he really think it'll do anything?
Blinded by rage, just like the rest of them, I suppose.
Can't please them all. Speaking of, how does it feel? Replacing Felix as you did.
It was a necessary removal. He was a simple man. His ideals for the Foundation were, albeit effective, simple at heart.
Is that why you decided to change them?
It went far deeper than that, but again, it was necessary. Traditions can only last for so long. A change in the world dynamic demands a change in us as well. We can't continue relying on ignorance and playing coy with the unknown. Control is the only way forward.
Oh, the hit Remedy game, Control? Very much, very good game.
Good game, yeah.
Is that why 13 defected? What was he like?
He was a loner at heart, hard-headed, and had a big ego even on his bad days. But he did have one thing going for him. His hands were like magic. You could give him anything and he'd have it fixed the next day. That's the reason why so many of us referred to him as the Tinkerer.
Makes sense.
But his pride eventually got the better of him, like it always does, which is why you're here now.
Doing the dirty work?
Quite the contrary, doing the necessary work. Addendum 2, Automated Deviance Alert. Name, Jacob Reagan. Date, September 1st, 2032. Risk, warning. Description, automated systems have detected suspicious activity from Jacob Reagan, user number VN024913, and have now flagged the user as warning. Said activity has been listed below. Increased levels of anxiety, depression, and general stress. Attempting to interact with backrooms inside SCP-7003, or 7000. Footnote. Invisible entry points within SCP-7000 that allow Foundation operatives to navigate and transport between locations without being seen by the general public, and not the backrooms.
I was going to say, excuse me?
Online searches pertaining to simulated worlds and escaping reality. Engaging in online and physical conversations for the purpose of discussing SCP-7000. Increase hostility to peers and other authority figures. As of September 1st, 2032, no immediate action has been deemed necessary. Foundation personnel are advised to continue monitoring VN024913 for further signs of deviance and to eject said individual as required. Additional notes. On October 30th, 2032, Jacob Reagan was involved in an online conversation between an unknown user claiming to possess knowledge of SCP-7000's true nature. Said conversation continued for approximately 20 minutes, an excerpt of which has been attached to this report for future reference.
I can be anonymous 123. I know who you are, and I know what happened to you.
Prove it then.
Your name is Jacob. You work at a dead-end job, scraping by in a shared apartment. You just recently survived a fatal crash resulting in the death of over 20 people who hate ketchup. Did I get that right?
I mean, yeah, I guess. You could have easily gotten all that info from searching my username online and looking through my socials, though.
Yeah, sure, because Green Dragon is such a unique name after all.
Alright, fine. Maybe you just got lucky then. I don't know.
Do you want to know the truth or not?
I do. It's just... Look, I've had plenty of people tell me that I'm crazy and stupid for this shit, okay? And it's been getting to me. Bad. I'm just trying to be careful, you know?
You don't have to believe. You don't believe that what you're living in is real.
It's not. It can't be. Not after what I saw. And even if it was, I wouldn't want to continue living in it.
You're talking about the train incident, right? What did you see?
You saw the footage I sent you. I don't know how else to explain it. All those people, they didn't even look real. All the walls distorting, and the glitching, the fact that the blood and the gore were all pixelated and fake looking. Hell, even the fact that I survived is proof enough, right? I thought it would go away after a while, but now I see it in everything. From the cashiers at the grocery store, to my boss whenever he yells at me, or even to just how we're all alive, right now at this moment. How we can't possibly be here by chance or something. And it's in other things too. Like, why can't I remember ever leaving A-Gate? And how does all of our technology work in the ways that it does? Why does it all seem so scripted and so perfect? It all can't just be a coincidence. I refuse to believe that.
It is not. And I can prove how. Not here, obviously. To many eyes.
Oh yeah? And why should I believe you?
What all do you have to lose?
You could be a 40-year-old murderer looking for your next victim.
LOL. I suppose.
That's not very reassuring.
Maybe not. But I do have the answers you're looking for. Bigger question is, what all are you willing to risk for them?
Addendum 3. Begin log. Recording begins with Reigen walking along the broken sidewalk of Low Shore Road in the No Man's District. Most of the streetlights have been torn down, with nearby storefronts either being barred or destroyed entirely. Reigen carries his cell phone in hand, which displays a map pointing him to a nearby location. This is so stupid. I shouldn't even be here. Reigen scoffs lightly as he turns the corner and walks toward another street, stepping away to avoid a lone stranger laying along the cement. He continues traversing through Oddberry Lane, making another left nearby a burning trash bin fire. Reigen continues to glance at his phone intermittently to ensure that he's walking in the correct direction. Reigen walks for another 13 minutes before arriving at the door of Seacrest Hotel, a small 3-story complex sitting within the center of the No Man's District. The door itself is damaged from age, wear, and a series of vacant bullet holes. After a pause, Reigen proceeds to enter the hotel. Reigen walks into an alley and illuminated by a lobby illuminated solely by a small lamp near a front counter desk. The receptionist, an older woman wearing light blue lipstick with a cigarette burning in her lips, sits in front of an old laptop. As Reigen approaches, an online video can be heard playing loudly from the device. Hello? The receptionist did not react to Reigen. She is identified by Abby by the name tag on her shirt. Would you be able to point me to room 16? The receptionist pauses the video on her laptop and slowly glances over to Reigen.
Second floor. 4th room.
Reigen thanks the receptionist and walks past the counter, taking a small flight of stairs to the 2nd floor of the Seacrest Hotel. Reigen walks carefully as the steps leading upward are worn and chipped from wear, while segments of the railing are either damaged or missing entirely. Reigen also notices a large cockroach scurry along the ceiling. He takes a deep breath as he continues moving. After several moments of walking, he finally stops in front of the door to room 16. The surrounding wallpaper is peeling, and the door itself remains illuminated by a red neon sign outside. Reigen goes to knock, but pauses, taking a moment to compose himself. After several more deep breaths, he extends his arm to knock, but the door then swings open before he has a chance.
There you are.
A woman standing approximately 1.6 meters with long brunette hair swings the room 16 door open to greet Reigen.
What took you so long?
Reigen pauses briefly.
You are Jacob, right?
I mean, yeah, but...
But what? You were expecting some 50-year-old virgin dude or something to be here instead?
Reigen attempts to respond, but stops. After another pause, the woman scoffs, rolling her eyes while she opens the door for Reigen.
Just come in.
Reigen complies, and the two enter inside. The room itself is in a state of disarray, with trash and other waste filling the table, nearby counters, and even along the uplifted carpet flooring leading into the kitchen and the dining rooms. Couch cushions and wall decor are haphazardly tossed aside, while electrical outlet covers and other electronics have been torn apart, exposing bare wires and other mechanical parts. Lovely place you have here.
You like it?
Yeah, it has its own sense of, Ryan glances down to see several rats scurrying along the baseboards. Character.
I'm glad you noticed. I just finished checking for bugs a few minutes ago.
The woman drops a set of keys on a nearby kitchen table. Reigen sits down on the sofa in the living room.
I actually never introduced myself, did I? The name is Adrian Fryer.
Adrian turns over to face Reigen.
I'm sure you have questions, right?
Just a few. If you don't mind me asking, who exactly are you?
I just gave you my name. What more do you need?
I mean, yeah, but that doesn't tell me anything. Who is Adrian? How did you get here?
Okay.
Adrian moves over to the kitchen sink and opens the faucet tap.
I can at least answer the second part of your question.
Water continues rushing as Adrian grabs a soap bottle on the counter.
I used to be an ex-contractor for the city a long time ago. They hired me for small things, whatever physical labor the local government needed. You know, work like cleaning, lawn care, construction.
Reigen vocalizes in confirmation.
It was simple, really. I did whatever I was told, and they paid me enough to scrape by.
The faucet tap is shut off. Adrian moves to the opposite counter to dry her hands with a hanging rag cloth.
But then I started to notice things. People who didn't really look normal, or random doors and buildings that didn't have any purpose. The shit you might see in an unfinished video game or something. Then it all started to get worse.
Worse as in...
I started asking questions. People began to notice. Big people, too. The local politicians or the corporate heads in Diamond. They didn't like it.
Adrian walks around the counter and moves to a chair in the living room.
They hated it, even. Then suddenly, there I was, jobless, alone, and left with only more questions than answers.
Adrian pauses.
Now, here we are.
Silence ensues for several seconds. Reigen shifts in his seat.
Is that really all the questions you had then?
No, sorry. I also wanted to ask you about something from our chat earlier.
What about it?
You profiled me so easily in our chat. How did you do it? Adrian stands up from her chair and outstretches her hands.
It's simple, really.
Adrian cracks a smile as the room begins shaking slightly. After another moment, Adrian begins to recite several unknown phrases, causing the room to tremble more. She rotates her outstretched palms upwards toward the ceiling as the air above begins to crack and expand. A few seconds later, her hands ignite into controlled white flames, which she holds for several seconds. Reigen reels backward at the sight of flames.
Once you learn that there's a system that actually exists, you can also learn how to control and manipulate it. It's the Matrix.
Yes, I was going to say, as soon as we had that earlier text conversation, this is very
yeah,
Matrixy.
definitely. Yeah.
Adrian dissipates the fire in her hands. The room goes quiet for several seconds.
We're always being watched by this place. It's just a matter of finding where you are inside it.
You make it sound easy.
Well, I'm simplifying it some. There's a lot more to it, but something I can't just explain to you. Not until you figure it out for yourself.
Reigen leans back towards Adrian. I don't like leans back towards Adrian. I don't know what that means. So, what about all the proof you mentioned, too? What was that? Was that it?
The flames? No, not even close. And anyways, that's not the question you should be asking.
Why not?
What you're wanting is something you can't find tangibly. Not right now, at least. Even if it were, I wouldn't just be carrying it around a dump like this.
So how do we get it?
That depends. How badly do you want it?
Reigen pauses and glances down at the floor. Well, I am here, aren't I? That has to count for something.
It's something, sure. But is it worth breaking into one of the biggest corporate buildings in Agate for it?
End log.
Oh, we're doing the heist now. Okay.
Addendum 4. Note. On September 28, 2032, Foundation officials were alerted of an incident at the Argonix World Building, located several blocks from the Diamond District. Transcribed below is a series of recordings from Reigen's optical lens camera, security feeds surrounding the premises of the World Building, and several audio channels that were captured shortly after the incident occurred. Begin log. Recording begins inside a moving vehicle heading westbound into SCP-7000 City Circle. In the driver's seat sits Reigen with both hands on the wheel. In his right ear sits a small listening device. Are you sure about this? Reigen makes a right turn along Shatterland Street, slowing to avoid a larger truck in front of him. What happens if we get caught?
Relax. It'll be fine. Like I told you. Just trust the game plan.
Reigen accelerates into the left lane, preparing to make another turn. He crosses into 6th Street moments before the light changes to red. What do you mean, trust the game plan? I still don't even know why we're going to the world building.
I thought it was obvious.
The microphone cuts out momentarily as Ryan readjusts the listening device in his ear.
Wait, don't you work for Erigonics actually?
As a programmer, yeah. For one of the plants on the opposite side of the city.
Then you should be well aware of how big Erigonics is here in Agate. Does it really need to be explained?
I'm the one who has to trespass onto a highly secured 60-floor facility, so yes, it does. Ryan stops the car at another red light. He is close to the Erigonics world building. Look, wouldn't it just be easier to find some data center out in Redline and get our information from there?
Erigonics provides over 65% of the city's budget, equipment, and physical infrastructure. So even if we did that, we'd still probably be messing with Erigonics technology.
Ryan sighs as he continues driving towards the center of Agate.
Besides, Agate has no reason to store any of its data locally. Everything is uploaded to a larger cloud, which then routes to God knows where. Erigonics, on the other hand, is going to have local copies of pretty much everything in the world building.
So that means trespassing is our only option.
Didn't I just say to relax? You're not going to get caught. Corporate data breaches are among the most exaggerated forms of IT scare porn you can possibly find out there.
That doesn't suddenly make it not exist.
Look, even if someone did figure you out, why would it matter? Aren't we doing this so we can find a way out of this place? Also, I can hear myself echo.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we're having a glitch right now. Ryan groans as the vehicle finally ceases movement. After a short pause, Ryan grabs the keys from the ignition and proceeds to exit the driver's seat. He closes the door behind him and begins walking around the city circle. Numerous citizens can be seen walking around him, most of which are heading towards a central fountain. Just got out of the car, heading to the front doors of the world building now. Adrian takes a long, deep breath as he continues walking.
Great. And just relax and stay focused. Remember who you were. Remember who you are. Got it?
Ryan glances down at his clothing. He's wearing brown khakis and a collared shirt with a dragon emblem on his left breast. Aaron Fryer, Lenovo contractor, right?
Exactly. One of Erigonics' largest vendors. They supply most of Erigonics' employees with personal computers and cell phones.
Ryan continues to approach the world building on foot. He is struggling to control his breathing.
Are you okay? You don't actually have to do this, you know.
Look, I'll be fine. It's just, how do you know this thing's going to work?
Glad you asked.
Adrian is briefly interrupted on the microphone by the sound of something crumbling.
A couple of weeks ago, there was this email leak from one of the internal IT departments about a joint agreement between Erigonics and Lenovo. Lenovo?
Adrian pauses briefly. After a moment, something can be heard being crunched.
Apparently, Lenovo was the only in charge of resupplying them with PCs and stuff, you know? But then people kept breaking down and stuff went missing. Blah, 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 until finally Lenovo said they wanted to be in charge of all the troubleshooting and repair for their department and their equipment.
Okay, sure.
Makes sense, right? Anyway, there was this huge scheduling issue with another company that essentially made it impossible for Lenovo to get their contractors set up with badge access to, well, actually get into the Erigonics and fix the equipment.
The microphone cuts out once more as Ryan approaches the front steps.
Which means that all of the Lenovo guys can just schedule an appointment and enter inside the building with almost zero oversight. How crazy is that?
Okay, wait a minute.
Crunching.
Are you eating chips right now?
Yeah, they're Lay's.
I am mere moments away from trespassing into one of the most highly secured buildings in the entire city, trembling in abject fear, by the way, while you're sitting comfortably behind a mic eating Lay's chips.
Let me just say that it's really funny that they like made Lenovo, but you know, like as like a parody of Lenovo, but like I can imagine like the PepsiCo probably being like putting their products in a simulated world. That's definitely believable for me. Look, you got this, man.
A large crunch distorts the microphone.
Oh, I could eat chips while I'm doing this, but that's fine.
Unbelievable.
Just tell them you have an appointment at 3 for room 156. Make sure it wasn't booked for you. Should just be an easy walk in and walk out.
Ryan groans once more as he walks into the Aragonics World building. The video perspective then shifts to one of the nearby security cameras monitoring the building's receptionist desk and the front doors. Ryan can be seen walking into an expensive waiting area. Large chandeliers, exquisite furniture, and other items decorate the floor's interior space. His head turns from side to side while he stumbles past a set of chairs sitting along the wall. A small line stands in front of the receptionist's desk. Ryan stands behind and waits patiently as the line begins to dwindle. Once I'm in 156, what happens then?
You have the flash drive, don't you?
It's in my pocket.
Good. Make sure you hold on to it. That thing was fucking expensive.
Ryan approaches the desk. The receptionist behind the counter is identified as Sandra.
Welcome to the world building. How can I help you?
Ryan forces a smile. Hi.
Hello, sir. How can I help you?
I have a meeting today in room 156.
A meeting?
Sandra pauses briefly, glancing down at her computer monitor and typing on her keyboard.
Are you sure it's for a meeting? Room 156 is already booked. No, dumbass, it was for an appointment.
Ah, sorry, I got it mixed up. It's for an appointment. For Aaron? Sandra nods her head and moves her mouse aside.
Ah, there it is. And you're with Lenavo.
Correct.
Do you have your badge on hand?
Ryan pauses. No, I don't need one, do I?
Yes, you do. A badge is always needed to access the upper floors.
I thought there were some recent issues with that.
There was several weeks ago, but we were supposed to have already figured it out by now.
My supervisor wasn't aware of that. Sandra takes a moment to stare at her computer monitor.
Just give me a moment to contact someone.
Sandra smiles as she leaves her chair and walks into a door along the far wall. Ryan sighs after a moment, taking a look around his immediate vicinity. It only takes several minutes before Sandra returns to her desk.
Sorry for the wait, sir.
Not to worry.
Go ahead to the elevator. Someone should be able to escort you once you make it to floor 57.
Sandra nods her head to the far right wall where several elevator doors can be seen.
One of those over there should work for you.
Ryan nods and thanks the receptionist before departing. After another moment, Ryan reaches the 6th elevator and walks inside. The camera perspective shifts back to Ryan's optical lens camera.
You still alive?
Yes, I'm fucking alive. No thanks to your bogus intel or anything.
I did tell you it was a few weeks old.
Like that matters. You're supposed to be helping me here, not getting me into more trouble.
Keep your panties on. You made it. That's all that matters.
The two pause as Ryan pushes button 57 on the elevator panel. After several seconds, the outside doors close and the elevator begins to ascend. This flash drive, what does it do?
Frankly, I'm not sure.
Microphone cuts out slightly as the sound of typing from Adrian can be heard faintly.
I bought it off a guy who knew a guy. Oops, I just moved my... Okay, there we go. Yep, nope, I'm there. Wait. There it is. I bought it from a guy who knew a guy. Should just let me remotely connect into whatever you shove it into.
Like a server or something, right?
Yes, that's the idea. But you won't find any in 156.
Then where would they be?
There's a server rack in room 161 you'll need to use.
And I'm going to get in there how?
There's a door inside 156 that should lead you directly inside 161.
Sounds easy enough.
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that.
Why? Are all the doors locked?
By a smart card reader, yeah. Luckily enough, they're pretty old though, so they're pretty old equipment, and we should be able to get through them by just smashing the readers.
And no one would know?
Not until you leave. But right now, you just need to worry about your escort. Where are you at the elevator?
Ryan glances up at the elevator control panel. Floor 52 right now.
Okay, just find some way to get rid of your escort.
Get rid of him? I thought that was your job. The elevator rings as the doors open in front of Reigen into a long hallway stretching to the opposite side of the building. Standing along the left wall is an older man. He's approximately 2.1 meters in height, wearing dark clothing with STL embroidered into his breast pocket.
Aaron?
That's correct. Reigen steps out of the elevator and approaches the man. The escort has his left hand extended toward Reigen, who shakes it.
John, nice to meet you.
You as well.
Ready to go?
Reigen nods and the two begin walking down the hallway. The duo continues through the hallway until making a left turn into an open office. Several rows of cubicles fill the central region of the office, with employees and office printers filling outer walkways. The two continue through the office until making a right turn toward a nearby water dispenser.
Room 156. What's wrong with it?
The work order mentioned something about a projector.
There's a projector in there.
Maybe it's something else. Could have got it confused with another order.
I see.
The microphone in Reigen's ear emits static briefly.
Room. Head there.
What?
Huh?
John turns around towards Reigen, who then stumbles behind him. Reigen jerks up to face John. Oh, sorry, nothing important. Thought I saw the printer over there doing something weird. Reigen points to a printer along the corner of the office. John nods in reply.
Are you gonna check that out too while you're here?
Don't see why not. John nods again before turning back around and walking. Reigen again follows him.
The restroom. Head there.
Reigen and John pass the open office and into another hallway. After making another right turn, the two stop in front of room 156.
Here you are.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Would you be able to point me to the restroom? Might need to make a quick trip before I get started.
Sure.
John points to a far door at the end of the hallway.
That one should be open.
Thanks. Reigen departs and walks over to the door, making his way inside. The bathroom is vacant, with only a small toilet and a sink. There's a dim fluorescent light overhead. Tiling fills the floors and upper walls of the room itself. Okay, I'm here. What now?
Give me a second.
Reigen sighs as Adrian begins tapping on her keyboard. The two remain silent for several minutes. Reigen begins to pace back and forth while he waits for Adrian. Still waiting.
Okay, I'm sorry. Had to find some more floor plans for the upper levels.
You had to find them? From where?
Online? Where else?
You're joking.
The internet is our best weapon here.
Alright, fine, whatever. Just please get me out of here.
Okay, hold on.
Adrian goes quiet for several seconds.
Got it.
There's a slight bell sound from the microphone.
Bing! The bathroom you're in. Do you see a vent in it somewhere?
A vent? Reigen looks around his immediate vicinity. After a moment of searching, Reigen is able to locate a small vent directly above the toilet. No way.
What do you mean, no way?
Do you not realize how small that thing is? Reigen jumps to the top of the toilet and inspects the vent.
It's not that small at all. I could easily fit in that.
I don't think even a child could fit in this vent, Adrian.
Come on, Wuss, you're already there. Do you want to get this over with or not?
There is a brief pause. I swear to God, if you get me stuck.
I won't, man. Just trust me. I've gotten you this far, haven't I?
Reigen scoffs slightly as he rips the vent off the wall and places it on the sink. After a few deep breaths, Reigen lifts himself up into the vent, shoving his arms forward to provide enough clearance for his head and torso. He grunts as he wiggles his way deeper inside. The mental sheeting surrounding him buckles slightly with the added weight, but does not warp or break. Reigen finally fits his body into the vent with mild effort. He begins to crawl with his forearms and feet. The vent continues to creak and groan as he continues. Sweat drips in front of the camera after several minutes of crawling. Where in the hell am I going, Adrian?
You're getting closer. Just keep going.
Reigen grunts as he finally crosses over the bathroom and above the hallway. Security cameras outside do not detect any disturbances. The hallway is also vacant with the exception of one employee entering an unknown room.
Jacob, you're too loud. Shut up before someone hears you.
Why don't you fit your ass inside a cramped vent and see how it feels? Reigen continues crawling for several more minutes. By this point, he is now just above room 161.
Okay, you can drop down now. You should be clear.
Drop down? Where?
There should be a supply vent nearby you can use.
Regan takes several seconds to search his surroundings before eventually dropping through a nearby ceiling vent. He is now standing in a dark room. Lights and dials can be seen flickering indiscriminately. Regan outstretches his arms and begins feeling his immediate vicinity for a light switch, which he finds after some time. The room illuminates to a small server room housing only 2 open server racks. After opening his pockets, Regan finally retrieves a small USB device, which he connects to an open server port. The device suddenly lights up red and begins flashing. Alright, it's connected. Regan exhales and wipes the sweat off his brow. I'm never crawling through vents again.
Never say never.
The clicking of a keyboard can be heard.
Connecting now.
The USB stick suddenly flashes green.
Boom. Should be able to remove the stick now. I can stay backdoored as long as the server doesn't power off.
Regan complies with her request as she hums in the microphone. He begins to pace once more as several minutes pass by. Outside security cameras still do not detect anything abnormal. Have you found anything yet?
Not quite. Still shuffling through a shit ton of data.
Is there something I can do in the meantime? I don't want to just stand here like a moron.
I don't know. Just keep yourself busy for a second.
Regan coughs while Adrian begins to crunch on more chips. The two remain silent for roughly 4 minutes until Regan's listening device emits more static.
What the?
What?
Found something. It's small. There's a mention of the outside and a depot in a few of these memos.
The outside? Like outside a gate?
Trying to figure that out now.
Furious typing ensues for several seconds.
There's another... Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Suddenly, the room is engulfed in red light. Security cameras and other devices are activated outside the room. Security alarms are heard ringing throughout the 57th floor. Back inside the server room, Regan jumps in apparent shock, glancing around to look at the lights and alarms above him. Adrian!
I didn't mean to.
Regan darts to the front of the door, stopping just as he reaches the handle. I think people are coming. Outside security cameras pick up numerous noises, but have yet to detect outside movement.
You need to get out right now.
Get out where?
Use the vent again, dumbass.
I swear to God.
Hurry up, or you're gonna get caught.
Regan groans again as he jumps back up into the open vent, hurriedly crawling inside. After struggling to fully squirm inside, he finally manages to crawl into the vent and out of room 161. He is now above the hallway again, just as people begin running past the camera and into the previous room. Where am I going now?
Doesn't matter. Just get out of there.
Regan grunts once more before crawling further into the ventilation. After some time, the vent begins to incline upward, presumably to a higher floor level. Regan successfully climbs up the vent and is now inside floor 58, the highest floor accessible to Argonaut's employees.
Can you still hear people?
Not really. Now there's just noise from all the fans.
Okay, perfect. Try and find an open elevator or a fire escape somewhere. That'll be your only chance to get out of here.
Regan grunts in the affirmative while he continues crawling. This continues for upwards of 7 minutes until Regan stops. Adrian?
Yes?
I think I hear something. Adrian pauses.
What do you hear?
It's faint, but I think I hear someone talking.
Okay, and why does that matter right now?
Who all is up on this floor?
Floor 58? Maybe like an executive or someone?
Okay, I'm getting closer then.
No, wait, don't.
Adrian groans as Regan continues crawling until eventually he reaches another vent peering into room 166. Inside the room, a large glass window covers most of the back wall, while the rest of the walls are covered with bookshelves, painting, shelving, and additional wall decor. In the central area of the room sits a large wooden desk with an unknown man sitting at his chair. He has a laptop in front of him, which shows a blank screen and a microphone near the center.
What do you mean our new shipment will be delayed?
A female voice responds, I don't know what else to tell you, Samuel. They can't come up with new people out of thin air.
I understand that. But at the same time, I'm barely working off fumes here.
Regan swerves closer to the vent while the meeting continues.
I mean, what am I supposed to do? You keep moving all of our people off site and then suddenly nothing gets done out here.
I can't control that. That's something you need to discuss with the regional team.
I can't. They won't listen to me.
And you think me asking them will make any difference?
I don't care who does it. Bottom line is that I can't keep this up if you and your people can't supply me enough agents back home. Either you can do this now, or you can tell the representatives why the little pet project failed.
The man slams his laptop lid down, jumping up from his chair.
God damn it. Why are all the alarms still going off?
The man storms to the door leading into an outward hallway and walks outside. Reigen, still inside the vent, waits several seconds before ripping off the cover away from the wall. After another moment, Reigen hops down onto the office floor. Wonder what that was about.
Grab his laptop.
What?
Grab it.
Reigen complies with her demand and takes the laptop in his hands. Have it. Now what?
Just take it with you. I need to figure out who owns it and what all it has saved. I know they keep doing that what all thing. I'm not sure about that wording, but what all it has saved. It could be worth something if it's from an executive.
Makes sense.
But right now, just focus on escaping.
Reigen scans the room a final time before exiting. After navigating through floor 58 for nearly 3 minutes, Reigen locates a staircase leading down. Do you think this will work, Adrian?
It's probably better than the elevator, if that's what you're asking. Just try to hurry it up before they lock the entire place down.
Reigen nods and begins to make his way down. The entire trip takes nearly 9 minutes, with Reigen complaining intermittently throughout. Reigen finally arrives at floor 1 of the facility and exits out the staircase. He is once again briefly caught by security cameras in the lobby, yet nobody stops him as he makes his way to the entrance of the building and back outside. Reigen quickly quickens his pace as he walks into the city circle and around the central fountain. Holy shit.
What?
I'm out. I'm actually out.
Good.
And in one piece.
I knew you would make it.
Reigen eventually reaches his car, entering into the driver's side seat and dropping the laptop onto his passenger side. What now?
Head back to the hotel. We'll figure out our next move there.
End log. Error detected. Your access request has timed out. Please wait as the necessary system configurations and access settings are downloaded again. Boop. Download successful. Continuing to documentation. If this error persists, please confirm your internet connection or contact your IT administrator for assistance. Addendum 5. Begin log. Recording begins at the kitchen table of Adrian's Seacrest Hotel room. It is noticeably cleaner than it was previously, with the trash now gone and the carpets vacuumed. So this outside, right? What is it?
I'm not exactly sure. Everything I could find from our little info dump was explicitly vague about it.
You at least found something, right? Even just a scrap of information?
I could find some things. I know that it's not talking about outside A-gate, if that means anything.
That is something, I guess.
I also know that whatever this outside is, it's also supplying Agrigonics with people.
People? Aren't they already one of A-Gate's biggest companies?
Not one of, the biggest company in A-Gate.
Then why would they possibly need more?
Come on, Jacob, connect the dots here. Agrigonics is already pretty big, right? Why else would they need more?
Well, I can think of a few reasons at least. Maybe they're experiencing high turnover rate, or they're building another plant somewhere.
You're still not getting it, dumbass.
Reigen scoffs as Adrian jumps out of her chair and into the kitchen.
Agrigonics supplies A-Gate with everything. Income, infrastructure, technology. Do you really think they don't also supply them with people, too?
It's a possibility.
Not just regular workers, either. But even just politicians, social workers, medical professionals, the whole 10 yards. Millions of people, all of whom are probably ingrained in every level of government and society.
And all of them working under the same corporate umbrella, right?
Bingo. Now you're starting to get it.
Adrian comes back to the kitchen table after grabbing a bag of gummy candies.
So you have all these people trying to come into the same place. A place that, for all intents and purposes, has no room for them, right?
Sure.
How do they all fit? Where do they go? And what about everyone else who's still here?
Well, he pauses. Maybe they're being cycled through?
Yeah? And where are those people going?
The outside?
Boom. The outside. Something that's apparently far beyond A-Gate, maybe even far beyond this world, if this info dump tells me anything.
So we need to find that then.
What we need to find is the depot, or whatever facility they use to receive and process their new people. But even finding that is half the battle. Actually being able to escape through it is a whole other issue entirely.
And we have no idea how to do that.
Well, we don't. I'm sure Aragonics does, or at the very least, someone working closely with Aragonics.
I mean, I work for Aragonics, and all of this stuff is new to me.
So did I. Which means we're probably not a part of the system. So we need to find someone else, someone higher up the corporate ladder.
Adrian bites off the head of her gummy bear candy and swallows.
Not just anyone, though, especially if we're in a simulation. Who knows what sort of programming they're all running on.
Programming?
Yeah, dumbass. Why else do you think so many of us just live our lives here without a second thought?
The two pause. So that's it then? Game over?
Not exactly.
She swallows the rest of her gummy bear candy.
There is someone who probably knows all about Aragonics and the outside.
And someone who's willing to work with us, right?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Look, Ryan and I had differences, okay? He wasn't just happy with knowing what the truth was like. No, he wanted to adamantly destroy it and everyone inside.
She pauses.
And I didn't agree with that. Then he got sick of it and vanished. Ever since, I haven't been able to find him, and trust me, I've looked everywhere.
Adrian is silent for nearly a minute, her head tilted down in apparent thought.
But now that I think about it, maybe we don't actually need to go out searching.
Why? Do you know how we can find him?
Something better.
Adrian grabs a TV remote and turns on the nearby living room television.
I know how he can find us.
The screen activates to a helicopter view of the Aragonex World building, hours after authorities were alerted of a possible break-in. Images of Reagan entering the building are flashed on screen with a caption reading, "Do you know this man?" And a log. Opening SMS client 2324.
Fish caught the bell. Fish caught the bait. I'm en route now.
Great news. How far?
Not very. Take a nice long nap and I'll be done by the time you wake up.
You never cease to impress me, Seven.
Quit with the flattery. I'm here for one reason and one reason only. I could care less about whatever else you have going on.
I was being sincere. After all, we could be a team without working together. After 13's gone, I'll make sure you stay busy.
How many others are there? Of the ones who defected?
Plenty. And it's all part of the same transition.
Transition? What do you mean?
I thought you said you didn't care about me or my plans. Don't tell me you've had a change of heart now.
I don't, and I haven't. But that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to be curious.
I suppose.
You never answered my question.
When you think of the word transition, what springs to mind? I assure you, this is no different. Out with the old and in with the new.
You make it sound easy.
It is. It's just like renovating a house even. You have to focus on the main goal, even if that sometimes means getting your hands messy. Sometimes you can rip out the imperfections.
Feels like a video game for sure.
Mm-hmm. Addendum 6. Digital Web Crawler Report. Date of occurrence, October 4th, 2032. Involved user, Green Dragon, Darksider 12. Affected websites, 64chan. Description. Digital web crawlers within SCP-7000 have alerted Foundation personnel to the following message having been posted to 64chan, a popular forum website with over 12,000 active members. It was me. I was the one who broke inside the world building. Now I need help finding someone. The post achieved a total of 1.5k upvotes and 254 comments, congregating into a total of 3.6k unique interactions by online users. The post itself was later contained and archived by automated programs, with the poster identified as Green Dragon. Reception of the post was mostly negative by recorded interactions. A majority of comments were predominantly skeptical and/or accusatory, whilst another several were identified as general spam. Said comments have now either been scrubbed or otherwise isolated from the general public. All history of the post has been erased with the exception of one private interaction made between Green Dragon and Darksider 12 on October 7th, 2032, which was recorded and documented by automated programs.
Who are you?
Why would I tell you that?
Because I know what you're trying to accomplish here.
Do you now? Because I don't actually think you do.
Don't play dumb with me. Someone put you up to this, right? I bet I know who she is.
She?
Are you really going to drag this out?
Look, I don't even know who you are, dude. Cut me some slack here.
Adrian did this. Is that right?
It is? Are you the insider she was talking about?
Ah, I think I get it now. You were wanting this to happen.
Are you the insider, or are you not?
I guess you could say I was an Cryonics insider. That was a long time ago, even before Adrian met me. How is she, by the way?
She's fine.
Frankly, I'm surprised they haven't ripped her out of the system yet.
Out of the system?
She's a deviant, so yes, Adrian should have been flushed out months ago. I'm shocked that she hasn't yet, and honestly, I'm guessing she's been disconnected and they haven't been able to pull the plug yet.
Deviant? Flushed? Ugh, look, whatever. Are you willing to help us or not? We're just trying to escape.
Enticing, but no.
What? Why?
Because there's nothing in it for me. And for all I know, you could be a corrupt AI or some undercover agent. Why would I risk that?
I'm not an agent. What is it going to take to convince you that I'm not a bad guy? I already risked my life sneaking into the world building. And you know that I'm with Adrian. What more do you need?
Insurance. I'm not going to risk all my progress in bringing the system down for someone like you.
Look, Adrian mentioned that you were destructive, right? What if I help you destroy something? Will that work?
And how will you do that?
If you can get me inside, I'll do whatever you'll need before Adrian and I escape. I'll destroy our Cryonics for you, and you can sit comfy in your chair or something. No risk involved.
I see.
Does that sound fairer? You wouldn't even need to interact with Adrian and me. Come on, it's the perfect alibi. Would you be willing to make that deal?
No, not yet. I want to speak with Adrian first.
Addendum 7. Begin log. Recording begins in the living room of Adrian's Seacrest hotel room. Adrian is away, rearranging books and other objects on the bookshelf across her kitchen counter. Meanwhile, Regan sits on the sofa with the television off. It's currently 1900 hours 34 minutes, local time. Do you think he'll actually show?
Ryan?
Yeah.
I don't see why not.
Regan stands up from his chair and looks toward the front door. Nothing is there. What's your story with him? How did you guys meet?
Well,
Adrian paused to grab a book from the top shelf.
we met through Cryonics, actually. He was my boss's boss at the time, in charge of handling most of the company's workforce and making sure people were working and whatever, right?
Okay. Adrian steps back from the bookshelf and observes it briefly.
Anyway, he always came down from corporate to visit one of my sites. Of course, as the process leader at the time, I was responsible for showing him our progress and letting him know about what we were doing and everything.
She pauses again.
I don't really remember how, but we started to see each other more and more. For a while, things were stable, but then he started to become erratic, and really, I just wanted to know why I was there, you know?
Were you guys, like, together as a couple?
Well, no, we weren't. It was a lot different than that, but it's just complicated.
Regan looks down at the ground. I get it. Sorry.
Don't worry about it. All in the past now.
The two jump in surprise as pounding can be heard at the door. Regan glances back at Adrian. She nods her head in response as she walks to the front door of the hotel room. After peering through the door's peephole, Adrian unlocks it and opens it. On the other side stands a tall brunette man wearing a black shirt. Scars can be seen along his lower eye and his forehead. He is identified as Ryan Hartwell.
Hey.
That's you two.
Me? Did you not hear me? Sorry. Hello, Ryan. We were waiting for you.
The two pause.
Can I come in?
Adrian nods and allows Ryan to walk past her. After entering inside, Adrian shuts the door and locks it again. The two then walk to the living room where Regan still stands.
So it was you, huh? Never got your name.
Ryan nods. Jacob. Heard a lot of good things about you.
Have you now?
Ryan glances over at Adrian briefly before looking back towards Ryan.
Interesting.
Adrian clears her throat. Ryan and Ryan turn towards her.
Are we ready to get started?
Right.
Sure.
The group sits down in the living room. Ryan and Ryan are sitting on the couch while Adrian stands nearby the coffee table.
Why did you want to speak with me? So I can make sure that our pal Jacob here was the real deal.
Ryan glances towards Ryan.
That was a stupid move, by the way. Advertising yourself online after breaking into Aragonics.
We couldn't think of a better way to get your attention. Adrian thought you could help us.
Besides that, you're the only person I know who still has executive clearance. Maybe. But even if that's the case, what are you two planning to do once you have it?
Get to the outside.
And how do you plan on doing that?
The group goes silent.
When we broke into Aragonics, we managed to get an info dump from one of the internal servers. Some of the intel from that mentioned a depot where they were processing new hires from. So that's it then. Get out of here through a depot. Sounds about right. You make it sound way easier than it is. All the depots sit right along the city's border, where the new agents actually come in from. All of their locations are also twice as secure as the world building and kept secret from the public.
But you know where one is, right?
One, maybe. There's a depot at the very far end of No Man's District, just beyond the old factory that tore out months ago. Then we'll use that one. Again, it's not easy. Even if you do manage to get inside one, you still have to figure out a way to open the border without people trying to kill you. And then what happens once you're out? We don't know. We won't know until we actually get to that point ourselves.
Speaking of, what about our deal from earlier?
What about it?
You asked to see Adrian first. Now that you've seen her, are you willing to help us out? Ryan pauses in apparent thought and stays that way for several seconds.
Well, spit it out. Not yet.
And why not?
Because there's something I need you to do for me first.
All right, fine. What is it?
First, let's start from the beginning.
Ryan crosses his legs on the sofa.
Aragonics is in control of everything that happens inside Agate. They're the ones who maintain the system while everyone inside either rots away or joins them. The only way that we can fix things is if we bring it down entirely, destroy it, along with everything else that's in its place. To do that, however, someone has to also deal with Aragonics.
Okay, sure. So what? You want us to help you take down Aragonics?
I do, actually. And luckily, I have just the plan.
Ryan pulls out a small circular device with a glowing blue diode on the front of it. The device is no larger than 5 centimeters in diameter.
This is a remote-controlled explosive and an electromagnetic pulse device. They'll blow up and fry nearly any devices within a 3-mile radius.
Okay.
Fancy. Thanks. Anyway, these little guys have been scattered throughout both Agate and anywhere else I could find.
Ryan hands the device to Ryan.
While I was able to get most of them deployed, there were a few spots I wasn't able to reach. One of those spots was the depot that we've been talking about.
Are there any others?
Yeah, there is. A high-security holding facility located underneath the Red Line and Diamond districts.
Let me guess. You're wanting me to get this little device down there and deploy it, right?
Correct. Once you have that down there, I just need to get to the depot, activate the devices, and bam. Down goes Aragonics and Agate. It's that simple.
Okay, fine. If I do that, then will you help us escape?
Sure. If that's what you really want. Wait a minute. If you couldn't get inside the facility, well, then why do you think Jacob can? That's the easy part.
Ryan smiles.
He just needs to turn himself in.
End log. Addendum 8. Channel 4 News Transcript. The following is an excerpt from a special alert that aired on October 7, 2032 by Channel 14 Public News at 6:32 p.m. Welcome back live here from Channel 14. I'm Jeanette Long, and today we have just received breaking news as police have reportedly arrested a key suspect from the Cryonics world-building break-in that occurred in late August. Authorities say that the suspect willingly turned himself into Cambry's precinct office late this evening. It currently remains unclear why the suspect turned himself in. However, several eyewitnesses have confirmed that he did, in fact, confess to the crime upon his arrest. Jacob Reigen, as seen in this surveillance capture from Cryonics World Building, was reportedly allowed through the building after claiming to be with Lenovo Incorporated. After 20 minutes, Cryonics security was notified of an impending data breach on the 57th floor of the facility. Personnel attempted to capture the suspect, but were too late to apprehend him before he retreated from the premises. The suspect then made a post online confessing to the crime before arriving at the Cambry precinct earlier today. The suspect will now be taken into custody and could face upwards of 20 years in prison. Additional investigations are also underway to determine if the suspect was aided by anyone else or if he acted alone. Please stay tuned into Channel 14 as we continue to update this story when more information becomes available. Monitoring systems have stopped detecting movement at 2340. New messages received. You've stopped moving. You found him, didn't you?
Yes.
How exciting. What do you plan on doing once you see him? Surely you're not going to just dispose of him and move on.
I'm going to do the job I was given. No more, no less.
I understand.
I'm proceeding on foot now.
ETA?
A few minutes, maybe. He's not moving either.
Perhaps he stopped inside a safe house somewhere. Is he still online?
He is.
What a shame. Please let me know once you get things cleaned up. I'll need to make some calls.
Understood. Beginning another text shortly.
Addendum 9. Note, the below video is spliced between Reigen's optical lens camera, Cryonics facility security monitoring systems, and miscellaneous outside devices. Please note that there is also no audio. Begin log. Capture begins at the front doors of a small building within the Red Line district. There's a blue bus that can be seen circling around the premises before eventually pulling up in front of the facility doors. Inside the bus, several unknown individuals can be seen walking back and forth. Property of the city has been labeled in large white letters along the outside of the bus itself. After a moment, the bus doors swing open and several people in gray outfits walk outside. All of these people are handcuffed and collared with unknown devices. Once the prisoners are outside, 2 officers jump out of the bus as well. The bus doors then close as the vehicle drives off. Prisoners are gathered into a line of 6 before the facility doors also open and they are led inside. The perspective flashes to Reigen's optical camera as the prisoners enter the facility and walk immediately downward via steps. The steps continue on for upwards of nearly 16 minutes before stopping in an elevator. Prisoners are gathered in groups of 2 as they are forced inside the elevator and sent further downward. Reigen and another prisoner are among the last group to enter the elevator. The 6 prisoners are then taken into a holding room and immediately outside the elevator doors. They are processed one by one through Cryonics security. The prisoners are then provided with new orange jumpsuits and are forced through to the prison showers. They are cleaned, stripped, inspected once more, and then sent to their holding cells to change. Reigen is seen briefly passing through one of the hallway cameras, swishing something back and forth inside his mouth. Nobody detects any abnormalities. Outside the facility, a blue 2008 Kia Rio, not sponsored, can be seen parking in the far distance. In the car sits Adrian Fryer, who is on the phone. Adrian then opens the laptop and places it on the passenger seat, typing furiously. Back inside the prison, Reigen has already changed into his new jumpsuit and now sits on his bed. In his hand sits a small listening device and a small EMP device provided to him earlier. He puts the listening device in his ear before suddenly jumping up from his bed and putting the EMP device back in his mouth. Shortly after, a security guard can see him opening his cell and he is ushered outside. Reigen is taken to the cafeteria where he and the other prisoners eat for approximately 20 minutes. The device in Reigen's mouth previously is no longer present. The 6 prisoners are then escorted to the inner recreation center where they stay for another hour. The local time is now 7:30 p.m., and the prisoners are sent once more to their holding cells for the remainder of the night. Once inside his cell, Reigen walks over to the front metal bars and leans on them, peeking outside to see if any guards are patrolling nearby. After confirming that the hall is empty, Reigen looks toward the outside security camera. He winks and smiles before the feed cuts out. End log. Begin log. Recording begins with Reigen looking up at the camera seen in the previous video. From his angle, Reigen is now able to view several wards within the facility itself, each containing more cells filled with other prisoners. Looking towards the camera. See me?
Sure do.
Adrian continues to type.
Where did you put Ryan's little toy?
I put it in one of the hallways leading into the cafeteria. I was in the very back, and I don't think anyone saw me. Adrian grunts in confirmation. What's the plan on getting out of here?
Give me a second, trying to figure that out now.
Ragan groans softly as he steps away from the bars and back into his bed. He sits on the thin mattress while Adrian remains mute for several minutes. Finally, the lights outside Ragan's cell turn off, and a series of locks can be heard activating throughout the facility complex.
Lights out!
Shuffling and grunting can be heard from the other cells nearby Ragan. Any progress?
Yeah, sorry.
Adrian clears her throat.
How far away is that EMP Ryan gave you?
I don't know, maybe a couple 100 feet?
Okay.
Adrian goes silent once more. Intermittent typing can be heard faintly as Ragan stands up again and heads toward the front cell bars.
There is a staircase near the back of the facility. I need you to get over there as fast as possible so we can detonate the EMP and get through the security doors that lead upstairs and straight to me.
Wait, we're detonating them now?
No, not all of them. Just yours so we can get you out.
Alright, so how do I get out of here?
I just told you how.
No, I mean this stupid cell. How am I going to get out of it?
Oh. Let me see something.
Adrian mutes herself once more, which lasts another few minutes. During that time, Ragan paces around the cell, making sure to jump in bed whenever guards approach with flashlights. The listening device in Ragan's ear suddenly activates as Adrian can be heard grunting in frustration. Sounds like she's having fun. Grunting and yelling continue in Ragan's ear for some time until it finally ceases.
Oh, fuck it.
Adrian returns back to her microphone.
Jacob, what cell are you in?
Me? Ragan quietly jumps out of his mattress and back to the holding cell bars. He inspects outside his cell to determine any visual identifiers. I don't know, maybe 16, 17?
Okay, hang on.
Adrian clicks on her trackpad mouse several times.
So, there might be a problem.
A problem? What do you mean?
I can't...
Furious clicking continues for several seconds.
I can't access your stupid cell door to unlock it.
The two pause. So, I'm just stuck here?
No, Look, are you standing at the door right now?
Adrian looks down at his cell bars and notices the electronic lock situated between him and the outside hallway. The lock sits on the far right side of the cell doors, contained within a reinforced metal container no larger than 0.3 meters in height. Yeah, I can't do anything with it.
That's fine. Do you remember when you first met me?
At the hotel? Yeah.
And you asked how I knew so much about you and showed you the cool flames or whatever?
Yeah, just get to the point already.
I need you to do something like that for me. But instead of flames, I need you to focus on that cell door and unlock it.
Ragan shakes his head in apparent astonishment. You want me to do what?
Look, do you want to get out of here or not?
All right. Ragan lowers himself so he is at eye level with the electronic lock. Okay, so how do I do it?
Like I told you before, part of it is realizing that you are in control here.
Adrian pauses as the microphone goes static briefly.
Have you seen The Matrix? It's like that. Think about the system we're living in, right? It's all interconnected. The same thing that allows you to exist in this world is the same thing that's keeping the lock secured.
Lock secured. Okay, I'll try it. Ragan begins to stare at the lock. Just think about the system, Jacob. That's all you have to do. Ragan holds his stare for nearly 20 seconds. During that time, the lock ceases any action. Light from the officer's flashlights patrolling the facility briefly illuminate Ragan's cell, but does not see him. Adrian, this is stupid. I feel like a dumbass here.
Focus then, idiot.
Okay, alright, fine. I'll try again. Ragan rolls his eyes before once again focusing on the lock. He holds his position for several more seconds, peering deeply at the electronic box.
That's it. Keep going.
I'm trying here. Ragan holds his pose longer as the electronic box begins to rattle. Rattling continues briefly until finally a soft popping sound can be heard from inside, followed shortly by the presence of smoke. The door leading into Ragan's cell shifts open slightly as the lock deactivates. No alarms are raised during this event. Adrian, I did it.
You did?
Yeah, the lock. It popped off, just like that.
Oh, great. Now, hurry up and get out of there before somebody sees you and locks you back inside.
Ragan nods his head as he lowers himself closer to the ground and further opens his cell doors. Once accessible, Reigen peeks his head outside and inspects the nearby vicinity. After confirming that no guards are present, Reigen fully steps out of his cell and shuts the door back until the lock clicks back into place. He then proceeds to walk west down the hallway, doing his best to stay quiet. Some prisoners begin to rustle and murmur in their cells, but do not notice Reigen as he continues making his way across. After reaching the end, Reigen makes a left turn into a small flight of stairs leading to the first level floor of the facility. The stairs creak lightly as he walks, but again nobody detects him. Reigen finally makes it to the first floor after some time and pauses. Adrian, where now?
Get through the cafeteria and across the warden's office. The stairs will be on the right, next to the office's locker room.
Reigen nods once more, walking along the walls of the first level ward to avoid detection by nearby lights. He does this for nearly 4 minutes before arriving in an open hallway and taking another right turn. Reigen hurriedly continues through the hallway and into the cafeteria, where 2 guards can be seen cleaning the kitchen. Reigen crouches into a crawl and begins making his way through the cafeteria by using tables as cover. He pauses once he arrives at a door leading into another hallway, making sure the other officers are not paying attention, and then proceeds to enter through it quietly. Reigen is now standing in the administration region of the facility. After checking his surroundings, Reigen proceeds through until stopping and turning left into a perpendicular hallway. He is never several meters away from the warden's office now. Psst. Adrian, are you there?
Yeah?
The door leading to the warden's office. It's wide open. Video feed confirms the door is, in fact, open.
So, just walk past it.
But the warden is still in there. What if he sees me? Reigen takes another step closer to the office, which allows the camera to detect distant audio of a man, presumably the warden, talking on a cell phone. While the conversation itself cannot be discerned, it does appear that there is an argument occurring.
Okay, don't worry about it, just go.
Fine. Reigen stands just past the door. After waiting momentarily, he dashes through the open doorway and across to the other wall. After crossing, however, Reigen immediately freezes.
Did you make it?
Shh. Reigen shusses Adrian as he peers back into the open doorway. Audio from Reigen's video capture confirms that the warden is still arguing over his cell phone. Yeah, I think I made it.
Good. Are you at the elevator?
Reigen makes his way past a row of empty coat racks before finally arriving at the door at the emergency staircase nearby. I am now.
Good.
Adrian can be heard typing on her keyboard. Are you going to detonate the... Reigen is interrupted by the sound of a loud explosion nearby. He quickly covers his ears to protect them from the blast. Almost immediately, shouting can be heard in the distance as lights and other alarms activate briefly before promptly deactivating. The video itself cuts out as the door next to Reigen can be heard clicking open. End log. Run command EXE. Command received. Opening administrative command prompt in viewing window. The window has now been opened. Please input your commands below. Z SCPNet system ping F0N71423. Pinging host F0N71423. IP address with 32 bytes of data. Ping successful. Host responded to ping at 2351. SCPNet system locate IP address. Triangulating IP address from recent data. Location confirmed at -30.36683 degrees, 45.81011 degrees. This device is located approximately 15 meters away from target IP. SCPNet system, exit. Command received. Closing command prompt. Addendum 10. Begin log. The video opens to dashcam footage monitoring the inside of a blue 2008 Kia Rio seen previously. Inside the vehicle is Adrian Fryer in the driver's seat, who has her back turned to the camera. Far beyond the rear of the car, Jacob Reigen can be seen approaching from the side of the road. Adrian taps on a button on her door and unlocks the car, allowing Reigen to slip inside the passenger seat. Go! Go! Adrian stomps on the gas pedal of the Kia Rio, which is a Kio, and the car lurches forward at high speeds. Reigen continues to glance upward at the rearview mirror as Adrian drives through the car, through a right turn and into a one-way road heading southbound. Behind them, flames engulf the underground facility that Reigen had retreated from. Several prisoners can also be seen exiting the facility just before it goes out of view by the camera.
Anyone following us?
Reigen gets closer to the rearview mirror before pausing and turning around to scan the rear of the vehicle. Don't think so. Nobody else was following me when I left either.
Good. In the back are some extra clothes. Put them on.
Reigen complies with Adrian's demand and begins changing in the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Adrian can be seen making another right turn into a larger city street, passing a large white van before accelerating into the left lane. Reigen turns toward Adrian as he struggles to put on his shirt. Is Ryan still waiting for us?
Should be. He said that he'd meet us at the front doors. Said there might be some trouble, though.
Trouble?
Yeah, do you remember that laptop you stole from the executive in the World Building?
Yeah, what about it?
That laptop belonged to the director of Aragonics, and now he's probably at the depot right now.
Is that bad?
Yes, it's bad. We thought security was going to be tight before. Just imagine how strict they'll be with the literal director.
The two go silent briefly as Adrian stops at a red light. So what's the plan then?
We get inside, and then we stay alive.
Adrian accelerates the car as she passes an incoming yellow light. She continues driving for 10 minutes before finally pulling into a small alleyway leading into a secluded parking lot. After some time, Adrian finally parks the car and unlocks the front doors.
Hey, this is it. I think we're here.
Adrian exits out of the vehicle first, followed shortly by Reigen. The duo then proceed to head northbound and into another small alleyway. Along the left wall of the alley sits the remains of a crumbling building with the words Auto Factory labeled faintly several meters above them. They continue walking until Adrian finally stops near another wall and places her hand on it.
Here.
Here? What do you mean here? That's just a wall.
No, dumbass. Look, I'm mean. I don't like how mean my character is.
Adrian shoves her hand into the wall, causing it to go through the cement. After waving around slightly, she retracts it back to her chest.
The wall is fake.
Reigen shakes his head in apparent surprise as Adrian shoves both her arms and eventually herself through the wall. After a brief pause, Reigen follows her, pushing his left arm and right leg until he walks through the wall itself. After entering through the other side of the wall, Adrian and Reigen walk into the grounds of another parking lot, this time nearby a large military-grade base of operations. The vicinity of the building is protected by a large barbed wire fence. There is a gate leading directly to the front of the facility, which has been cracked open slightly. Near the front of the door stands Ryan Hartwell, ushering the duo to come closer. Adrian and Reigen approach Hartwell on foot, arriving shortly after entering the property. Ryan steps aside so the others can enter into the depot before closing the gate behind them.
Glad you could make it. Thanks for your help. Yeah, sure.
Where is everybody? Reigen looks around and confirms that no guards or additional personnel are present.
Everyone is inside right now. That blast from the prison caused a lot of ruckus up there. I told them that there was a medical emergency inside, and so we have a few minutes before they come back to patrol. And what about your plan? Did you get all of your explosives in place? I did.
And when do you plan on detonating those?
Once you two are in position. Can't do it too soon or they'll close you off from the outside. Here.
Ryan hands Adrian a hand-scribbled map. She opens it and shows it to Reigen.
That will lead you to the control panel that opens up the outer border. This looks like a 3-year-old drew it.
Is that supposed to be a dar or door?
Look, I didn't have enough time to make the map look pretty, all right?
Ryan scoffs.
Just hurry up and get it in place before they notice that something's wrong.
Adrian and Reigen nod in agreement before entering past the front courtyard and into the front doors. Using the map for guidance, the duo proceeds into a large welcome center with one set of double doors leading into the facility. The welcome center is notably desolate, with nobody watching the front desk or monitoring any available camera footage. What's up with this place? Where is everyone?
Maybe they're all with the director right now.
Still, it's just weird to me that nobody is even watching out front for intruders.
Let's not jinx it then.
Reigen and Adrian continue past the double doors and take a left turn past the janitor's closet and into the nearby elevator. Consulting the map once more, Adrian leads the elevator down to the final accessible floor. The two then navigate across the network of hallways, avoiding several agents that can be seen walking nearby. The two finally arrive at an open region of the facility. The region itself contains several personnel working inside of a large control room with a window facing outward. Beyond the control room sits a large translucent wall spanning the entire width of the room. The wall itself appears malleable from the outside, akin to being made from a clear jelly or weak resin. Adrian and Reigen navigate along the far wall in order to reach closer to the control room. In order to avoid detection, the two use nearby objects and boxes to hide. In the middle of a room stands the Aragonics director, identified as Samuel Kane, a 1.9 meter tall Caucasian male with blonde hair and stubble along his face. He is in front of the translucent wall, staring through it and in onto the other side, which is black.
Take the operator then. Because I did the director.
I'll take the operator because you are the
director. That's what I said. I said you take the
Good.
Operator. Yeah.
Almost ready, sir.
Fantastic. Please leave the border prepared as soon as possible.
Understood. Reigen and Adrian freeze behind their cover, looking toward each other. Adrian then retrieves a small phone from her pocket and begins to dial. Reigen attempts to question Adrian, but she holds out her finger against her lips to indicate silence. After another moment, she brings the phone to her ear.
We're ready.
Adrian hangs up the phone moments before a series of explosions, each getting louder but between intervals, can be heard from their positions. Said explosions only continue to increase with intensity before the room itself shakes along the translucent wall nearby. The director freezes, looking around his vicinity to observe the ongoing tremors. The operator inside the control room panic. The operators, yes. And retreat outside to where the director stands. After a moment, the director barks at the two operators to investigate what is occurring above the surface, stating that he will ensure that the border is open properly. During this event, Adrian and Regan approach closer to the control room seen earlier. Before they can enter it, however, Adrian stops them.
We have a problem.
Yeah? And what's that? Adrian nods her head toward the director.
Him.
Okay, so what do we do now? The two pause briefly.
I have an idea, but I need you to get that control panel right now.
Me? And what about you?
Don't worry about that.
Adrian shoves Regan closer to the control room.
Just go.
Regan nods and proceeds inside the control room. Meanwhile, Adrian steps away from her cover and out into the open. She begins to approach the director, who is looking down at his cell phone device.
Hey!
The director glances upward from his phone and briefly scans his surroundings to identify the source of the sudden sound. After a moment, he sees Adrian.
I'm sorry. Who are you? What do you mean, who am I? Who are you? What is this place?
Adrian and the director continue conversing while Regan finally reaches the controls for the outer border. A series of blinking dials and levels can be seen from his optical lens camera. After scanning briefly for any labels or significant markings for instructions, Regan begins hitting buttons at random. Outside, Adrian and the director continue conversing. Adrian has now taken all of his attention, while Regan continues pressing buttons.
I'm shocked that you somehow got by security. Quit dodging the question. Lady, I'm going to have to ask you to leave before...
Regan presses the button that activates an overhead alarm system. He panics and proceeds to duck out of view of the out-facing window as both Adrian and the director glance towards the control room.
Who's in there?
The director steps closer to the control room.
Hey, wait a minute, you can't...
Adrian takes a step toward the director to grab his attention.
Shut up.
The director raises his hand and shoves it towards Adrian. Despite no physical impact, Adrian is sent flying backward and into several crates nearby. Regan continues to mess with buttons while remaining under protective cover as the director approaches.
Gotta love the pile of crates conveniently placed. I know you're in there. Come out.
I mean, the director used force push. It was super
Yeah,
effective.
he's definitely an Agent Smith type. I'm getting...
The director lifts both of his hands in the air and moves them downward. Suddenly, metal and aluminum can be heard shredding as part of the control room's external wall is upended and removed. Despite this, however, Regan is still hidden from the director. The director makes another attempt to remove the rest of the wall from the control room before being interrupted by Adrian, who throws conjured flames at the director to distract him. After a brief dodge, he waves his hands in the air to neutralize Adrian's attacks before throwing flames of his own. Adrian is able to dodge one of the fireballs, but is grazed by another. Regan manages to find another level and pull a level. And pulls it. And it is supposed to be lever, okay. Suddenly, the translucent border wall suddenly shudders and begins to dissipate. Behind the wall sits a red, misty portal. The director, now focused on the control room, brings his hands down once more, causing the rest of the external wall to rip and shred away. Regan still remains shielded by the external controls as chunks of the metal fall to the floor. Adrian is now back on her feet, proceeding to run toward the director. He turns, throwing his hands out once more, but then misses, allowing Adrian enough time to apprehend the director and hold him down.
Jacob, go now!
Regan perks his head above the control panel before nodding and proceeding through the shredded wall, facing the director and Adrian. After jumping down to ground level, Regan heads straight for the open border wall.
Wait!
The director frees himself from Adrian's grasp, now putting her in a chokehold of his own. Regan turns around just as the director tightens his grip around Adrian's neck.
I can't let you leave.
Regan stops in his tracks. He and the director are now frozen, with Regan mere meters away from the open border.
If you leave, she dies. It's as simple as that.
The director tightened his grip more, causing Adrian to begin kicking and gasping for air. No, wait, don't kill her. Regan slowly begins stepping away from the border wall. Look, I'm walking away. Loosen your hold. The director complies with Regan. Adrian begins to cough and sputter, but can now breathe.
Jacob, just go. Don't listen to her.
Regan freezes once more. And why shouldn't I?
Are you kidding me? Come on, there's nothing out there. Even if you did escape, you'd have no one, and you'd have nothing.
The director tightens his grip, but does not prevent air from reaching Adrian.
If you stay here, we could just forget about this, all right? Move on. I could set you up with a nice little suite somewhere in Diamond, and you won't have to worry about a thing.
The director smiles.
That's fair, right?
Reigen remains still in his tracks, looking between both the director and Adrian. Adrian attempts to mouth the word go, but is then stopped by the director's hand covering her mouth.
But I can't allow you to go through that border.
A pause. Reigen sighs, looking back towards the portal, and then at Adrian and the director. I'm sorry. Reigen turns and escapes through the portal despite protests from the director. Reigen's video feed suddenly becomes black as the perspective changes to the view of a large central room. Stairs near the edges of the video's perspective lead upward to a large mechanical pod that spans across the width of the room itself. In the video stands an unknown individual nearby. Suddenly, the pod begins to shudder. An outstretched hand peeks out of a gap in the metal panels and forces open a hatch door. The individual outside continues to stand and wait as Jacob Reigen sits up from the inside and scans his surroundings. Fluids and other materials cake the outside of his body, of his face and nude body, while the figure outside pulls out a small pistol and holds it directly in front of his head.
Great to see you again, Jacob.
Reigen squints as he tries to identify the individual towering above him. Adrian?
Welcome to the real world, bitch.
Adrian aims the gun closer to Reigen's skull and cocks it. End log.
There's more.
There is. But I had to go back and look because you said, welcome to the real world, bitch. And
it just seems like just how hammy it's been and how much
I materialized it in my brain. I saw the word. All right. So you're 7, so.
All right. Knock, knock, 13. Come on, I know you're hiding in there.
What? Who are you? What do you want?
Is it not already obvious? There are plenty of people who aren't happy with you, you know. Especially after you tried destroying everything we've worked so hard for.
You shouldn't have been able to find me. Not inside here. How did you figure it out?
Oh, come on. Did you really think that removing our trackers from this virtual reality equipment was going to actually save you? You should have known better, Ryan. Whoops.
How did you... Oh, I think I get it.
Do you now?
How stupid of me. No wonder nobody ever pulled the plug on you, Adrian. Is that even your actual name? Or should I just call you 7 now?
You figured it out. How exciting.
You know, I always thought it was weird how everyone called you the Black Rabbit. Or how you only ever showed your face whenever there was a vacant spot on the council. But now I understand. You're an omen that only shows herself once a council seat needs to be filled.
You're on a roll today.
And what about Jacob? Are you planning on killing him too?
Kill him? Don't be so dramatic. Jacob is going to be your replacement.
My replacement? How? What makes him so special?
Nothing. That's exactly the reason why he's replacing you. Because it doesn't take anyone special to do your job, despite what you might believe. Besides, it's only fair, right? Considering how you were the only one who blew up this train and got him involved with this.
Look, that train was an accident. It wasn't supposed to blow up and hurt all those people. You of all people should know that.
Well, even if that was the case, it's not like it really matters anymore.
Why's that?
Because here in just a moment, that little electric tingle you're feeling inside your head, right, is going to finally kill you. I guess right now. And once that kill switch activates, everyone will know my mission here was a success. It is a pity, though, how you ended up in this position. You won't even be able to see what happens to the old council after you're gone.
Bum, bum, bum.
Tune in next week. I feel like, the Matrix stuff was very on the nose. I saw the Adrian thing a mile away. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to spoil it. But it just seemed like it was, you knew that they were involved through the text messages, and there was going to be a betrayal. There has to be a betrayal somewhere in these stories, right?
You know what the only thing I thought, because overall I like it. It's good. It gets the job done. It's beautiful. I love the freaking game above everything.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The only thing I would change about this, outright, my only cohesive thought is in the jail cell when Jacob uses the Force, uses the Matrix finally on the lock.
Yeah.
I almost would have wanted that to fail. and have something else get him out.
There's perfect through line. It fails, but then they use the passing through the wall thing that they used like 5 minutes later to get out.
And then at the end, in that final battle, then the powers like actually manifest, and he's like Neo and the One.
Yeah.
And then it's a subversion when
Adrian has to come save. Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
something
for sure.
Like that. I don't know.
I just
either way, this is easily upvotable.
It's I'm gonna upvote it. It's beautiful. You worked very hard on it, and there's a lot that I like about this. I just feel like it pulls from a lot of media that I feel like, you can reference in some ways, but like even just going far as like he wakes up in the pod and he's naked and he's covered in the gunk. Like, the visual is very, very Matrix. The director being like an Agent Smith type. There's a lot of like parallels, but I like it. It's a fun romp, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see. So I looked at these. I think I could do the next one. And the one after that is 16,000 words, so not going to be able to do that one today.
So it looks like Plankton is our final for the night?
Correct. It's a Wilson's Wildlife Solution 7K, which sounds really nice.
Oh, my.
Yeah, right?
All right.
Yeah. This is SCP-7000 Plankton by LE3. Item number, SCP-7000. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-7000 is contained within the Site-438 pond. In events of extreme weather, an object locker with a grow light has been prepared. SCP-7000 currently meets with Dr. Joanna Goodman weekly, both for mental health screenings and physical inspection. Description: SCP-7000 is a freshwater phytoplankton. Image caption says SCP-7000 in the center. Footnote: Pleurosigma helioplankton. While SCP-7000 is able to photosynthesize energy, it can also ingest organic matter. SCP-7000 is capable of speech at average human decibel levels. Footnote: fluent in both English and Swedish, and has substantial knowledge of human society. Discovery: SCP-7000 was discovered by Wilson's Wildlife Solutions during a routine blue-green algae test in the Stats Lake of Eugene, Oregon, where it was reportedly sobbing and begging for forgiveness. In accordance with the Boring Agreement, SCP-7000 was promptly transferred to Site-438. Following a brief observation period, an interview was conducted by Dr. Wexler. Do you want to take Dr. Wexler?
Gotcha.
Beginning log. Hey, fuck, man. God, thanks for moving me to a room with windows. I mean, the artificial light is nice and all, but nothing quite replaces the real thing. But maybe shitty light is just my destiny, because I'm a shitty.
SCP-7000, please stay on track. I brought you here to answer some questions, and hopefully we can figure out what happened to you, okay?
That's the thing. I think I was always like this, a shitty fucking mite.
I'm going to have to ask that you remain calm. I sympathize with your situation, I really do. I got turned into a mosquito once, and let me tell you, it wasn't very fun. But I got turned back. We can help you.
Okay. Fuck.
Thank you. To start off, what all do you remember?
A lot. My memories are kind of hazy. I remember being born and feeling like something was very wrong. I couldn't quite place it at first. Just felt like a square peg in a round hole, you know? Then I realized I was actually a guy peg in an algae hole.
Plankton hole, actually.
I'm a fucking plankton? Like SpongeBob?
I mean, I guess you're part of the species that inspired the character.
Man, I should build a robot. Robot wife. Fuck yeah.
Sure. So, you mentioned SpongeBob. Do you have any other memories of human society?
Yeah, tons of them. I watch so much cable TV, and I know how to do taxes, like, really well. I'm thinking I was an accountant. I had a wife and kids, and a kidney stone, and an ex-wife. Turns out divorce papers are harder to fill out than deformed W-9s. Way, way harder. I don't remember their names. We lived by a river. I had to move in with my parents later. Then I must have died. That's about it.
That's a lot. But you're saying you were once a human, correct?
I was, I think. I don't know what God what got it pissed off for this to happen, but I've been thinking, and it's really not that bad. I don't have to eat. I mean, I can, but
But
I just want to know if this is like a curse or some kind of cosmic level fuck up, or like God, I don't know. I'm sorry. Shit.
it's okay. You've given me a lot of information to go off of. We can give you a happy life here for now. There's a nice pond near here. Maybe I can see if we can put you there.
Yeah, I guess ponds are nice. Do you have frogs there? Ducks?
Yeah, a duck recently laid eggs. We're expecting little cheeks to pop up any day now.
Oh my God, really?
Really?
That's I don't really know what to say, but first I've got one more worry.
What is it? If the pond isn't to your liking, we can try and.
No, the pond sounds great, wonderful even. It's just this was some kind of cosmic fuck up where like my guy peg got stuck in an algae hole. Then what happened to the algae peg that got put into a guy hole?
That's. We don't even know if that's what happened.
No, I got a feeling that is what happened. I'm a victim here. My body is very much my concern because it's mine.
You're drawing unfounded conclusions and.
There's some fucked up baby out there that's eating light and it has like zero brain function. Plankton don't think. I've tried talking to them, to my brothers and sisters. They really don't. They get eaten up easily. They don't even think to just swim away. Maybe I should embrace my position in the food chain and.
Calm down, please. Just take a deep. Just a deep photosynthesis. Do you want to go see the pond?
Do I? Yeah. Fuck yeah. I love fucking ponds.
Great. Just out the window, you can actually see it from here.
Oh, fuck. That's a good pond. Shit, dude.
He really is, huh?
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Oh man, you know what? I take it back.
The pond, or?
I love being a plankton. End log. As of May 1st, 2022, SCP-7000's morale ratings are at an all-time high. As such, investigations into the origin of SCP-7000 has been placed on a low priority indefinitely. SCP-7000 psychologist Dr. Goodman has expressed support for this action, stating the following. In this case, doing anything more is unnecessary and perhaps even harmful. SCP-7000's mental state practically crashes every single interview. Right now, it's finally doing better than ever before. The best we could do is give it a happy life, and we're doing just that currently. If you've spoken with SCP-7000, you can tell how it feels. It just really loves being a plankton. That's it. Jesus.
I guess it's just lucky to have been a plankton.
I guess, yeah. It's so simple and effective. It reminds me of the bird, the one that cacks a lot. The one that likes gummy worms.
Dr. Spanko.
Yeah, Spanko.
Oh, yes, one of my favorite creatures on the site.
Very good one, for sure. I want to see
man.
it.
The dialogue is like the perfect informal.
Absolutely.
Oh, fuck, that's a good pond. Shit, dude. That's...
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. So good.
And now it makes sense that it's plankton with 3 exclamation marks and all capped.
Yeah.
Plankton! Okay, you got me. You got me,
good.
Plankton.
You got me. Yeah, it's nice.
Don't you upvote glitch me. I'm gonna upvote the Plankton, man. Is that your upvote or mine? There. It's okay. I upvoted it.
That was good. That made me feel good. I mean, if we could power through 16,000 words in one sitting, in 30 minutes. I don't know.
We end up going a little bit over, I guess. I don't know how much that's gonna take. Is that
it took us an hour and a half to do Simulacrum, which was 17,000. So we'd be here till 10 p.m.
That takes us till 10. I think then let's just adjourn a little early, have a dinner, because we're going to start on Monday again.
Yeah, and possibly more than just the 3 days. So.
And we're starting with, isn't Harry's article like the top contender right now?
Yeah, the loser. It'll be a great way to kick it off. I think it's 400. Wow, holy shit.
Yeah, so we're starting off Monday's stream with the loser.
That'll be good. I've been hearing a lot of good things about this one. Right now, my favorite, I think, has been the Neon God, I think.
Neon God was really good.
Yeah.
I had a bunch that I liked. Like, obviously, I liked Tanferad's article.
Yeah,
Mistforce and Gord's Grigori
good
Carbon
stuff.
was awesome.
Yeah,
I think my favorite so far is Murphy Law, just because that's my boy.
it was good. It was very good. Yeah.
Dr.
Yeah.
Cimmerian's is excellent for me,
Of course.
anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an honor to read that, and he said that it was, he told me that it has the best reading out of the bunch, but I think it's just because he liked the Alabama twang I gave him.
There you go. All right, so let's adjourn with one more final ad break. Remember that if you want to support the reason that we're reading every single one of these gosh darn articles, it starts with the Dr. Cimmerian GoFundMe.
Yes. Let's give Cimmerian the money he needs to rebuild his room out of pure blocks of wood. I want it to be uncomfortable, and I want him to give him splinters every time he rolls on his bed, because that'll be a reminder of the change you guys enacted. And of course, it'll be a reminder that those trees have been repurposed into something that he can use to mend the trauma of being almost killed by a tree.
And
Please help.
unlike the Global Occult Coalition, when we put things through a wood chipper, they stay dead.
God, I hope so this time.
You can also support Site42 by becoming a patron. Becoming a patron helps me to quit my day job so I can stream every day as well. Because living in California, YouTube and TikTok definitely do not support that habit. The rent is obscene around San Francisco. So if you become a patron, you're helping me to get more time to do this, as well as do things like help people make VR games and miniseries. That's what Site42 is about, building up SCP media projects. And then for Billith, slowgramming, follow on Twitter, got the Twitch, do everything for Billith, die for Billith.
Okay, take it easy. Take it easy.
Live for Billith.
Yes, do that specifically.
Do that one.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, that'll be great. Yeah, go ahead and check it out. We've got I've got multiple collaborators on there, multiple being 2 others. We had more, but 7K happened. Shout out to Azamo/Lirin and Dark Stuff, who does a vocal track on it as well. They're both very talented, and it was great working with them. Next time we do a volume 2, because there will be a volume 2. Anyone out there that's in the SCP community that's a musician that wants to be involved, the whole point of this is to bring on and off site people together, collaborate, and make music, which I think the SCP music is probably the least explored avenue for making SCP content. And I think there's a lot there to be explored. So yeah, sounds good.
Indeed, indeed. We hope you enjoyed the show. We'll see you guys on Monday. Be safe, be well, and thanks for tuning in to another anomalous broadcast from Site42. Good night. And boom. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We have some work for you now. Scooby-Doo.